You are great and you are our God. O God, we ask for forgiveness for all the sins we have committed against you and your heavenly hosts. If you do not forgive our wrongdoings, Father, who will? We, your peoples, place before you our weaknesses, our helplessness, our concerns, and our endeavors. Most merciful God, you are the Lord of the oppressed, and we entrust everything we do into your able hands. Heavenly Father, look with pity upon us, your children. We are weighed down by social injustice, political instability, poverty, hunger, unemployment, insecurity, oppression, brutality, and enslavement by seen and unseen, known and unknown forces that seem to overcome us. Father, we place ourselves, our liberation movement, our search for lasting solutions to these numerous problems created for us by known and unknown forces into your mighty hands. We also look upon you for provision of both human and financial resources to carry out this enormous task of our liberation project. Bring your lasting solutions to them so that we may live the life you have created in us as peoples created in your own image and likeness. We also commit our leaders in your hands. Direct all of them and direct all of us as we continue to move forward towards our self-determination. Channel us with your everlasting love to our final destination, which is total freedom from captivity and enslavement that we all seek. We pray in the mighty name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Brief introduction of our Lower Niger Radio. Lower Niger Radio is the initiative of a few individuals who saw the necessity of enlightening and educating our peoples in the Lower Niger Territory on the urgent need to be part of this liberation project of all the ethnic nationalities that are entrapped in the union of death Nigeria has become for them. Following the events happening in Nigeria today and always, I am sure nobody is happy with Nigeria as currently constituted. However, the owners of their respective ancestral lands in the South and Middle Belt formed a strong alliance for the single purpose of self-determination. This alliance is called NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, which declared a constitutional force majeure, CFM, on the 16th of December 2020. NINAS has three blocks, the Lower Niger, the Yoruba, and the Middle Belt blocks. NINAS cannot be pensioned without connecting it to the Lower Niger Congress. So, seeing and recognizing the enormous good work the Lower Niger Congress had been doing all these years, these few individuals formed a media team to help the Lower Niger Congress bring these messages of hope, trust, and truth to all our peoples in our homeland. These peoples include Anang, Ibibio, Efik, Ishan, Ijaw, Idoma, Igbo, Kalabari, Bini, Itshekiri, Urobo, Obolo, Ogoni, Ogoja, Ugep, and so many others. Join us today and be part of the People's Revolutionary Movement for total freedom from the oppressive and brutal caliphate-imposed document called 1999 Fraudulent Constitution. Power belongs to the people. Lower Niger Radio is your voice of liberation.
Don't touch the dial.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most or the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karian Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin punitive expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravish us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimums of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today had just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
The Ninas Movement petition is back on. Direct link to the petition is found at www.ninasvoice.org/petition. The petition can now be found on the official Ninas Movement website at www.ninasvoice.org under the petition for referendum tab. As before, you can sign this petition with either your email or your Nigeria phone number. That is very useful in a place like Nigeria where many do not have an email address. It also means that if you have a smartphone, you can use it to access the petition. Then input the phone number of your extended family and good friends in the village after you have explained to them what the Ninas movement is about and they have given their consent or permission. Do also copy the link to the petition to share via your social media networks like WhatsApp, Messenger, Facebook, every platform out there, Twitter, whatever. It is to inform the world that we are ready, we are determined, we are focused in gaining our freedom from bondage in Nigeria. Thank you as you join the movement.
Told you to die.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most or the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karen Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin Punitive Expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimals of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today has just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Here's a very good editorial opinion by Punch, which is titled, Taking Restructuring Beyond Ethnicity and Political Ambitions. Today, December 1st, 2021. The Ninas movement is bringing changes in the land, and now those who thought they could forever not allow the South and Middle Belt to control their future, as was Northern Premier Bello's dream for indigenous peoples, are seeing that the true owners of their ancestral lands can, will, and must control what God Himself gave them. Nina's movement goes from strength to strength and to more strength. As Nigeria moves closer towards state failure, the agitation for restructuring it to fit its natural default mode of true federalism is attracting both genuine and dubious converts. Lately, the governor of Sokoto State, Aminu Tambuwal, joined the trend, arguing rightly that Nigeria must embrace restructuring to survive, retooling its polity, economy, security, and ways of doing things. Like other northern politicians lately, a former chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, Atahiri Jega, also urged the executive and legislative arms of government to opt for short-term restructuring ahead of the 2023 election. In the light of current realities, stakeholders must rise above politics and begin the process to serve the nation. Unlike the president, Major General Muhammadu Buhari retired, and other elites still living in denial, the message must sink in to all stakeholders. Nigeria faces an existential threat. Centrifugal forces, long suppressed, are tearing it apart. Mutual trust among the component nationalities has broken down, and the unitary administrative and political format imposed on a natural federation has failed beyond repair. The economy is unproductive, while insecurity has reached unprecedented level. Unless the country is restructured into a proper federation, collapse is inevitable. Sadly, it may not be peaceful. Wole Soyinka, a Nobel laureate, was right when he said recently, "We are in a mess. This country is in a mess. It is disintegrating before our very eyes." The inevitable dissolution has been creeping for a long time. The tighter the federal government grabs state power, the more the country slips through its fingers. Foreign Policy, an online magazine, argues that states do not fail overnight. The seeds of their destruction are sown deep within their political institutions. They failed not in an explosion of war and violence, but by being utterly unable to take advantage of their society's huge potential for growth, condemning their citizens to a lifetime of poverty. It says, serving the country is beyond politics, and it is beyond regional, sectional, ethnic, and personal interests. The present arrangement via the 1999 Constitution is patently and disastrously dysfunctional. Its inherent contradictions have delivered poverty, economic ruin, and insecurity, pushing the country towards absolute state failure. Since the outset of this Fourth Republic in 1999, instead of progress as witnessed during the First and Second Republics, infrastructure has collapsed. The country has become the world's poverty capital. Unemployment is 33.3%, and human development indices have plummeted. It is ranked the 12th most fragile country globally. Unprecedented insecurity and separatist movements have been taking firm roots. Conflict resolution mechanisms have failed. The entire North is under siege from Islamist terrorists in the northeast, bandits terrorists in the northwest, and Fulani herdsmen militants in the north-central. The South is not safe either, assailed by the herders kidnappers and by homegrown armed robbers, kidnappers, ritual murderers, criminal gangs, vandals, and ethnic militants. Dealing with the rampant insecurity is impossible as the basic law insanely vests policing and security exclusively in the federal government. States are powerless to secure their territories, yet made to fund the inept central police. It's incredible. Those arrogantly dismissing restructuring and making peaceful change impossible are the real enemies of Nigeria. Federalism is simply a two-tiered governance structure of a central government and its constituent units, regional, provincial, or state governments. The subnational government are, in theory and practice, autonomous units with the power to govern their territories. Countries with diverse ethnic, regional, or cultural characteristics are natural federations. There is no plausible argument against this. There are 25 such polities in the world today, jointly accounting for 40% of the global population. Major advantages, said the Brookings Institution, include regional self-rule, inclusion and preservation of liberties. Its key pillars are physical federalism, resource control, and autonomous policing. The absence of this has pauperized the 36 states and made them unsafe. Federalism reduces conflict between diverse communities, affords interjurisdictional competition that encourages innovations, the report said. It conclusively states, sometimes nations face a stark choice, allow regions to federate and govern themselves or risk national dissolution. This accurately describes Nigeria's situation today. The Buhari regime and other protagonists of the Nigeria's unity is not negotiable mantra delude themselves by failing to face this stark reality of history. Clamping down on separatist agitators will not preserve the union. It may only postpone the day of reckoning. When a country faces an existential threat as Nigeria faces today, its leaders do two things. First, they face reality. Next, they rise above politics. Partisanship, group, and parochial interests to serve the union. I'll go over that again. When a country faces an existential threat as Nigeria faces today, its leaders do two things. First, they face reality. Next, they rise above politics, partisanship, group, and parochial interest to serve the union. Statesmanship, not primitive politicking, will save the day. In the United States, bipartisan statesmanship trumps the sharp diversities when external threats arise or critical economic issues such as the 9/11 attacks and the recent $1.8 trillion welfare plan approved by Congress. But here, leaders cannot surmount ethnicity, sectionalism, and religion. Most subordinate national interest to their ambitions for wealth, power, and influence. Hypocrisy, opportunism, deceit, and crass politicking have delayed restructuring for too long. As Wole Olanipeku, a senior advocate of Nigeria, recently noted, the American Constitution was not put in place by politicians but by statesmen that put aside their short-term gains to create an enduring democracy. The PDP spent 16 years in power, produced 3 presidents, and refused to restructure. The political conference they initiated in 2005 and 2014 were primarily opportunistic political time-buying gimmicks. The principle of self-determination is prominently embodied in Article 1 of the Charter of the United Nations, and it is firmly established in international law. Globally, there are 100 groups in 29 countries, according to a report, that are seeking greater autonomy from the central government or self-determination from their motherland. CEPR, a research-based policy analyst, says throughout the course of history, there are few regions in the world whose map has changed as frequently and abruptly as that of Europe. Yet, amid blatant injustice, rulers and groups have held all the key Yet, amid blatant injustice, rulers and groups who hold all the key levers of state power in Nigeria have adamantly made peaceful dialogue impossible. Instead, all forms of self-determination agitations, including peaceful ones, are demonized and criminalized. Politicians in the APC that promised to restructure to unseat the PDP in 2015 are treacherously silent today as they fine-tune ambitions for power. Olusegun Obasanjo, who, like his two immediate presidential successors, Umaru Yar'Adua and Goodluck Jonathan, regarded calls for restructuring as treason, now stridently advocates true federalism. Nigeria desperately desires statesmen and women and visionary leaders, not big men and rulers. Restructuring is beyond the PDP and APC, whose leaders switch from declaring a phantom Nigeria's unity to be non-negotiable when in power, only to become advocates when in opposition. The APC's El Rufai Committee report on restructuring has been trashed. Unsurprisingly, PDP now trumpets restructuring at any given opportunity. Both political parties fiddle while Nigeria burns. However, the advantages of federalism are replete in the country's history. From the era of self-government in the 50s under colonial rule to the first 6 years of independence, the pace of development achieved by the defunct autonomous regions has been unmatched since the incursion of the military in 1966 and the ensuing centralization. While no human arrangement is perfect, the International Institute for Democracy and Electoral Assistance says that by dividing powers and responsibilities between a central and regional level, federalism fosters competition, guaranteeing local autonomy over regional economic development, infrastructure and public services, culture and language. It also facilitates effective law enforcement with citizen police. Federal politics vest law enforcement primarily with the federating units. Each choose the one most suitable. We must end this politics of mudslinging, though. We must end this politics of mudslinging. Through Nigeria's patently dysfunctional system We must end this politics of mudslinging. Through Nigeria's patently dysfunctional system must give way to practical federalism, featuring state policing, fiscal federalism, and resource control. Genuine national leaders from all regions and sections should come together immediately and courageously push for an immediate restructuring of the collapsing edifice and save Nigeria. Time to do so peacefully is running out. Enlightened self-interest dictates urgency and a rise above ethnicity and politics. Unless Nigeria restructures soon, violent implosion is inevitable and unstoppable. This is again Punch editorial opinion of December 1st, 2021.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good road, you sign the petition. Better work, oh, sign the petition. Clean water and light, sign the petition. Security, sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, oh, sign the petition. Housing project, sign the petition. Hope for the future, sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders when they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing gari pata pata. Wetin we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution. We don't dabaru everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninasfn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time more. The time for change is now.
There's a press statement from Nina's Alliance. Nina's Alliance is intact and focused on its stated mission, despite the resignation of its erstwhile chairman, Professor Banji Akitoye, and the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa. This is a statement by Nina's Board of Conveners issued December 1st, 2021. Gentlemen of the press, an emergency conclave of the Conference of Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, was held today, December 1, 2021, to review, amongst other things, recent developments in one of our alliance organizations, Ilana Omo-Oduwa, the resignation of Professor Banji Akitoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, and the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa from the NINAS Alliance. This statement is to address the deluge of inquiries that was poured into the NINA Secretariat from concerned members of public regarding these developments. 1. Let us record that the Secretariat of NINAS, while reaching out to all sides involved, had on the 18th of November 2021 issued a statement to calm altercations arising from an Ilana Omo-Oduwa press conference addressed November 18, 2021 by the Deputy Chairman of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, Otumba Shade Olukoya, concerning months of lingering difficulties within Ilana Omo-Oduwa, bordering on certain actions and liaisons of the leader of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, Professor Banji Akitoye, that could imperil the self-determination campaign of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, inviting Professor Akitoye, therefore, to step back from his role as Ilana leader in order to abet the many conflicts and controversies emanating from the aforementioned actions and liaisons. 2. While frantic mediation efforts were still being made by the Secretariat to douse tension, Maxwell Adeleye, who described himself as Communications Director of Ilana Omo-Oduwa, issued and massively circulated in the media outlandish falsehoods in which he avoided the well-known issues rocking Ilana Omo-Oduwa, and claimed, amongst other things, that the sum of $350 million naira was disbursed by Abuja to procure the Ilana press conference of November 18, 2021. Adeleye also deliberately created the impression that NINAS was somehow behind the Ilana press conference of November 18, 2021. 3. Unfortunately, and to our utter shock, Professor Banji Akitoye, who knew for certain that these claims of Maxwell Adeleye were just fabrications, went on to corroborate the fabrications in a virtual meeting of a Yoruba global audience the next day, putting names and motives to Maxwell's falsehoods. In that virtual meeting, Professor Akitoye said that the money from Abuja came from Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and given to Otumba Shade Olukoya for the purpose of dragging him, Akitoye, off the stage. To compound matters, Professor Akitoye went on to allege that Otumba Olukoya had been pressuring them in Ilana to help work Vice President Yemi Osinbajo into becoming the next president of Nigeria. We do hope that Professor Yemi Osinbajo will take up this matter with those who crafted and circulated this tale. 4. The statement issued by Maxwell Adeleye on behalf of Professor Akitoye and 43 others, November 30, 2021, conveying the resignation of Professor Banji Akitoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, as well as the exit of his faction from Ilana Omo-Oduwa from the NINAS Alliance. Even more egregious falsehoods. I'll go over that 4 again. The statement issued by Maxwell Adeleye on behalf of Professor Akitoye and 43 others, November 30th, 2021, just yesterday, conveying the resignation of Professor Banji Akitoye from the chairmanship of NINAS, as well as the exit of his faction of Ilana Omo-Oduwa from the NINAS Alliance, contained even more egregious falsehoods. The false impression was deliberately created by the said November 30, 2021 statement that there was a type of self-determination being pursued by NINAS and LNC that was different from the type that Ilana Omo-Oduwa was pursuing. This is strange because the objectives, roadmap, and strategy outlines of NINAS are very clearly stated in all of NINA's public communications over the years, particularly the December 16, 2020 NINA's Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation. Combined with the earlier falsehood that Abuja had procured the November 18, 2021 press conference, it is clear that the orchestrations of the departed faction of Ilano were targeted at deceiving the public into believing that NINAS was somehow working for other objectives apart from its clear-cut and unwavering pursuit of self-determination for all the indigenous nationalities of the Alliance territories, being the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. Number 5. For the records and for the avoidance of doubt, Professor Banji Akute was first introduced sometime in 2018 to NINAS by Otumba Shade Olukoya, who had been involved with the processes for many years. While our initial discussions were going on, the emergence of Atiku Abubakar on the as the presidential candidate with restructuring credentials, unquote, sucked in a great number of people towards the 2019 election in what became known as articulation at the time. And so it was that our new associate, Professor Banji Akitoye, went off with his other associates in the articulation gambit. We moved on to the historic NINA's Joint Multi-Regional Freedom Park Proclamation of December 11, 2018, which firmly set the basis for the Constitutional Force Majeure of December 16, 2020. The engagements with the policy beltwares of Washington, D.C. took the whole of January to July of 2019 and was followed by the August 2019 visitation of the UN Special Rapporteur on Nigeria into Nigeria to investigate widespread extrajudicial killings. It was only in the last quarter of 2019 that Professor Akitoye contacted Otumba Shade Olukoya to fully join the NINAS fold. The chairmanship of NINAS fell on him on account of the zeal, clarity, and commitment he displayed towards the NINAS propositions. It is therefore not true that Professor Akitoye provided leadership for NINAS since inception, as claimed by Maxwell in his November 30th, 2021 statement. Professor Akitoye came 2 years ago into a process that took over 22 years to get to where it is now. There is no doubt whatsoever that Professor Banji Akitoye meritoriously advanced the NINAS campaign, particularly in Yoruba land, reaching out to his associates across the country and substantially shattering the long-standing jinx around the Igbo-Yoruba collaboration, which he said was Chief Obafemi Awolowo's solemn prescription in the last days of the sage, who was Professor Akitoye's political mentor. Credit for this feat will forever go to Professor Akitoye, and we wish him good health and longevity, even as he veers off in another direction in search of the destination we all identified in NINAS. 6. In closing, the NINAS Board of Conveners is pleased to announce to all the organizations across the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria which have been clamoring to join NINAS Alliance that modalities has been in place to admit all organizations that publicly and fully subscribe to propositions and prescriptions of the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation into regional delegations to NINAS. I'll go over 6 again. It's not done. In closing, the NINAS Board of Conveners is pleased to announce to all the organizations across the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria, which has been clamoring to join NINAS Alliance, that modalities has been in place to admit all organizations that publicly and fully subscribe to propositions and prescriptions of the December 16, 2020 NINAS Constitutional Force Majeure Proclamation into regional delegations to NINAS. These modalities will be made public in the second week of December 2021 by the NINAS Secretariat. Signed for NINAS Board of Conveners, Tony Nadi, the Convening Secretary, December 1, 2021.
NINAS, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of Ninas, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the assets, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back over 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered itself at conference and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to revoke the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the Composite People's Constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. At the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others, admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outreach. In furtherance to the mandate
led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimals of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today has just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually Decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Told you to die.
NINAS, the Nigerian Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, is an alliance of ethnic nationalities from the Middle Belt, Southwest, and Lower Niger region. On the 16th of December 2020, NINAS declared a constitutional force majeure against the illegitimate 1999 Constitution. NINAS demanded that the federal government acknowledge the constitutional grievances expressed by the ethnic nationalities, as well as begin the decommissioning of the 1999 Constitution, and no further election should be conducted on the 1999 Constitution until all grievances are resolved. To support NINAS and the constitutional force majeure, sign the petition at www.ninasffn.org/register to end 1999 Constitution now. To speak with NINAS, call the number 0823 425 4584 or 070 5924 9885.
Here is the second part to the 2023 elections, insecurity and 2023 election, separatism and Nigeria's battered economy with Professor Chida Odinkalo with the Arise News. Consider the things that make for a country and what makes for a broken one. You will find everything that makes a country a broken country in Nigeria. And that is why the need for a binding multi-regional referendum going by the process is laid out freely by NINAS, LNC NINAS, Lower Niger, and the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination has laid it out, the processes that we must go through to extricate our people, to save more lives, to give hope and peace and stability to our people, so that our people can have expected life, not accident. Nigeria is a disaster. Nigeria has war in the northeast, in the northwest, in the southwest, in the southeast. Everywhere is burning. Men or whatever that is left of them, or the Avengers, they are not yet in the mix. Imagine how it will be. Anyway, here is Chida Odinkalo on the concluding part of his take on Nigeria.
look for solutions? Do we have to come back to the fact that it's about creating spaces and addressing the grievances that are at the root of the conflict, and it's about identity, one identity feeling that they're left out and the other having control, and that is of course part of a legacy that dates back to colonial times?
Yes, there is a legacy that dates back to colonial times, but look, we got amalgamated in 1914. To 1960, that's 46 years. We've been independent for 61 years. That's 15 years more than 46 years. And I don't think it's, I do appreciate the challenges of colonialism. I've read Lord Dugat's amalgamation report and Dole mandate. So I'd like to hope that I understand the challenges of colonialism, and I've read history from Battle of Rumi to the annihilation of the colonial annihilations all across the country. The problem is the failure of Nigeria's post-colonial elite, in my view, and how to reset the country. The way I like to put it, we're suffering a sovereign metastasis. And it's eating us up at a rate that the normal mechanisms of control, chemo, radio, cannot help. We need a little bit of a miracle, but we also need a leader.
The problem is that that particular technology hasn't quite been invented yet, has it?
Well, we can actually get a leader who can help us assure us that they can buy us enough time for that invention to take place.
So it's about leadership.
I think the core of our challenge is leadership.
Okay, please stay with us. We'll come back to you in a minute. You're watching the Arise interview. Plenty more still ahead as we continue our chat about the talking points of the day in Nigeria with the former chairman of the Nigerian Human Rights Commission, Professor Chidi Odinkalu. Stay with us.
There are many advantages to using spray foam insulation in your next project.
Of the Nigerian Human Rights Commission, Professor Chidi Odinkalu. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Arise interview. I'm Charles Enyikolu. Now, you might have heard the former U.S. President Barack Obama speaking at the weekend, saying America is at a turning point and needs to reject the politics of meanness, conflict, and cynicism. Well, he might have been speaking about Nigeria, where the mood out there appears to be turning ugly, and the politics is about meanness, division, conflict, and tribalism. That's the path the country seems to be treading as the 2023 presidential election approaches, amid lots of insecurity, particularly in the north and the southeast, and lots of veiled ethnic threats and rivalries and fierce competition amongst the regions over who's going to get to wear the coveted presidential crown.
Now, this is the very reason Nigeria should go for referendum before any election, because the tension is continuing going higher, 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 higher. Nigeria is going to explode. Let's shut down every preparation toward any further elections, federal election in Nigeria, and rather focus our energy in rescuing our space, our country, our only place where we can call our ancestral land. That's why many of us are not giving up, because we can't lose it. Let's go for referendum. Get Nigeria sorted out. Then, if we decide that an Umaru from Sokoto can rule us and another Ahmed from Jigawa will rule us forever, I'm down with it, but let's go for referendum. So much is riding on this, and our people must not mess it up. We must not mess it up.
The coveted presidential crown in 2023. But whatever happened to the other crucial path to nation building, where Nigerians pull together to solve big problems and rebuild Nigerian society in a way that gives more people a better life and much more cause for hope? Well, Professor Chidi Odinkalu, former Chairman of Nigeria's National Human Rights Commission and currently Senior Team Manager for the Africa Program of the Open Justice Initiative, is still with me in the studio. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, or staying with us. With all your experience with human rights issues and as a lawyer as well, perhaps you should be focusing on conflict resolution in Nigeria.
Conflict resolution, how do you resolve conflicts when everyone comes to the table with a sense of ingrained injustice, exclusion, and unfairness? You know, it was the way...
Isn't it to get people to talk and start to understand the different levels of that sense of injustice?
Peter Tosh said, I don't want no peace. I need equal rights and justice.
Yes.
When people don't believe, you know, everyone is talking about peace, no, none is talking about justice. When everyone is focused on peace, and the peace you're preaching is the peace of the graveyard, I think that's a mistake.
That's no peace.
And I don't think Nigerians want the peace of the graveyard. Nigerians want coexistence. And you know, I went walking over the weekend somewhere, and in a small settlement of less than 1 square kilometer, I saw and listened to people speak Fufude, Igbo, Yoruba, Egun, what do you call it, from Ibira. Yes, I heard people from the plateau. This was just a piece, and I remember asking one of my colleagues with whom I was tracking, I said, just imagine if everybody here were to wield a machete, who would be left? Nigerians have coexisted for a very long time. Emeka Anyoku's wife, Emeka Anyoku is from Obosi. His wife is an Egbawu, right? IBM Haruna was GOC, 2nd Division, in the Civil War. Who lived in your father's, when they acquired your father's house in Enugu, the late Justice Anthony Enagono, they were the people who acquired it, right? They requisitioned the house in which you grew up, Charles. Now, he's married to an Igbo woman, right? Ibrahim Babangida's wife is from Asaba, or was from Asaba. We have married across. Philip Asiodu's wife is a Yoruba woman. And I could go on. Atido Peter Side, who I see here, from the Delta, his wife is Yoruba. We have so intermarried, we are so bound up together, that to see the kind of leadership that some of these people are offering today destroys everything that any of us would like to see in the country. And this is the problem. Now, so tomorrow, what are we going to have? My children will come from my village, go to school in the next village, go to university in my village, do youth service, if it continues, in the next village. And then from there, they migrate to Abuja to want to become Senate President or House of Reps Speaker or Chairperson of Committee or Head of a parastatal. What do they know about the country?
So the orientation is simply not there to be Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're destroying the possibility of constructing a Nigerian space, geopolitical space that will work for everybody.
That's a brilliant analysis. And by way of introduction, we described you as your career. I mean, you having an academic career and the fact that you're a lawyer, human rights activist as well. Just to move away from that analysis and get to understand who you are better, which one takes up more of your time as a rule? I mean, or does it depend on the time and place? As someone said, there are times that raise questions and times that raise answers.
Absolutely, yes. Actually, now is the time to think. I'm spending most of my time now as a teacher, and think really trying to grapple with a lot of these issues. Because we are not just at a difficult time for Nigeria, it's a difficult time for Africa. So I've been engaged, for instance, significantly with the issues in Ethiopia, Tigray, and Ethiopia, the conflict there. But next door, Sudan has just overthrown its transition today, declared an emergency.
Absolutely.
And you have, now these are two of the biggest countries in Africa. You've got Nigeria in crisis. In Tunisia, President Said has overthrown the constitution. You've got Guinea, you've got Mali. So across the continent, there is a slide across the board that endangers the African and the African geopolitical space. I've not mentioned the crisis in the Sahel. You know, Burkina Faso, the government of Burkina Faso is down to less than 20% of the country. Just outside, if you go outside Ouaga, you're in trouble. You know, Greater Ouaga, you're in big trouble. The government of Mali is in trouble. Outside Bamako and one other city, much of the country is in the control of people who don't wish the country well. So we are in a very difficult place as Africans. And that really, and the African identity and its endangerment at this particular time when global multilateralism is in crisis is one that engages a lot of thinking.
That's very interesting. But given that Nigerians, myself included, can be spectacularly insular, I wonder if at the moment a lot of your time is taken up by thinking about Nigeria and democracy with all the things that are going on in the country right now.
I would say a lot of my time, but because what I want to try to do is find where we can get inspiration from our neighbors, from other African countries, to enable us forge a direction. That's really my preoccupation at the moment. So yes, Nigeria continues to be, I'm a child of the Civil War. And to be perfectly honest with you, I cannot, my earliest moments as a child were seeing children I grew up.
Okay, Chidi Odinkalu is probably my age mate, a child of war, child of the Nigeria genocide on Biafra. We're most likely age mates. And I'm saying, if at this stage of this year delivery, you have not mentioned a way out, which is not to copy from other Africans, but for us to vote for actual referendum that will lead to real independence, that will lead to the beginning of the cleanup and recovery and rediscovery and redemption and restoration of peace and development for our people. What's the solution? What's the way out? It is the referendum. LNC, Chidi Odinkalu, Lower Niger Congress, and NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, has got it figured out. Chidi, please check ninasvoice.org, www.ninasvoice.org. For more details on this, please.
When I grew up with, played in the neighborhood with drop dead from malnutrition. And that has never left me. And sitting down here and imagining people unable to get anything to subsist on because their own people are either killing them or telling them that the path to liberation lies in sitting home and doing nothing and hoping that other people are going to drop dead breaks my heart. And the idea that when you try to engage in sensible debate, people say you're a saboteur and therefore you've got to be castrated or beheaded and your decapitated head put up on the slab in the marketplace is something we've got to be able to pick up the courage to denounce.
IPOB should close doors. They should close business. They should shut down for good.
From the southeast. Where do you think things ought to go from here? What's the best way, based on your experience of all these conflicts and crises that are happening across the continent?
We need a different kind of political leadership. And we cannot, by the way, and I've got to say this on record, we cannot continue to have the Supreme Court of all people make the man who lost an election or came forth in an election for governorship, something as serious as that, put him first. This must be the last time it is done. Because at the end of the day, part of the crisis in the southeast is that a governor in Imo State lacks legitimacy.
Professor Chidi Odinkalu, absolutely delighted to have had you here. Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all things about self-determination, nation building, and liberty. With all the challenges and insecurity in our ancestral lands, the survival of our peoples and the political arrangements they decide on is our goal. We discuss solutions. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. So, tune in today. Lower Niger Radio is the voice of liberty for the ethnic nations of the South, South, and Southeast. We are here for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Isan, Efik, Ibibio, Igbo, Ishekiri, Ijo, Igede, Kalabari, Obolo, Ogoja, Ogoni, Okrika, Urubo, and all the others. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most or the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karen Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin Punitive Expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimals of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today had just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words, unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
For the same reason, the world has remained silent over development in Nigeria, waiting for more fire to be burning, more smoke to be going up in the air. Maybe three times what happened in Rwanda should also repeat in Nigeria, a country that has experienced over 3 million citizens of the country, the East, being decimated, being destroyed during the Civil War. Less than 50 years ago, 51 years ago. Now, the whole world, especially the Western countries, they are still keeping quiet, watching Nigeria to see how far the fire will burn. And they don't mind continuing doing business with Nigeria because of the oil and gas. They don't care about our people. They don't care. They wouldn't mind seeing some of our people die in their trying to cross the Mediterranean, going to Europe. People are still dying doing that. Nigerians are still being held in jails in Libya, being auctioned in Libya. Nigeria and other Africans are still in detention centers, getting sold at auctions in a country, Libya, that has fallen apart through miscalculated Western intervention. Tony Blair, former British Prime Minister, supplied the false information that led to the bombing of Iraq the second time by George Bush Jr. Tony Blair. Because of oil and gas, they don't mind seeing places go up in flames because of oil and gas. This is what is going on all over the world. Iraq is a broken country thanks to Western intervention. And when I think about this, I keep wondering, could these people actually support good thing and see it happen very well in countries? Their intervention, what does it really do for nations? Yemen has been there for many years. Congo is a forgotten war. Syria, Iraq, Afghanistan has been taken over by the Taliban. U.S. intervention, both in Iraq and Afghanistan, including Syria too, because they pulled out of Syria too. Somalia has been a failed state for over 30 years now. Sudan, they helped to carry out a referendum. They have been on edge ever since. That of Sudan is the most shameful one because Cuba helped to provide them personnel. They trained their people. Cuba taught South Sudan how to be patriotic citizens, the love of their place, the love of their country. But as soon as they got independence, they went into war because of leadership. What killed Nigeria? What helped to destroy Nigeria? The constitution is the number one, but leadership failed Nigeria from day one. And the other one had bad intentions in joining that union. They never were part of it. They had their evil intentions, which they are carrying out now, which is helping to tear Nigeria apart beyond repair, beyond recovery, because Nigeria must part ways. Anyway,
there's only one simple way to stop refugees. Yep. Stop creating them in the first place. Right now, in the news, there are a lot of stories about refugees risking their lives to cross the English Channel. The majority of them come from Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, or Libya, countries the UK has recently bombed. So maybe if we stopped bombing people's homes, they wouldn't need to leave those homes. A lot of our foreign policy simply does not make sense. Sometimes we are told that it is absolutely vital for us to overthrow a dictator to bring in democracy, whereas previously we were happy to arm them. Sometimes we even arm a dictator, only to bomb them just 4 months later.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases, not only do we support dictators, but we've put them there in the first place. In 1953, Britain and the United States orchestrated a coup to remove the democratically elected Iranian prime minister.
We had some involvement with overthrowing a democratically...
That's Obama speaking.
We did this because he was going to nationalize Iran's oil
Protect
assets,
his country's
something
assets.
he had every right
That's how
to
they
do.
killed Thomas Sankara.
Biggest foreigners to Britain to go without doing something about it.
But because this would have affected our oil revenues, we helped put in his place the Shah, a non-democratic monarch. The Shah went on to imprison, torture and execute his political opponents with the full support of the West.
How did the torture start? Not with an official order, but with individuals, were you saying?
Probably. In the inside, they would never come to me and say, well, sir, we have tortured this fellow to make him talk. No, that was not my business.
And when the blowback to our actions came, it was devastating.
That's what triggered the Iranian Revolution.
We never seem to learn from our mistakes.
And the same thing has repeated in Afghanistan.
Thinking that killing innocent
Islamists took over Iran that time. They have taken over Taliban, thanks to US involvement.
Dictators, thinking that this time
It doesn't make
it may be
sense.
different. But all we do is fuel conflict and terrorism and force people to flee their homes and become refugees.
This is where the teenager's body was found this morning, hours after he'd set sail with another boy in a small inflatable boat. When the boat capsized, only one of the boys was found alive.
If we really want to stop refugees, then we need to stop creating them.
The actions of the United States and the Western countries are fueling this quietness around the world. If the United States and the Western Europe and the Western countries wants to see stability in the world, they should insist on good governance in countries that they are doing business with. Because they are enabling Nigeria by still trading with Nigeria after it's been made so clear that Nigeria is engaging in extrajudicial killings, documented. That alone should bother the conscience of the world to say, no, enough of this nonsense. No, but they think that Nigeria is peaceful enough to be doing business with Nigeria. They believe that Nigeria is okay the way it is to be continuing doing business with Nigeria instead of placing sanctions, instead of demanding that International Criminal Court investigate Muhammadu Buhari in Nigeria along with other government functionaries, including Lai Mohammed. The world keeps quiet, waiting for more Nigerians to die. The people has been weakened over many decades already. Their weapons have been taken away from them. They are economically disempowered. They are stealing the money and giving them 5,000 naira. I mean, proposing to give them 5,000 naira, which is less than $10 a month, for maybe 1 month. They will not even give at all. But that money will be shared among government officials. The world doesn't care what is happening to Africa because it is Africa. And then the world never even finished jobs they went to do in Arab countries. That's why we have Yemen, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Syria, Somalia, and a whole lot of other places. Their intervention is highly, highly suspect.
Told you to die.
Here's a critic of an article that BVI Channel 1 carried not long ago. Options for Nigeria's future after unitarianism, a critic of the BVI 1 video. There is apparent unison that today's Nigeria has failed to meet its most basic responsibility to the citizenry. The unitary government in Abuja is unable to guarantee the security of lives and properties of Nigerian citizens due to a combination of reasons. Amidst this gross failure is blossoming a culture of corruption among the ruling class and those benefiting directly from the rotten, insecure system. People are dying needlessly in large numbers, and the sense of outrage is beginning to well up in the polity, even from unlikely sources. The political elite, as demonstrated in this video, are primarily concerned about the equitable sharing of existing national wealth and not necessarily on how to create a new and bigger one. This video puts forth a roadmap for getting Nigeria out of its current quandary by creating 6 regions, states, declaring a state of emergency and devolving security chores to the states, but still retaining a centralized military command under a president at the center, etc. Who is going to be the one to create the 6 states, regions, and what guidelines shall be used for this sensitive procedure? The imposition of a state of emergency by a President, Commander-in-Chief of a centrally controlled armed forces is obviously many times worse than what exists today. How shall the newly created states, regions assume the security responsibilities of their respective jurisdictions under the transitional president and that rules with emergency powers? The video never made any mention of the word constitution. How can anyone talk creditably about any democratic society without a mention of the Constitution that defines the polity and how it works? All democracies start with the Constitution. All democracies start with a constitution. The unitary Nigeria, which has woefully failed in the eyes of Nigerians, has a constitution, the fraudulent 1999 constitution. If the political elite core now opt to reject unitary Nigeria, they ought to start with a public repudiation of the imposed fraudulent 1999 constitution. Chief Anya's suggestion should have started with the immediate discarding of the 1999 Constitution, just like apartheid South Africa did before entering into negotiations that yielded a political solution and a workable future for all stakeholders. This approach is much saner than the imposition of a state of emergency by the minders of the status quo. This would be akin to pouring petrol on an already raging inferno. The same resolution that sets aside the failed 1999 Constitution should also allow the current office holders to remain on their seats throughout the time-limited transition period required to derive new protocols for the stakeholders. The Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, has, during the proclamation of its constitutional force majeure, CFM, on December 16, 2020, made 5 demands whose implementation shall take today's unitary Nigeria into the future that agrees with the aspirations of the Middle Belt and Southern stakeholders, Southern Alliance, the Alliance territory, the Southern Alliance. The well-thought-out roadmap in the CFM is more coherent, orderly, and practical than the impromptu and callous proposition of imposing a state of emergency as a plausible political solution. The Igbo elite core seems to be in denial of the fundamental changes required to eliminate all the vestiges of unitarism that has been forced down the throats of the Middle Belt and Southern Nigeria by the ruling actions of the Sokoto Caliphate. Chief Anya and his cohorts should begin now to take a closer look at the NINAS roadmap in order to stop sounding hollow and reckless as implied by the half-baked proposals posited in this video. This reaction is from the LNC US, Dr. Okenwanwosu. Now here is the video in question, the comment by Anya.
Wonderful people, viewers and subscribers, welcome back on this platform, BVI Channel 1, where truth is the gospel we preach. I came across an interview, quite an old interview. It was done in May. But an extract of that interview really struck me. Oh, yes. And it reflects everything we have been preaching on this platform. In case you know, believe them, as I tell them, and as I talk them, and as I bring them to you for this platform, I believe when you listen to him, you are going to be convinced. This is the nucleus of the Nigeria problem. Watch.
With due respect to anybody who wants to contradict me, Nigeria of 1982 was better than Nigeria of 2021 today. Go and do any research. Nigerian Airways will have almost 18 flights. Nigerian shipping line will have about 3 ships. I will have Jakarta or something. This president, 99 came, he started selling all these things. Today, all the good things that were done by the Kashagari and the military, all to no avail. All right. The least remaining thing, they will start selling the third mainland bridge. Yeah, these people have failed us. For 21, 22, 23 years, they have failed us. So they don't have any mouth to talk again. A solution must be found out. There is problem. Divide Nigeria into 6 states. Create a state of emergency. Allow Mr. President to stay and remain as the head of the army when every other duty to return the country to a new civilian form of government is ready to be done. Let me assure you, there's nothing DSS can do here more than looking at people who are criticizing government. People who don't want governors to stay again. People who don't want ministers to stay. These are the people they are looking forward to. Or they are looking for these young rascals. They call them rascals. But they are used to rascals to many of us. Looking for them because they're bullying down the government. But the government has not performed. So they cannot talk. They should be ashamed. Let the people talk now. Create a state of emergency. Tell SSS to go and sit aside. Create a state of emergency. Each state will have its police. Each state will have its control of resources. Because this National Assembly will never change this constitution. They are benefiting from it. We all see officials doing birthday for their mothers, going to Dubai to do 88th birthday for their mothers, doing birthday for their girlfriends. This is a rotten society. We must stop it. We must stop this rotten society. And I pray to God, your eyes will be open too. And may God in His infinite mercy open every Nigerian eye to take a dramatic, a surgical approach.
He said it all. Everything, pata. That is what we have been saying on this platform. The irreducible minimum that will deliver Nigeria from complete collapse. And when it collapses, it will collapse on top of everybody's head. Without exception. Good. Is to return Nigeria back to regional government. You heard him say that they call these 6 states, we call it 6 regions. That is the irreducible minimum. Let everybody go home and man their business. Unitary system of government is the worst thing that has happened to Nigeria. Unitary democracy or unitary federalism, oh God, that's a bullshit. I'm not sorry to use that word though. That's why Nigeria is in a mess. Oh yes. second thing Nigeria should do is return Nigeria back to confederation, regional government. Let the regions have their constitution, man their security, their internal security, man their justice system, man their electoral system, man their economy, harness their potential, and I tell you, boom, all Nigerians will start having a sense of living.
We can achieve this through a binding regional referendums. That's what NINAS is all about. I like to secure the life of our people and begin the process of cleanup. We need to first of all go through referendum. That's a very good political step to take. That's a very good process to go through. When we go through referendum, then the healing process starts from there. We cannot go with emergency. Who is going to declare the emergency? Person that has such powers to do it? Or we go through referendum vote and they take a few months to educate our people, to get our people ready for the vote. And they will go through that. Once we go through that, every other thing will follow. So referendum is the best. It's a very peaceful democratic process and not a Marshall Plan or emergency laws, emergency declaration. And then the president appoints people to go to different zones to administer them. No. Let the status quo continue as it is, and then let's go through referendum vote. Let our people decide from Middle Belt, from Oduduwa and from Lower Niger Territory. Let all the indigenous nationalities at home and in diaspora vote on a binding UN-supervised referendum. And for more on this, check out www.ninasvoice.org. ninasvoice.org. Thanks. About 7 years ago, I arrived Nigeria from London, and a few hours later, I took off to go visit a family friend who is now late at Ibesa. And that was like within 3 hours after I got into Nigeria. And within 5 minutes after we left the house, some members of the Nigerian police who were blocking the road stopped the vehicle in which I was traveling to Ibesa in Ogun State. And from there, they began to ask for all sorts of documents, which my nephew who was driving provided them. And then they looked at the vehicle, a Toyota 4Runner. They looked at it and said, "Where is the permit for the tint at the back windows?" And I told them that the vehicle, I brought it in, that's the way it was. Nobody tampered with it. It is factory fitted. That's the way it was made to be. And while I was telling this guy this, he said that the papers for the tint must be provided. This was like 7-8 years ago. And from there, this matter escalated so much that they took me into their detention. That would be one of the worst detention I ever stepped into all my life. In Nigeria, in Lagos, within 2 to 3 hours of arriving the country. And they detained me for 3 days along with about 8 or 9 or 12, even maybe more, a dozen number of men who were being held under crazy reasons. Like, Nigerian police is a threat to people in Nigeria. And this is part of the thing that fires me up about seeking a way out of Nigeria, like getting Nigeria sorted out so that the people can live a life without fear of persecution or abuse and the insult and extortion from state officials. Nigerian police detained me for 3 days and charged me to court. And the interesting thing is that the person who did this to me, the DPO that supervised all this punishing experience on me, is an Igbo man from Abia or Ebonyi State, an Igbo man. Others were begging him. In fact, a police officer from Kano was asking him, why can't you treat your brother very well? And so, you want to know if Nigerian police is the #1 thieves in Nigeria. In fact, they escort high thieves. They escort politicians who are supposed to be shot, who are supposed to be tried and shot, sentenced to death. Or like 99.9% of Nigerian politicians, if they go to China and become Chinese citizens and continue doing what they're doing, China will shoot them. They will die. In November 2021, I'm saying this. The last week of November, if any of the Nigerian police were to relocate, Nigerian police or politicians of all stripes, from local government, to state and to federal, 99.9 of them, including the president, if they show up in China and become Chinese citizen or resident and do what they are doing with Nigeria's resources, or Nigeria's citizens, the way they opened up the border to bring in terrorists to take over the country and commit ethnic cleansing all over the place, especially in the middle belt. If Nigerian politicians are to go to China, even though China is said to be that communist country, they do this, they do that. China does not even compare to Nigeria in any negative way. Nigeria is completely alone. Those ruling Nigeria are enemies #1 of Nigeria. Those ruling Nigeria are presiding over a criminal document that was handed down by military. The 1999 Constitution was the culmination of the plan of Ottoman Danfodio, Ahmadu Bello, Muhammadu Buhari. This is the ultimate. And it was designed by, including Muhammadu Buhari. He has finger in all these things. Every single one of the military leadership that emerged in Nigeria from 1966 July 15, they have always plotted how to take over the country for their great-grandfather's estate. And the British knew what they did when they handed over the reins of Nigeria into these people's hands. And so, the focus here is the Nigerian police. Here is what an actor, I don't even know him, but his name is Baj Adebule. He said, why I fear Nigeria police. Baj Adebule took to social media during the week to state that the day before, when he finished from a movie set late at night, he was concerned about finding a route home where he would not encounter policemen. According to him, that made him realize that many Nigerians were more afraid of the police than criminals. If you remove the Nigerian police from the roads today, there will be a reduction of 75 to 85% armed robbery and other violent crimes, including murder. The Nigerian police. They are also into extortion. They steal from people, they rob people, they rape people, like they do a lot of criminal activity, because those at the top are equally engaged in robbery against the citizens. I mean, how can police that is taking care of Lagos State be commanded from Abuja? Even Lagos State as a state supposed to have different police units from different local government or whatever, council. They're supposed to have their own police. Canadian provinces doesn't have police of their own, at least. Some provinces does not have police, state police, but they have local police. City have police under them because they are answerable to the people. The people elect their officials. Their officials take care of the people and the city, they develop the city. So they hire people, they hire police. But when you have a police that is headquartered in Abuja looking after Akwa Ibom State, Delta State, Anambra State, Kogi State, Ondo State, Benue, I mean, look at the killings in Benue. It requires a local police to look after local communities. Police that is under the salary of the city, not the state, not the federal. If the federal still want to help, they have to deal with the city representatives, the people representing the people in that area. Nigeria must go down for new beginning to take place. In an interview with Sunday Scoop, he maintained that he does not feel safe around policemen even without being guilty of any crime, he said. I fear the police because I do not feel safe around them due to the multiple cases of kidnapping, robbery, extortion, exploitation, and intimidation of citizens for which they are notorious. I must add that Nigerian police is the #1 instrument of state that is carrying out extrajudicial killings, including mass graves, and the Nigerian military as well. I have been harassed by the police, and most recent one was about a month ago. My girlfriend and I were on our way to an event when some police officers stopped our car at the CMS area of Lagos at about 9 p.m., asking to know where we were headed. After telling them our destination, they asked us to get out of the car. While I asked why we had to do that, my girlfriend started recording the incident on her mobile phone because she felt unsafe. On discovering that she has been recording, the policeman threatened us and claimed that we were challenging them. He snatched her phone from her while asking to search my car boot. He later returned my girlfriend's phone to me and ordered me to delete the video. I had to do that to de-escalate the situation before letting us go. He told me to put my woman in order. Unfortunately, I do not think there is anything citizens can do to stop police brutality. I believe police officers are the way they do because they are aware that there are no consequences for their actions. There is no one to hold them accountable, as they often have the support of their superiors. As far as I'm concerned, the noise about reforming the police is nothing but a smokescreen. A true reform must start from the top echelons of the Nigerian police. Well, no. Reform will not fix Nigeria. What will fix Nigeria is a binding multi-regional referendum. Every single region in Nigeria, the region we used to have or the zones we have now, there is the one that is called Middle Belt. That is the central Nigeria. It extends all the way to from southern Kaduna, coming down to Benue State. That's the central Nigeria. That's Middle Belt. And then there is the lower Niger territory, which covers the present-day south, south, and southeast. And there is also the Oduduwa, which is the southwestern states. These areas are demanding a binding multi-regional referendum, and they are called the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. When we go through referendum, not just the Nigerian police will be figured out, will be taken care of. A lot of other things will. The justice system will. Electricity, the means of generating electricity on a steady basis will happen. The roads will be fixed. Your life will have value. You will have insurance for your vehicle. Those are little, even those are small. Your citizenship will acquire value. Your life will not be taken by agents of state recklessly, without consequences, like they've been doing. We will not have terrorist groups among us, because everyone will get the right to their citizenship, and they will have hope. So there will be no need for terrorist activities. Earlier today, I saw some Igbo youths handling severed human heads like they are coconut in their hands. Not just one, but I saw two at least on the video. It's too graphic to share. It's very, very unfortunate that we will become like our enemies, the terrorists, the Boko Harams, the Fulani herdsmen, in order to redeem ourselves. No, there is a better option. There is a better solution. There is a better way out. There is a better way out. We can get out of Nigeria by not doing that. We don't have to be worse than our enemies in order to defeat them. Join the movement. It's not a fluke. It's not a joke. It's not money chasing venture. Join the movement and experience change, like real change that will impact you, your generations, and many generations to come. Now, moving forward.
Don't dodge the dive.
Anyway, as our topic goes, the imposed illegitimate 1999 constitution, an instrument of oppression and genocide. We know that this is a constitution, military decree, right? Can never get us anywhere. That has been, it's an open statement that we've been making for so many years now. And a lot of people are calling it in different dimensions. You know, we heard this pastor say, oh yeah, it's the constitution, but we want to restructure Nigeria and fix one Nigeria. They're all over the place because they have never started to understand what the issues are. And when you engage them and spend all the time to talk to them, because they are not honest, because they are very dishonest, they will never capture the whole information. So they will take the piece that will allow them to deliver their message and sort of mess it up, you know, saying it, and then they will destroy the message. But as daughters of the truth, or daughters of truth, we're here always to relay the message and be consistent with the message so that you're not confused. This is the only platform where you will get the same message over and over again. If you're hearing it from all the random places, they will confuse you as what we're trying to do. So we, the people, stand together in Minas to reassert our self-determination right as the authentic heir to all our ancestral land. On 28th of February 2017, a delegate of Igbo political class, who we also know as Judas Goat, went to Kuje prison to visit a certain warmonger. Their various Igbo Southeast agitation group formally embraced the Lower Niger Congress referendum template. They all agreed to advance a cohesive Lower Niger independence movement, driving one compact referendum campaign. Well. Little did they know that these politicians had something else in mind. Their action was in anticipation of the Anambra State election of 2027. And please, today, we want you guys to pay attention. Sister P is going to narrate a story so that, because all these things are happening in isolation, sometimes we're not able to sort of put it together and see the games these people are playing. So it's good to sort of listen, because when she paints the bigger picture, you will be like, whoa, you know, you will see exactly how this thing goes around. So by September of 2017, the Nigerian Army launched Operation Python Dance in the Southeast to ensure that the Anambra State election holds. Whether the people voted or not, that does not concern them. The most important thing to them is that a winner must emerge. In the midst of this, they killed hundreds of our youths. A few days ago, as we are talking about what happened in 2017, still fresh in those that lost their loved ones, the Nigerian Army launched Operation Golden Dawn in Southeast yet again, another tool by the ruling party APC to ensure that Anambra State election holds. Wow. The old African proverb says, when elephant fights, it is the grass that will suffer. How many of our innocent citizens will die this time around? Obiabo, Obiano, Umahi, how many of them? Already death toll is rising. Oppression and molestation has begun. Even our once quiet Nollywood community has received a memo as well. You guys saw that this week. Our youth are overly agitated. So much apprehension and uncertainty. You can see that this is the same game, merry-go-round. We keep saying they're putting us in merry-go-round with no escape route. And I promise you, if you stay in merry-go-round long enough, you will be drowsy. Nothing, nobody will be saying anything that makes sense to you because you're trying to get hold of yourself and you can't. We've heard this nonsense over and over again. Abraham Lincoln said, you can fool some of the people all the time and all of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. We know better. Like I said, pay close attention as we narrate to you what these people have been doing to us. They are not relenting. They have made us so hungry, we don't know our left from right. On top of that, a hungry man, you're playing politics on top of hungry man. And then sometimes you tell them to shit at home or sit at home or whatever, you're telling them no food. Adding more to their issues, adding more to the problems at hand. So you can imagine, it rests upon us in diaspora that is not under the guns of this apprehension and agitation and killing to do this for our people. What role are you playing? Have you done what you're supposed to do? As we're speaking right now, some people are planning all manner of events, and nobody is trying to go to the underlying problem of what's going on at home. Sometimes they'll even put on their church clothes and kneel down and start abracadabra on the air just to confuse our people more, holding our people down in their churches, in their various locations or whatever they are doing just to deceive our people from what's going on after they have kept them hungry.
Yes, this is Lower Niger Radio, and I remain your humble presenter, Donado Baido. So like I said, you've listened to the Daughters of Truth. They're speaking on behalf of Nigeria Indigenous Nationality Alliance for Self-Determination, which is the answer. You be woman, you dey out there. You be mother, you be daughter. You come from Nigeria, or maybe you dey live for the Obodo Yibo, what we call the diaspora. This is our fight. Let's come together. Make we contribute efforts together. See am as price where you want pay to keep your home, to keep your marriage, and to keep your family. Why I talk say keep your home and your family? Because it dey too bad say we dey live. The people wey suppose dey live with us don't pass away. Because why? Not be say they die natural death. Because we get bad government. When they kill our people day in, day out. So we will not be standing and watching these people breaking our home, our marriage, and our family. And yet we say we no go do anything about them. You can hear the Daughters of Truth. They've came out, they've spoken, and all they have said, because they live outside the country, they know these things. They know that your self-determination matters a lot in everywhere you are living in the world. So I want you all to understand that NINAS is an umbrella that is giving everyone the opportunity to come out to express their self-determination. We have to take back our sovereign. The Daughters of Truth are prominent women that are living Obodo Yibo. Now they've come to they want to bring all the women together. Let's fight this fight together. We cannot win this fight alone, but we need the women, we need the children, we need everyone to join this fight so that we can bring down the 1999 fraudulent constitution. Listen to this Judas goat. Whoever that is following Judas goat should be careful of all these Judas goat. They will come in disguise and lead you into where this barbaric government are going to kill you. Listen to this Judas goat clip that I have for you.
I can present a flag now. I present a flag. Accepting the flag. Then Governor, the national leader of our great party, the Koko Kunine, Aibasa, flag. Before I present the flag to you, I want you to show me your certificate. Their certificate. Solution. About all the things he's going to do for Anambra State. Honor here. He has a covenant with the people of Anambra State. This is the covenant book. Only Apuga candidate could have done this. No other candidate could have done it. So we have accepted your manifesto. Take it. Hold it for me. Thank you. That one. By the powers bestowed on me as the national chairman of the greatest party in Africa, I hereby present to Professor Charles Chukwuma Soludo Odengiji Dikudo the Sofia Professor of Economics to fly our flag on November 6th in the Anambra State governorship election. Here you are. Wakamuda Saludo. Wakamuda Saludo.
Our pants on. Yes, everybody. It's that time we put our pants on and get this going. You know, we need to get this going. They have been doing this for a while. It's a strategy they've been using. And they repeat this strategy all the time. Our people see this strategy all the time and you still follow suit. That is what amazes me. How in the world would you follow what these people have been using all the time? When it was an Anambra election in 2017, they came with their python dancing. And in collaboration with the Perimao, for some of you that don't understand, it was in collaboration with Nnamdi Kanu. You all will not get this, but that is the truth. Now they are coming back to Anambra State and the killing have started. Yesterday, they killed a brother and a sister. They were returning from the morgue. They went to drop their, I think, an uncle or a brother that died at the morgue. As they were returning, these army officers shot a brother and a sister.
Nigeria is not.
What do you shot the two of them? These people went to deposit a body at the morgue of their brother, and you have shot an entire family is gone. How do you explain that? The army people are not even indigenous to that. And as we're saying, if this 1999 constitution doesn't come down, there is no amount of grammar we would speak that will get us out of this problem. There's no amount of grammar. And if you're anticipating war, it is to your own detriment because they have everything. They have all the arsenal to decimate us. So everybody get on board. It's not going to cost you anything to get on board. Don't get mesmerized with some stories out there. Get on board with what would work. And it's that time we all did that. Please, Sister Mona, is the video ready?
Yes. Some stakeholders have canvassed for fiscal federalism or return to the 1963 Republican Constitution, while others have argued that we either restructure, discuss our coexistence through a referendum, or go our separate ways. And like my brother and friend Barrister Tio once asked, are we really afraid of going our separate ways? That will guarantee justice, fairness, equity, peace, and security. I leave you to be the judge of that, though. Why countries like Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, and USSR have all separated to foster equality, justice, security, and ethnic nationalism? We are here preaching unity in Nigeria, yet we have no solution to the genocide in South Kaduna. The illegal but officially condoned arms in the hands of killer headsmen, kidnappers, bandits roaming the country, the technically defeated Boko Haram, the amnesty militant, or the kidnappers. How about the corruption, nepotism, ineptitude, and birthday selfishness and planlessness on the part of the political class, president, governor, lawmakers, and their lives. Make we sit down there and deceive ourselves. Czechoslovakia, which had a population of 16 million people, less than the Lagos population, separated into Czech and Slovakia on the 1st of January 1993. Yugoslavia in 1991 was 23.2 million, barely more than Lagos population. It broke into 6 countries same year, all along ethnic lines, namely Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia, Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Slovenia. In Europe, the UK permitted regional autonomy to the Irish.
The double standard of Britain is actually more noticeable in North America than any other place. You go to native reserves here in Canada, you think that you are in a different part of the world and not part of Canada. You wonder why things are the way they are when it could be much, much, much better and greater for everybody. The Great Canada has 2 countries within it. There is one that is populated by the native people, the Aboriginal, the indigenous people of Canada. In fact, they are more divided than we Africans are. The natives are so divided that small units call themselves nations. And at the end of the day, the government goes and negotiates with each of them. They are not coming as one people, one united Aboriginal people of North America. They come as Ojibwe, all kinds of names, Siksika Nation. There are lots of them. So they just get little by little. They are not going as a nation, like from Newfoundland stretching all the way to British Columbia and across the United States, from east to west, north to south. There are natives there, but they are only relating with them from those pockets. And it's so easy for them to do that. Now in Africa, they are supporting what is going on because it serves their purpose. So that's why they think that Nigeria is stable. That's why Nigeria is manageable. That's why the world is not responding to the government of Nigeria that is actively supporting terrorism, funding terror, taking over lands and communities, killing off people and replacing communities by the Fulani, backed by the government. Now, the world states know it. They have embassies in Nigeria. I challenge the United States, Canada, Britain, UK, Australia, New Zealand, China, other countries in Africa to deny the fact that the government of Nigeria gave Fulani herdsmen terrorists through their owners, Mieti Allah, over $100 million in the last 2 years. They also dedicated a radio station that is only going to be spoken, the language to be spoken there will be Fulfulde, the language of the Fulani, the wandering group that is invading Nigeria under the watch of Major General Muhammadu Buhari to kill people off and take over communities. They've done it in places like Borno, Bama, areas in Borno that were Christians has been replaced, and they are now in IDP camps or they've been bombed by Nigerian military from the A. So there is a permanent community replacement genocide going on in Nigeria. The world knows it and the world is silent because that is enough normal for them to continue to do business with Nigeria. Those same people that are dividing the natives in North America, they are still the same people that are keeping us the way we are in Nigeria. They have vested interest in Nigeria over the oil and gas and other resources, like in places like Congo. Congo's war has been a silent war. Nobody talks about it anymore. Once in a while, they will flash it, and that's it. Nobody goes there. It's a forgotten war. Meanwhile, they are collecting all the natural resources in that country. Why setting them on fire? Why not deal with Africa fairly by insisting on what is being done in North America, by maintaining normal society, a society that is everyday functioning? Why not maintain the same thing there? And why not set the native people free by making them know that they are as Canadians come and that this place is their land, and help them to heal and recover and take away certain things from the system? Across Canada, the number one people that are panhandling are the natives, because they've been reduced to be like that. We're not calling for the destruction of Britain. We're not calling for the destruction of any family of the white race. But we're calling for fair deal for Africa. Nigeria is going up in flames and the whole world is just quietly going about their normal businesses. Mind you, we're all over the world. And this is happening to our homeland. Our homeland. And the world is keeping quiet. Somebody like the Prime Minister of Canada never even offers a word about it. Maybe he will just say something. They will just make a press release. That's all. We've said something about it. They continue to kowtow with Britain in making sure that Africa is not even mentioned. Meanwhile, they have people in Canada. I mean, just yesterday, the Prime Minister had to make a quick decision that people from South Africa and 7 other nations will not be entering Canada because of the new COVID variant, Omicron or something like that. Now, they care about their people here. Very well, 100% accepted. But why not also add your voice, not your resources, your voice to development in Africa, especially in Nigeria? Because whatever happens in Nigeria will have a far-reaching consequences upon the rest of the world. Believe it or not, the underwear bomber that was coming to bomb North America is from Nigeria. And his father is among the Fulani. Yes, those are the people that are born in Nigeria. Those are the people housing ISIS, ISWAP, Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen terrorists, all kinds of terrorist groups, including those ones that are not yet identified. They are popularly called bandits. They are fighting over the resources. They are killing communities and taking over lands so that they can take over the resources in the land, so that they can populate it by their own people. Like a lot of genocide is going on, and Nigerian government has proven absolutely incapable. The military is incapable. The police is, in fact, they are busy killing the citizens like the end SARS. The world knows all this, and they keep quiet, and they are doing business, and they are lifting oil, 3 million barrels a day, including China. The future of the world is going to be insecure and made insecure because of the way Africa is being handled. Somalia broke as a country. Basically, it ceased to be a country more than probably close to 30 years now. Nobody cares. That failed state still stands there as a failed state. Nobody cares. The world moves on as usual. They go to clear sea lane. If the pirates take over sea lane, they go and chase them away and take over the area. Yeah, they think it's okay. Life goes on. They are in charge. They are using their military power to control everything. They don't care about the people. They are using their agents to call the shots. Nigeria is actually considered peaceful enough for the West to do business with, while Nigerians are dying and being shot, and the president is sitting at Abuja doing nothing. And Nigeria is good enough to do business, so the U.S. Secretary of State, Blinken, had to remove Nigeria from the country of special concern, country of particular concern, in the areas of killing Christians. Yes, I agree that North America cannot be called a Christian country anyway. No country in Europe comes even close. Not even what is it called? Where Pope resides. In Rome, within Rome, the small nation there. They cannot even be called Christian country because there is no Christian country. As we have Islamic states and like Iran, Saudi Arabia, all those places, hypocrites bearing Islamic states. Why we have them? We don't have Christian countries. You have a few who use the Bible to, like US says, in God's own country. But within that God's own country, you have a lot of racism going on. You have a lot of indifferences going on. You have a lot who doesn't want their neighbors to be this color or that color. It is still ongoing. I have seen it. I have gone there many times. So, where is the God in it? Even after the end of apartheid in South Africa, this is still going on within the United States. Well, the reason US is still in existence is because of the rule of law, because the country is built on a system that functions. But Nigeria is not going to continue to be in existence because, first of all, the Constitution is a criminal document. And for being a criminal document, it has no future to guarantee Nigeria. Even Pakistan will be more stable than Nigeria because within the Pakistani system, there are people who want Pakistan to exist as a country without discrimination. But in Nigeria, the whole people running Nigeria, their focus is individualized. They are holding on to their tribes. And because they are holding on to their tribes and their fake religion, they forgot how to unite the country. And that has also been part of the military and the police. They are all tribally based and religiously bigoted minds. That brought about the death of Nigeria with the Constitution, which is a fraud. The Constitution that people didn't vote for. Something that worked for Canada was not done in Nigeria. That is regional commitment. The regions decided in Canada at different times to join Canada. Canada started as 4 provinces coming together to form the Union of Canada before they expanded to 9 and then 3 territories now. So they joined at different times. Newfoundland and Labrador joined Canada Union 1948. So they were an independent territory until 1948 when they decided to join the Union of Canada and become part of Canada. Otherwise, they were part of the British territories. So why couldn't such a thing survive in Nigeria? The military coup, Gowon's decree, changed all this to enable the caliphate to take over Nigeria. That was the beginning of the end for Nigeria, right there.
It's a bit rich to oppress, enslave, kill, torture, maim people for 200 years and then celebrate the fact that they're democratic at the end of it. We were denied democracy, sir. We had to snatch it, seize it from you. With the greatest reluctance, it was conceded in India's case after 150 years of British rule, and that too with limited franchise. Yes, indeed, ma'am.
The opposition spoke quite highly of Greek and Athenian democracy on which the West should pride itself, and spoke of liberty and equality in that same name. The Athenian democracy was only functioning because of the slave society on which it was built. That's the nature of colonisation.
All right, I don't think that needs contradiction, not from me at any rate. But if I may just point out, I think the argument made by a couple of the speakers, the first speaker, Mr. Lee in particular, conceded all the evil atrocities of colonialism, but essentially suggested that reparations won't really help, they won't help the right people, they'll be used as a propaganda tool, they'll embolden people like Mr. Mugabe. It's always nice how in the old days, I'm sorry to say that the people of the Caribbean used to frighten their children into behaving and sleeping by saying Sir Francis Drake would come after them. That was a legacy of that. Now it's Mugabe will be there. So this is the new sort of Sir Francis Drake of our times. The fact is very simply, sir, that we are not talking about reparations as a tool to empower anybody. They're a tool for you to atone. for the wrongs that have been done. And I am quite prepared to accept the proposition that you can't evaluate, put a monetary sum on the kinds of horrors people have suffered. Certainly no amount of money can expiate the loss of a loved one, as somebody pointed out there. You're not going to be able to figure out an exact amount, but the principle is what matters. The fact is that to speak blithely of sacrifices on both sides, as an analogy was used here, a burglar comes into your house, ransacks the place, stubs his toe, and you say, well, there was a sacrifice on both sides. That, I'm sorry to say, is not an acceptable argument. The truth is that we are not arguing specifically that vast sums of money need to be paid. The proposition before this House is the principle of owing reparations, not the fine points of how much is owed, to whom it should be paid. The question is there a debt? Does Britain owe reparations? As far as I'm concerned, the ability to acknowledge a wrong that has been done, to simply say sorry, will go a far, far, far longer way than some percentage of GDP in the form of aid. What is required, it seems to me, is accepting the principle that reparations are owed. Personally, I'd be quite happy if it was £1 a year for the next 200 years after the last 200 years of Britain and India. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I must add exactly the same thing for Africa. Britain doesn't just owe us reparation, but Britain needs to insist on getting Nigeria, for example, fixed right. Britain needs to get involved in getting Nigeria fixed right, because they messed up Nigeria so much and they allowed Nigeria to drift as far as it has gone. If the intention was to set the colonies or territories free to become independent, then Britain must have done exactly what they did in Canada. To have abandoned Nigeria to the caliphate, like to the remnants of Ottoman Danfodio, to have handed Nigeria over to them while isolating people from the east and west, like Obafemi Awolowo and late Owelo of Onitsha and Nnamdi Azikiwe, the Zik of Africa. To have isolated them, tried to blackmail them as to block normalcy in the country, to let the country develop right like North America. Britain, that is fraud against Africa. That needs to be corrected. It is not reparation. We haven't asked for financial resettlement at this point. No, we're asking for getting it right. Nigeria is going to have a very major crack if things are allowed to continue as it is going. And it's going to happen from within. This is being allowed because the world thinks that the black people have no common sense. They don't know what they want. They will take whatever. You shoot them at Lekki Tool Plaza. Everybody goes quiet. Everything goes to normal. Life goes normal. Lai Mohammed will say whatever and gets away with it. His party is in government. Muhammadu Buhari, the Islamic terrorist, is the president. The Sapantami, a non-terrorist sympathizer, is in government as a communication minister. Sheikh Ahmed Gumi is still going about building centers for known murderers, the bandits, the terrorists, the Fulani terrorists. That's their indirect way of trying to control them. They think the mission is accomplished, so let's rehabilitate them. Just like they've been repenting Boko Haram terrorists. Now, the future of this country going this way is not assured. Referendum, which save Nigeria a lot of bloodshed and a lot of destruction. It's just a matter of time. The time now is for Nigeria and the rest of the world to react to Nigeria and do something urgently. Conduct multi-regional referendums in Middle Belt. Middle Belt has become killing field. The new killing field of the world as of November 2021. Middle Belt of Nigeria, Central Nigeria, is the ongoing killing field, which is also going into places like Southwest, where Sunday Igboho got arrested for chasing the Fulani, the murderers, the killers. with the current government's backing. They are killing across Nigeria. They are killing in the east. That's why the east is burning. That's what led to illegal setting up of ESN. Now, there is no peace wherever. If Nigeria is to continue like this, fire is going to burn down the country. And that will be the fire allowed to burn because of Nigeria's inept leaders, compromised leaders, and the rest of the world. Nigeria will become the home of terrorists. ISIS will be fully in charge after subduing the people and taking over the country. If there is any Christian left in North America, now is the time to rise up. Here's exactly what it means to turn all Nigerians into Almajiri. I mean, the urchins the Northerners use to kill non-Ariwa when they please. Some of them may get killed in the process. They don't care. They are dispensables. They don't wish any part of Nigeria any good. The government goes all over the world to borrow money and collect aids from countries they supply crude oil and gas to. Then they go public to announce something like poverty alleviation. That's what sustains them in office. Poverty alleviation is what sustains Almajirism. That's what keeps beggars on the street. Because the government have no program whatsoever. They think they can give them a few naira, 5,000 naira, which will not sustain any normal person in 2 days in Nigeria. They give it out like it's a big deal to keep their slaves at bay, to keep them calm. That way the people will not rise up against them. That way people will not go out on the street to protest. In fact, especially in the north, people don't protest. Rather, they protest to keep it that way because they prefer to have one Alhaji who is able to have so rich that he can provide them daily bread. So they will gather at his house and feel okay that way. I mean, how do you even want to have such a country in your life to be your own country? Where one person, everybody gathers around his house, they eat and they go home, they take their plates and go begging, whatever. Then in the evening they come back, he will give them food. That's how they subdued their people, and they want to do the same thing all over the country. That's why they want to give out 5,000 naira to 40 million. Again, that money will not get to the people, but they will put out the message. They will publish it that they have done it. Just like they fed the school children when school was closed last year over the COVID. I mean, criminals. These are the people running Nigeria. So, until that Almajiri and those sentenced to poverty and penury, lack of education, to get free and right to life rise up and say, change now or nothing else. And no more 5,000 naira as handout. Nothing will change. Nothing will change. We do not belong together in Nigeria. My message is to that young man or woman who got denied everything by your own country growing up. There is hope for you. There is hope. You can see change happen in your time. Those holding you down are living like kings and queens in the most despicable ways, and don't just look down on you, but sees you as too weak to do nothing. You can't respond in any effective way. If you try, they will shoot you down with the police or the military, and they will pick up your body and go and bury it in the mass grave. They did it to the Shiites in Southern Kaduna several times. They did it to the IPOB many times. Many were dumped in the bush or their body incinerated, burnt up. I mean, they even did it to the NSAS. They later came back with their water truck to wash them away. Even when fire is burning somewhere, they don't have water, but they had water to wash away the blood of citizens. Anyway. Now you can do something without making a lot of noise or decapitating fellow poor sufferers from among the Sahelian terrorists. Earlier, in the last 48 hours, I have seen heads, severed heads, being put near fire to burn by our own youths, Igbo speaking with Imo State dialect, speaking Igbo young people, burning the heads of people they cut off. Is this the combination of brainwashed folks taking the Mkporo that is doing this? They don't feel anything anymore, holding the head of fellow human. This is not the Igbo people I honor and promote and cherish as being from the tribe. No. This has got to stop. We can't do this in the name of any liberation effort. We can't do this in the name of release anybody. This is evil, like pure evil. We cannot continue this way. Anyway, you can join the movement for No Nigeria. It sure holds the key to getting all the foolishness and madness that Nigeria represents sorted out for the long term. Join the movement. It may not make sense to you now. Money is not being shared in the movement. There is no brainwashing in the movement. It is laying it out the right way and in the right quarters. Join this movement and help get our people freed. I mean, people of Middle Belt who are getting slaughtered silently. It's becoming ongoing without making the news because the Nigerian government frowns at Nigeria-based media reporting on these things. They frown at the media that reports news as it is in Nigeria. So, everything, the number one opposition the Nigerian government has today remains the social media because opposition party doesn't even exist. And even at that, there is no hope in the electoral process to save Nigeria. And so Nigeria has to go through a process that will be supervised by the international community, and that's the UN and the United States. A binding multi-regional referendum. This will save Nigerians from being beggars, from being given handout, 5,000 naira to keep them calm. Like, I'm sure Alamajiri that is moving, that is healthy and able to cover a lot of distance will make over that in a month or in a week in Nigeria. So the Nigerian government is a very destructive influence upon the lives of Nigerians, and their end is better than continuing in the office. So join the movement. It's www.ninasvoice.org. Thank you.
5,000, they will use it to buy petrol. They will use it to buy food. But what caught my mind was yesterday's comment by the Minister of Finance of Nigeria, who said she's going to come up with a plan to give 5,000 naira to 40 million Nigerians in place of petroleum subsidy. Now you ask yourself, who is advising this administration? Now, if you say you are going to give 40 million people 5,000 monthly, that means you'll be giving 2.4 trillion naira every year. And that's sufficient to continue with their petroleum subsidy, even in the situation of under petroleum, under recovery. And it's not only 40 million people that need the petroleum subsidy. Who are these 40 million? The people that need petroleum subsidy, they are far more than 40 million. You have to pay 100 million Nigerians, 130 million Nigerians, 5,000 every month. And this is a gateway for a new set of corruption. Because even if you give people 5,000 naira every month, the monster you are grooming in form of inflation will come and swallow the 5,000 naira you are giving them every month. Who tell you that if you give people 5,000, they will use it to buy petrol? They will use it to buy food. Like you made it very expensive. This is a very bad policy. There is huge inconsistency. You cannot remove petroleum subsidy without fulfilling certain conditions. You have to have a working refinery before you can start thinking of removing subsidy. How many times this administration told us that they have removed petroleum subsidy? They increased petrol price. How many times? When they came, petrol price per liter was 87 naira per liter. Now how much do we buy? 163. And they are still thinking of removing petroleum subsidy again. And now the NNPC boss is saying that we're going to buy petrol at 300 plus or 200 plus. naira per liter. This inconsistency is too much. You cannot feed Nigerians. What Nigerians need is give them the environment for them to thrive. You cannot afford to feed Nigerians like mommy and children. Government is not like mommy that will be feeding Nigerians like babies. When you cannot secure the country, when you cannot ensure the safety of travelers traveling from Kaduna to Abuja, what sort of business environment are you providing for the Nigerians? You are asking them to sit at home, you give them 5,000 naira to feed them. How many more 5,000 naira do you need every month to feed Nigerians? Nigerians don't need your 5,000 naira. Nigerians want peace. You cannot provide us peace in 8 years. What's the use of this administration? So I think the inconsistency is so conspicuous there to see, and that what I see from this 5,000 is another gateway to feed the corruption.
Hi everyone, how are you?
But what catch my mind was
Don't touch the dial.
Whatever form of insecurity you can think of, Nigeria has it aplenty. Whether it is food insecurity, educational, health, economic, electricity, job, developmental, physical insecurity, they are all there and increasing by the day. The type under consideration here is physical insecurity from Fulani militia or Fulani terrorists and from Islamist terrorists, aka bandits or Boko Haram. And there are reports that at times these two groups of killers carry out joint massacres. They carry out joint operations. What one believes are the causes of this type of insecurity depends on the amount of research, if any, that one has done, plus, most importantly, on one's level of morality. There are two broad opinions for the causes of this insecurity. Some say that it's due to bad governance, while others say it's an agenda to eliminate the indigenous peoples in order to grab their lands. Whichever of these two opinions, the big question is, why are Nigerians preparing for general elections in 2023, why there is such a raging insecurity? Included in that question is the fact that in Nigeria, general elections are violent events in themselves, with the use of thugs and killers in a do-or-die contest that in itself also adds to the already present insecurity. By now, with the long history of mankind behind us, Nigeria would be expected to know what is good for community. For instance, the basic knowledge that security is an essential ingredient for economic growth and national development. Not only does that attract investors, both domestic and foreign, but it puts people's minds in the right frame of calmness in order to innovate and progress. Right now, with all the kidnappings and armed killers moving about freely, even simple traveling has become so very stressful, and not just because of the terrible condition of the potholed roads. In December 2020, the influential U.S. House of Representatives non-partisan Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission held an important hearing on conflict and killings in Nigeria's Middle Belt. What was clear from that hearing is that increasingly evidence was pointing to genocide unfolding in the Middle Belt. Reports from various sources and events in Nigeria since then show that this slaughter for land grabbing is spreading at an alarming rate. In fact, in the presentation made by Baroness Cox during the hearing, she provided a slide with information that as at May 2020, 350 Igbo villages had become occupied by Fulani herders and Shua Arab mercenaries. The slide also stated that as at that time, Boko Haram had killed 43,000 people and Islamist Fulani had killed 19,000. In that same hearing, it came out that Nigeria has no effective civilian security, no effective police protection, and terrorists appear to enjoy freedom of movement. All this means that organized criminals are terrorizing Nigerians across the land. This hearing had confirmed what Nigerians knew through experience. It is that Nigeria is a terrifying place, and thousands who can are fleeing the country, heading mainly for Western countries. A difference between the people of Western countries and the people of Nigeria is in how they each deal with existential threats. The way that violence and evil are spreading in Nigeria and the horrific manner that entire communities are slaughtered, and with even children maimed and raped, then hacked to death, is alarming. Yet, there has been no adequate response so far from the majority of citizens, especially in the Middle Belt, if I must add. Under such an atmosphere of massive insecurity, the regular news being promoted by government, by mainstream media, by NGOs and CSOs, by church leaders, by scholars, and by influencers is that Nigerians should begin to prepare for elections in 2023. It is as if the massacres going on in the country mean nothing. It is as if the lives of the slaughtered mean nothing. It's as if the plight of those displaced by the extreme violence means nothing. Over 3 million Nigerians are scattered in IDP camps in Cameroon, Chad, Niger Republic, and other places. Nigeria has over 3 million of her citizens in refugee camps. Sometimes they are called internally displaced people, IDP. Previously, in September of 2019, United Nations Special Rapporteur for Extrajudicial and Arbitrary Executions, Agnes Kalamard, had described Nigeria's arrangement as an injustice pressure cooker that gives rise to extreme concern, and warning signs are flashing bright red. Experts have clearly shown that it is the imposed 1999 Constitution, a forgery that creates injustices, enables insecurity, and facilitates corruption. Those approaching elections of 2023 will renew the life of that illegitimate 1999 Constitution when the winner swears an oath of office to uphold it, defend it, and govern by it. Those pushing for election 2023 seem blinded to realities. Their hearts are fixed on the personal gains they get under the illegitimate 1999 Constitution and not on the horrors and tortures that victims of massacre enabled by that Constitution have gone through and would go through. They are so held captive by selfish interests that they fail to see that the only thing that happens to a brutal and barbaric country is the complete collapse, then termination of such a place. So, it is judged as sensible to prepare for election 2023 with such raging insecurity going on. I will take that again. So, is it judged as sensible to prepare for elections 2023 with such raging insecurity going on? Or should concern for victims of insecurity and citizens lead citizens to say, let us suspend preparations for elections 2023 to first deal decisively with the killings as has been mapped out by the non-violent NINAS movement using the orderly process of constitutional force majeure based on United Nations processes and international law. Visit www.ninasvoice.org. This is an article, opinion from Ndidi Uwechu of Ninas. Thank you for listening.
See the condition of the road here. There's like a big river in the middle of the road. If you can get a clear view of it, so you actually have to go down there off-road to have access to this road. Can you see there's like a river? This is Kogi State. We're in the heartbeat of Kogi State. Look at it, Bachi. Look at weeds and reeds growing in the middle of the road. This is smack in the middle of the road. Look at that. This is unbelievable. We need better road infrastructure in Kogi State, and we need the right people with the right investment to build a better infrastructure for our people.
And these students, as I speak with you, a little bit education is far away from them. Look at them sitting on the ground. Look at the mud house in this modern age and time. Now look at the ceiling board there, which the teachers use as their board. Look at it, there is no chair. It's unfortunate that this is where we found ourselves. This is their fault. Now, it is unfortunate that the government that is meant to take care of the people are not doing what is supposed to be done. Now, these students, as I speak with you, they're about to start their examination, and 2,450 naira is going to be their main challenges, and about 8 of them are going to be chased away. Now, this is how very, very little it is that they find it difficult to give their children education. I said it that whosoever is involved in destroying the lives of Kogite, may his life be destroyed. Please, God, let's go. Now, this is the class of block where they go to school. My name is Yunusa Gabriel Enemali, and my community report today is coming all the way from LGEA Ukolojo Gene. It's in the Kina local government, Anyiba ward. Now, I'm going to unveil something that will touch your heart wherever you are. And the reason why we're doing this, we need to bring you up to speed to understand what is happening. Now, come with me. Now, this is primary 1. As I speak with you, it is combined with primary 1 and 2 because they are little hut where they stay. Primary 2 has been fallen down by a breeze. Look at it there. Now, come back. Now, you can see these are the leaders of tomorrow. Well, according to them, move closer. Let them see their faces. These are supposed to be the leaders of tomorrow. In this community, there is nothing like infrastructure here. No social amenities at all. Now, it is so pathetic. Look at their board. This is their board. Now, I move with him. He comes with me. Come with me. Come with me. Now, this is supposed to be class 2. But today, it's already down. Now, show me the camera. This is supposed to be class 2. This class 2 is now combined with class 1. And that is why you have a mixed class. Now, I am told that they have class 1 to 6. Now, this 1 to 6, you will be extremely shocked with what you're going to hear. They only have 2 teachers, and they are being paid by Subel. Now, tell me, how can this teacher cope? He has family. He has children. Now, the salary being paid him is on the so-called percentage salary. Now, here is primary 3. This primary 3 is also combined with primary 4. Am I correct? Okay, this is just primary 3 alone. You can see that. Now, tell me, what leader of tomorrow are you going to make out of these people? As far as they're concerned, nothing like computer that they would have ever seen in their life. Now, come with me. I'm going to show you. Now, as you come this way, this is the class.
The schools are entirely in the public space. There's no roof, no wall, nothing, nothing.
The shanty where they stay and they teach them. This is in the Kina local government, in Kogi State, in Nigeria.
No, go to Kogi State and see the deplorable states, the condition of lives of Kogites. Whereas the governors, the emperors in power, are busy allocating billions to themselves while the people continue to suffer. It is good that he had come down to his own state to make this revelation. Now go to your own states, ask questions, look into the budgets of your states, the allocation, the money that comes in, how it's being utilized, then you will understand that Nigerians have been subjected to become modern slaves in their own country by the politicians. The politicians have succeeded in colonizing Nigerians worse than the British people did to Nigeria as a whole. Hey, hello, man. You don't see why this country had never worked. You don't see why I said corruption is an institution in Nigeria.
Chinedu, Nigeria is not done with Nigeria yet. I mean, Britain is not done with Nigeria yet. They are still on their business on Nigeria. They are still working on Nigeria. They are still messing Nigeria up. In fact, the future prince, God forbid, said the other day that Africa, the problem of Africa is the population. He wants to do something. He wants to continue from where his grandfather stopped in seeking after population reduction of over 80% in Africa and filling it up with animal. Those are the people. They are not done with Nigeria yet. They are also running Nigeria through the oil and gas. Their business interests in Nigeria, they want to sustain it and maintain it by all means. That's what matters to them. That's what matters to them. And so, let's continue.
PDP, when I introduce them, APC, when I don't gazette them. But not only Nigerians, we believe in our message and rally round to save themselves before it is too late. And then we'll change this status quo. And that is why GGM is here. We will not do it for you. I will not come to your village, to your state, to your region to fix it. You got to do it yourself. You got to start waking up. You got to start asking questions. Because these politicians, they are not doing you any favor. Government is not doing you any favor by delivering.
You're not going to do it alone. You are not even standing alone. There are people who are on top of this 24/7, 365 days a year. Join them. You are not going to be standing alone. It's called NINAS. Google it, study it, find more information.
Bring the service they ought to do. You are complaining. Your schools are falling apart. Is it not in Kogi State? We published the other time where children do not have a roof over their head to study. In the same state, you are allocating billions of naira to the office of a governor, one man. How do you expect your hospital to work? No, tell me, how will you expect them to create jobs? You see why I say that Nigerians are victims of Nigerian state? I am not missing word. And until Nigerians wake up and stop being used by this never-do-well political class, because at the end of the day, these men will come out for elected position. You, the victims of these people, will still gather around them, collect money, collect palliatives, sell your votes to these men, and yet you complain and end up in church where you'll be praying and fasting. Let me tell you, if you like, pray from today till the next generation. With the way Nigeria is, you will continue to suffer. Your condition can only get worse. I'm telling you the truth. The only solution to it is to embrace the truth coming from GGM, from this platform. There is no other way. You have to stand up. You have to resist them. You have to stop them from entering into the government house because they can't get there without your help. They can't. They can't get there without your help. And don't listen to those who tell you that it doesn't work, election doesn't count, and the rest of them. All those things are old story. We did it in Anambra State. And Ayabado Soludo Touch, that he has come out to say that he's going to have a very transparent financial records in his government. Ayabado Touch. And that is how it begins.
The problem of Nigeria flows from the 1999 constitution, the criminal constitution. How do we go about it? How do we take it away? Let's get to referendum. When we go to referendum, our people will vote for new regional constitutions to be part or not to be part of Nigeria. It's not about any further elections. We suspend all political activities, so shut down every political activities until we get Nigeria sorted out first. That's the most patriotic thing to do. That's the least we can ask for. In a place where the government has been fingered to be part of the terrorists destroying the country. The government is not ignorant in this case. The government is not even neutral. The government is part of the problem, part of the terrorists. Thank you.
Don't dodge the dial.
Decay of a city.
Here is yet another proof that referendum is urgently needed in Nigeria. There is this particular state that has always had criminals as governors, including members of the House of Assembly. They take the state resources as their personal wealth. Once they get into office, all promises are broken and not kept. And the state has continued to decay. Aba is the worst place you want to be in Nigeria because there is tension always in the air. There are armed guards. Everywhere you turn around in the restaurant, there are people bearing guns. Everywhere you go, there is garbage at the middle of the road. The roads are unbelievably terrible. Aba is used now to abuse other people from other states. It's such a mockery, such a joke. Now, what hope lies for Aba or for Onitsha that is now becoming the new Aba? It's the referendum that we must vote for. And so everybody in these areas, in Anambra State, Imo State, Enugu State, Ebonyi, Edo State, Rivers State, Akwa Ibom, Delta, Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Oyo, Benue State, Plateau State. If you want to see good in your life, in your lifetime, for yourself and for your children and for future generations, support the call for referendum. So much is riding on it. So much is riding on it. Our people cannot survive without it. And it will mark the beginning of new era in the life and history of our people. Listen to the shame, to the eyesore that is called Aba. And the fact that the governor of the state, both present and past, have always lied to the people. It's the worst state in the entire zone, in the entire former eastern region, Abia State. Aba is unbelievable. Abandoned city.
The failure of a government.
Aba have not experienced any improvement from the 1970s to date. Not much of any improvement for over 50 years.
The people have woken up.
I have 5 children. I have nothing going on for me in the marketplace. I want to say it so that everybody will hear that the state governor is a failure. There is no road in the city. Aba is finished. I'm in the market. I'm a petty trader. There is nothing happening for me. The people are not happy with their roads.
Despite making this documentary a couple of years ago, today the story have only gotten worse.
November 24, 2021.
And this, my brother from this media, had always been consistent in analyzing it, even much better than I could watch. Infuse your life with action. Rather fail with honor than succeed.
Liberos Oshoma.
On the 12th day of November 2021, the Aba branch of the Nigerian Bar Association proposed to address a press conference and subsequently embark on a street protest on the 23rd of November 2021 to draw the attention of the world to the deplorable state of roads in Aba. Commendable wake up, I must say. GCK. At least this has vindicated my position that to call the state of road in Aba and Abia State in general as deplorable is a disservice to the word deplorable itself, as the roads can't be described as roads. Roads like the 4-kilometer road, Fox Road, the 9-kilometer Port Harcourt Road, that were constructed by the current administration of Dr. Okezie Ikpeazu with almost 6 billion and 5 billion naira respectively, has collapsed even before completion. Asa and Azikiwe Road, St. Michael's Road, Hospital Road are shut down despite the funds and resources expended on them. How about Ungwa Road, Oboya Road, and Ohanku Road? All have been abandoned as NUMA has suspended the World Bank project therein due to allegation of mismanagement. Ekakbara Road to Werenta, Nemi Road to Akwa Ibom, close to Erondo Jr. and 8 of the governor's house in the village is impossible. If I mention Bende to Ohafia to Arochukwu, I will be invoking the spirit of the dead. How about Uturu roads that kidnappers have turned to a den because of bad states? Ubakala, Odumahia, Ururuka Road from the governor's house to Amakama Junction is terrible. Ulukoro Road to Omudike, the Michael Okpara University in Umuahia is an eyesore, very deplorable. Still down on that road through Ikwano to Ikotekpene, that's Dr. Mondo Bani's village, it's not motorable. The roads in Ugunabo, Ukwa East and West are no-go area, as people from these areas can no longer access their villages using vehicles. Why is the Osisioma Bridge, what they call Osisioma Center Table, still remains incompleted several months after several promises by the governor to complete the same? The Osisioma to Port Harcourt axis of the dual carriage road, though a federal road, could pass as the worst highway in the country, as commuters dread plying that road. Anyway, why road go dey the state when state government spent 1.4 billion in the year 2020 to purchase vehicles for government house and MDAs, and another 1.3 billion to buy second Helios vehicles after the Prado for the State House of Assembly members during lockdown. Members that allegedly earn the highest allowances in the entire Southeast, even though the total expenditure of the state in terms of capital expenditure between January and September 2021
is 8.4%, which is the lowest in the whole of the Southeast. What sector can one really mention in Abia State that is not deplorable? Is it health? Is it education, where the students are even rioting over non-payment of their teacher salary? Public infrastructure, even information, the state-owned information centers. It's either the workers are planning to go on strike, or they are threatening to go, or they are on strike already. A state that UBA, in their social responsibility, spent 39 million naira to sponsor the automation of our civil servant salary payment system in 2016, only to spend 48 million naira to conduct this a verification of the same civil servants in 2020, and ended up owing the said civil servants and pensioners between 20 to 30 months salary arrears. Yet, almost empty the state treasury to send entourage to Lagos to celebrate an undeserving award to the State Assembly Speaker, Honorable Chinedu Ikuku, as is fondly called, as the Public Servant of the Year award. I sometimes wonder if these people know the meaning of honorable or honor at all. Anyway, maybe this is how he wants to come. I will therefore advocate that until members of the intelligentsia community in Abia State, people like UKAK, GMD of First Bank, Sonny Roche, former ED Finance, TCN, Johnson Chuku, MD Carry Assets, Aroma Ote, Emeka Onwuka, former MD of Diamond Bank, UD Kalu, former GM of Equity Bank, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, that's the husband of our own very Ugozi Okonjo-Iweala, and so many others, too numerous to mention, except they come together to rescue the states the way Anambra had decided to rescue their own state now. Abia State will continue to have the misfortune of being ruled by the worst amongst the best. A state that produced the likes of Sir Michael Okpara, first premier of Eastern Region, General JTU Aguiyi-Ironsi, that have consistently have the misfortune of parading worst governors in the history of Nigeria since 1999, actually need rescue. Idi Abians should shine their eye against anybody who's just coming, but without concrete plans at governance, but to continue stealing from the already instituted stealing that they started. Abia is bigger than a father and son. If you get it, you get it. Otherwise, forget about it.
That is it. Now you now see why GGM is most important thing happening in our country. And I want to use this opportunity to call on Abia State people, especially residents in Aba, to come forward and be part of good governance ministry. I know you have a government that may not be sensitive, but if the people are organized, the government must succumb to the pressure from the people. Because it is not the government that established the people, it is the people that make the government.
Thank you.
And that the people hold the power. But the problem with the people is that they are not organized. They are too weak pursuing their individual benefits. They are busy pursuing their individual interests.
The people has been taken hostage.
And that is why the public interest, the communal interest that is eating deep and making their life miserable are not being taken care of.
The people has been taken hostage.
To admonish residents of Aba, call this number, record it, bring it on this platform. And I want to remind the commissioner that called me the other time, I will still also impulse you, that what we discussed after I made the documentary a few years ago, you promised that those places are going to be fixed or are being fixed.
They will never do it.
Up to today, Aba people are suffering.
Of course.
Civil servants are suffering. We want to put an end to this.
If you want to feel tension in Nigeria, go to Aba.
Awareness our people are getting here, it will no longer be business as usual in the next coming election, because we are coming to all these states to deliver our people from wicked, irresponsible political class that had made their lives miserable. The same thing is applicable to Imo State, Enugu, and Ebonyi. We begin from Igbo land. We must insist that the right people, the best of us, mans our public trust.
Nigeria needs a binding multi-regional referendum, and the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination have got it covered. Joining the trend now is the best decision you can make in your life for this and for history's sake, for this time and for history. Don't miss this trend.
Don't touch the dial.
The takeover of Nigeria by Islamists like Boko Haram and Fulani terrorist herdsmen, among other terrorist groups that have taken over northern Nigeria, is an ongoing effort. And right now, they are even collecting taxes in communities across the north. And I will be mentioning a few of those communities just to establish the fact that Nigeria is under terrorist siege. Islamic terrorists are actually taking over more areas in Nigeria than they were doing before current fake agent Major General Muhammadu Buhari showed up on the scene. He's been doing nothing but empowering terrorists, giving them money, protecting them, in fact, going after anybody that is going against the terrorists. This is what is going on in Nigeria as we speak. And here are the names of some communities that paid the levies imposed by bandits in Sokoto East. Daily Star Nigeria investigators have compiled names of 43 out of many other communities in the Sabon Bini communities that have already paid their levies to bandits. The communities that have paid the levies imposed on them by bandits as at Sunday, October 7, 2021 are Garin Idi, 1 million naira. Number 2, Ram Badawa, 500,000 naira. Tudun Wanda, 370,000 naira. Number 4, Nasarawa, 600,000 naira. 5, Zangonga Itase, 300,000 naira. Number 6, Makuwana, 1 million naira. 7, Sauna, 200,000 naira. 8, Tigrike, 600,000 naira. First payment was 800,000. Second payment, 700,000. And third payment, first payment by this Tigrike community is 600,000. Second payment was 800,000, and third payment was 700,000 naira. Number 9, Alakiru, 3.5 million naira, paid 2.5 million to pay 600,000 balance. Number 10 is Dogom Make, 2.2 million naira. Number 11 is Dakwaro, 100,000 naira. 12, Kwarang Gaba, 3 million naira. Number 13, Adarawa, 300,000 naira. First payment, 1.5 million naira. Second payment, first payment was 300,000 naira by Adarawa community. That was first payment, and 1.5 million naira was second payment. Number 14 is Ataolawa, 400,000 naira first payment. 400,000 naira again for the second payment. 15, Kiratawa, 500,000 naira first payment, 600,000 naira second payment, 1 million naira as levy for the release of their chief imam. Hawan Diran, 800,000 naira. Kuka, 100,000 naira. Number 18, Kwatsai, 2 million naira first payment, second payment, 1 million naira. 2 million naira actually, 2 million naira twice by Kwatsal. Number 19, Dukuma, 1.7 million naira first payment, 400,000 naira second payment. 21, Dabagi, 100,000 naira. 22, Dam Maliki, 400,000 naira. 23, Bore, 2 million naira. Number 24, Malamawa, 1 million naira. 25, Kimba, 350,000 naira. First payment, 1.5 million naira. Second payment. Number 26, Katsira, 1.5 million naira. 27, Masawa, 5 million naira payment not yet confirmed. Faru, 4 million naira. Shadawa, farming for bandits by villagers. Gidan, Shadawa community is farming for the bandits. They are doing farm work for the bandits in their own land. 30, Gaidan Giara, farming for bandits by villagers. 31, Dungurum, 500,000 naira. 32, Gamuzo, 1 million naira. 33, Jinjira, 4 million naira. 34, Walkia Sabua, 1 million naira. 35, Walkia Sohua, 300,000 naira. 36, Kitamau, 600,000 naira. 37, Gangara, levied individually and as community after initial payment of 1.5 million naira by the community. 38, Kaihin Ashka, each man 1,500 naira, each woman 1,000 naira, after the community had paid 1 million naira. 39, Gaki, 4 million naira. 40, Ahifara, 1.5 million naira. 41, Dan Aduwa, 1.5 million naira. 42, Zangon Abamu, 2 million naira. 43, Gatawa, 5 million naira as second payment. This is from the Daily Star of November 17, 2021. It was copied from Tony Smart Opala. In my opinion, northern Nigeria is gone. It's no longer part of Nigeria. In time, we will all come to accept this reality. The governors and leaders in the region have elected to relinquish control of the zone to terrorists. To stay in their exalted position, they have to pay the terrorists and negotiate with them to stay alive and safe in their government seats. Believe what you like, but what is the reality of the situation? To reclaim the North back after Buhari will require a huge, non-compromising military action, the like we have not seen since the Civil War. Let us stop pretending. The North, as we used to know it, is no longer part of the Nigerian state. Yes, because they actually started declaring Sharia legal code from Zamfara state more than 20 years ago. And the governor that started it was one that was called Yerima, a man who married an underage girl from Egypt or somewhere like that, 13-year-old girl, 13-year-old kid. Like, these are child molesters that are actually helping to hold Nigeria down. You know? Let us stop pretending. The North, as we used to know it, is no longer part of the Nigerian state. The question now is, will the terrorists advance south before Buhari tenure ends, or will they be content with owning the North? In my view, their strategic decision would be to advance south so that when the battle starts, it consumes the whole nation. And that's why we need a binding multi-regional referendum that will help sort Nigeria out. Because Nigeria needs an urgent intervention. Nigeria needs urgent global attention to save the country from going up in flames. And a multi-regional referendum to be conducted by the United Nations is the best option for the country. But those who care about the animal in Africa more than the humans in Africa wouldn't care. They wouldn't mind. They don't have a care in the world for Africa. One of the measures that will save the South is if the resistance can hold out to the end of Buhari tenure. However, Buhari is doing his best to weaken Southern resistance in cahoot with collaborators and enablers from the region. This was a copied item from the name I mentioned earlier. For now, we can't forget any international assistance. We are on our own. And that's actually something else that we need to be thinking among ourselves. And another reason why we must not react recklessly to current madness going on in Nigeria. We know any particular person that says that he can do it on his own is a stupid person, because this requires the fusion of many minds, brains, to have Nigeria sorted out. The international community want to see mass action from Nigerians before they will lift a finger. A Jewish friend actually said this to me more than 12 years ago about Nigeria. They want to see that the masses are not content with their lot. In their view, as far as things stand, Nigeria is relatively stable, and that is good enough for them for now. That is the bitter truth, brothers and sisters. It does not matter what we choose to believe. That is the real situation as at today. Again, I must add that the NINA's guidelines present Nigeria the best opportunity to have Nigeria sorted out peacefully, so that we can be good neighbors in our independent nations of Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa, and Middle Belt. We will be good neighbors with whatever is left of these 12 Sharia states. But to be together? No. Nigeria's future is already in peril. There is no redemption, essentially. What we're talking about is how to extricate the three imagined nations that are nations, like larger nations within themselves. We need to have it done and save more lives. A lot more lives will be saved. Like I said, this comment below was from Tony Smart Okbala, copied by me from Dafe Numa's page. Thanks for listening.
The hashtag NSAS report finally here, a lot of people, even though it's not been officially released, says it brings closure and a step towards healing for some of the victims.
Well, so many things have happened in this country that you don't know exactly where to begin to have an analysis, when it does appear that the government actively encourages the killing of its citizens, when the Constitution of Nigeria says the primary purpose of government is to protect lives and property. And I was waiting since 2-3 days to hear one fellow who answers Garba Shehu Garba, who is a principal, is a senior advocate, always defending herdsmen and anybody who kills people in Benue and Plateau. And I haven't heard anything that Nigerian citizens were killed. Federal government hasn't said anything. A Supreme Court judge was almost kidnapped and attempted an attempt on her life. The federal government hasn't said anything. The Attorney General is there wishing thin and wishing down what he probably supposes. So, things are getting so confused that the only way to put it is that someday everybody will sit down to a banquet to face the consequences of his or her actions. That is the only preview, that no matter what it is, you must sit down at a banquet, either at God's judgment or even here on earth, to be able to answer the responsibility entrusted upon you by people, and you fail them. Because you are guilty of the good you never did, or you failed deliberately not to do. So, and there are so many examples of them in this country, that NSAS is another obvious thing. But thank God, with the courage of the judge and of Lagos State government, everybody knows, it's an APC top government, yes, a performing government of APC too, not just that it's an APC, it's a performing government of the situation notwithstanding, and they had the courage to say this. That shows you again, there are two governments. Somebody is running this government.
How do you think the government at the center, the APC at the center, will perceive the Lagos State government and the way
Because one would have expected, going by the way things are done in Nigeria, the pressure would have been mounted on by the Lagos State government, on the panel, not to come out with this kind of report, which they came out with.
Well, it is obvious, you know, if you hadn't been back when I was here last, I just said that two people are running the government of Nigeria. It is now very clear. Malami, the Attorney General, and Lai Mohammed, the Minister of Information. Because repeatedly, Malami had done things that, in a normal situation, he should be in jail. The president of this country nominated Mago as chairman of EFCC, and Malami wrote a letter to the National Assembly that he was corrupt. The president resubmitted the name again, and he wrote the same letter again. He's still the Attorney General of the Federation, and the senior legal law officer and advisor to the president of Nigeria. And look at what has happened with the $480 million. Where do you begin? His office was supposed to be involved in the attempted kidnap of Justice Mary Odili.
Allegedly.
Well, whether you call it allegedly or not.
Because he has denied.
Who in this country, people deny something. The people who were caught, are they from the moon?
The magistrate.
What has the federal government done to ascertain who came to that judge, to the magistrate, who gave the magistrate instruction? Somebody must have given him an instruction to do what he did. Nobody is interested in those things. So if Mary Odili had died, this is the story we'll be telling in this country. One of the finest in this country. If those hooligans had done something, we're all sitting there and say, oh, that's the way God wanted her to go. That's the typical Nigerian attitude. So I don't think President is in charge. There are people doing his dirty job for him, and I think he's comfortable with it. Not unfortunately.
Would you call it dirty job, or would you say he is excluded from the main conversations of governance? Because again, you are only as good as what your team tells you.
Well, I don't know whether, how else do you describe what Malami is doing if not a dirty job? Because it is convenient. They call it defense of the presidency, but is that defense of the presidency? What Shehu Garba is doing, is that defense of the presidency? When you remove truth from facts. You know, there's somebody I told that the best form of revenge is not to be like the one who committed the offense in the first place. Because time heals, reveals every secret. If you take time, the truth will be coming out. I don't know how he's going to end up, but it is unfortunate that this is what Nigeria is. But tell me how these citizens of this country can be patriotic with things like this, killing young boys and girls, students of higher institutions by their own government because they are demonstrating for what? Police brutality. That would have expected government to be interested. At least have a national inquiry. Let there be scapegoats, scapegoats, authentic scapegoats, not made up scapegoats.
Yes, I was going to
that
say
you
that.
could use as an example to show that you are protecting your sons and daughters. Everybody has a right to demonstrate. In fact, I used to tell somebody that demonstration, protest, is a catalyst for dialogue. Once you protest, somebody must pay attention. And in paying attention, you invite the person to discuss. It also follows what is happening in the Southeast. How can a young boy who was not born during the Civil War, in prison, languishing there, and Igbos religiously? In fact, somebody was telling me, a good friend of mine, was telling me that we should stop going to church on Sunday, used to work and then go to church on Monday, because the compliance Igbos have for Monday now is total. Nobody is interested. They tell you to hell with the money they will make on that day, just to make a point. Whether that point they are making is positive or negative, they're not interested.
But people like Fadam Baka has come out to refute that and say that it is causing more problems for the Southeast.
I don't listen to anything Fadam Baka says. Since he started selling Chimaroke will die, that person will die. That is not the job of a priest. It's a fake priest for me. No person who is a child of God, not to talk of a priest, will say that somebody will die. That's not what the Bible tells us. So since that incident, Chimaroke is still in the Senate. He has not died. So why should I take him serious? He says anything he likes, and there are people who are deceived. They call it adoration. I don't waste my time talking about such people. Absolutely not.
All right, Chief Dano-Lassie, let's talk about an Anambra governorship election. We had a number of discussions before that election, counting down to that election. It's now come and gone. You had some predictions about that election, and you're thinking about that election as well. Are you satisfied with the outcome?
Satisfied would be an understatement. Because on two different occasions, twice here and one on Chinese television, I said, how do you begin to look at? Not because he attended my university, which is about the best in the country, I must unapologetically say.
Modestly so.
The best and the first.
Then.
Still best.
Then.
Still. So, and when you look at his pedigree, where he's coming from, it is difficult. Apart from the candidate of PDP and that of the Labour Party, brilliant guys, and I said it on TV that they're brilliant, and each of them I told them their shortcomings, why they will not make it. It's difficult to see how you place in a civilized community a former advisor to the government, consultant to World Bank, governor of Central Bank, who stabilized the banking industry. People, we have short memories or convenient amnesia in this country, that there were times banks collapsed in this country. And those who were governors of Central Bank, they're still existing. People lost everything. I bought shares of more than 30 million naira in a bank, Oceanic Bank or something. It collapsed. I lost it up to today. I had 1.5 million shares. It came down to 50,000. I mean, what do you call it? But this young man came in, stabilized the banking industry. How many years now? Nobody is afraid to put his money in the bank. Isn't that a credit? That you believe that somebody like that will, do his excellent best, because he's an excellent, he's a first-class student. And you don't expect anything less, So when you put him, comparatively looking at my brother, the APC candidate.
Smile through the new year with a healthy, bright smile.
Don't dodge the die.
The Fulani intention in Nigeria is to permanently take over the entire political space. Using the combination of brute force and guile, the caliphate strategy is to maintain tight control of political power via the imposed constitution, by the key economic assets and levers of power are confiscated. The same constitutional impositions guarantee exclusive control of military power and all firearms, and those are used to facilitate the terror against ethnic nationalities by the government and the terrorists. The North do not mean well for Nigeria. Mina's alliance repudiates everything about the 1999 Constitution. In the face of the alliance defeat of the Caliphate title deed, which is the Constitution of 99, they already the rest of Nigeria to another round of elections in 2021 under the repudiated 1999 Constitution is the only viable strategy left in the hands of the Caliphate now. It's up to us to defeat them and make sure that they never rise up again. The alliance mechanism is to tackle the North. The alliance mechanism is exploiting the aforesaid delegitimization of the 1999 Constitution. Let us win the war peacefully. Stop the march towards elections of 2023. All political parties must shut down now if they are really for the people and not for themselves. Here's a very interesting article by one Chudi Okoye of Oka Times. Igbo Grandee's wrong-headed plea for Kano's release. There was news report today that a group of Igbo Grandees, really Grandees, billed as highly respected Igbo greats, a tag designed by them, trundled out to Abuja to meet with President Muhammadu Buhari, asking for an unconditional release of Mr. Nnamdi Kanu, the incarcerated leader of the Independent Peoples of Biafra, or Indigenous Peoples of Biafra, IPOB. The delegation included Chief Mbazulike Amechi, a First Republic parliamentarian and Minister of Aviation, Dr. Chukwuemeka Ezeife, a former governor of Anambra State, Bishop Sunday Onoha of the Methodist Church, and Chief Barrister Godi Owazurike, former president of Igbo Social Cultural Organization, Igbo Cultural Group, Aka Ikenga. Buhari received them well and promised to consider their request. See report here. See report by Premium Times Nigeria. The opinion that follows below will probably sound insensitive coming from an Igbo man, but I think the Igbo Grandees who went to plead with Buhari to release Kanu made a grievous mistake. No doubt the Igbo Grandees meant well. They probably felt they had to act, likely on behalf of a scandalized Igbo political elite facing increasing pressure from a radicalized Igbo rank and file. But in my opinion, their plea to President Buhari is constitutionally illiterate. It is politically inastute, and it is an ill-considered move that will likely hobble IPOB's long-term revolutionary strategy. It also goes against everything Nnamdi Kanu has been saying on the radio for how many years now? That people who are for one Nigeria are the one asking that Kanu be released to their custody while they are still insisting on one Nigeria. They weren't asking for a referendum. They weren't asking for anything. And these are part of the presidency of Igbo extraction campaigners. They are behind all this. Buhari was right to have stated, as reported in response to the Igbo delegation, that its plea offends a fundamental tenet of the Nigerian Constitution, which is separation of powers. This constitutional principle was first fully articulated by Baron de Montesquieu, one of the great political philosophers of the Enlightenment era, in his seminal work, The Spirit of the Laws, published in 1748. The principle was invoked by Montesquieu as a major critic of feudal absolutism in France and elsewhere in Europe, and it greatly influenced the constitutional ideals of both the American and the French revolutions. It has since become a cornerstone of modern constitutional government. In Nigeria, we have adopted and are deepening this constitutional principle as a revolutionary departure from the tripartite absolutism of our history. First, the feudal absolutism that flourished in several proto-Nigeria territories, then British imperialist absolutism, and finally military absolutism. The case against Nnamdi Kanu is now sub judice, and is yet to be dispositioned Therefore, it is unclear if Buhari actually has the power to intervene legally in the matter. Of course, the president has significant latitude under Section 175 of the 1999 repudiated Constitution, which deals with the exercise of prerogative of mercy. The provision imbues a Nigerian president with the power to grant any person concerned with or convicted of any offense created by an act of the National Assembly a pardon, either free or subject to lawful conditions. I doubt if this power can be exercised prior to the disposition of a case, but maybe our constitutional lawyers can weigh in on the interpretation. Aside from the constitutional issue, there is also the political implication for the Igbos of its leaders or purported leaders going to Abuja to plead on behalf of Kanu. What is the object of their plea? Are they asking for forgiveness, which would sound like a suggestion or an admission that Kanu and his IPOB are doing something wrong? These guys are shaming themselves. If so, the question arises as to what they think IPOB is getting wrong. Is it the charge of Igbo marginalization and persecution which IPOB has levied against Nigerian state, or is it the particular revolutionary tactics adopted by the group? What are the Igbo grandees pleading that Buhari should forgive if the thesis of their plea is indeed forgiveness? Even if the Igbo leaders did not mean to ask for forgiveness, unquote, it will certainly be imputed as such by Buhari and his regime. They will read the intervention as an apology. They will construe it as Igbo leaders begging for forgiveness, which will be rather unfortunate and ridiculous. There are at least two grievous implications from such an imputation by the Buhari regime. One pertains to near-term Igbo political interests, and the other to IPOB's long-term revolutionary project. If the Buhari regime reads the intercession of the Igbo grandees as a plea for forgiveness, Buhari could over-leverage his powers under Section 175 of the Constitution to pardon Kanu, but he will exact a heavy political price from the Igbos for the concession. 1. We can forget the idea of an Igbo president in 2023, and there is no need for this because the Igbo are better served going for referendum and shutting down further electoral arrangements in under current 1999 Constitution. The Nigerian state, or the dominant elite therein, already feels that conceding the presidency to the Igbo is a major concession, even a risk. Buhari may be advised by his political strategists, and the willing president may accept the advice to free Nnamdi Kanu as a substitute for conceding the presidency to the Igbos in the near term. More than the presidency, Buhari and his anti-Igbo coterie could also leverage the forgiveness of Nnamdi Kanu to continue and even intensify federal disinvestment of Igbo land. Igbo land has suffered from a systematic policy asphyxiation since the end of the Civil War in 1970, despite the no victor, no vanquished nostrum enunciated after the war. We went from a hot shooting war in 1967-1970 to a cold war of policy neglect thereafter. This has resulted in relentless deindustrialization and infrastructure decay in Igbo territories. The plea to pardon Nnamdi Kanu could become another chip to be used by the anti-Igbo forces in the Nigerian regime to further reduce federal investment in Igbo land, a heavy price at that. But it is not just the geopolitical implication for the Igbos that matters here. What would become of IPOB's revolutionary strategy if its virulent leader was pardoned with conditions by the Nigerian state? We know now from the constant complaints of Nnamdi Kanu and his lawyers that the guy is no Nelson Mandela who refused P.W. Botha's offer in 1985 to release him from prison. This is very true, subject to certain conditions. Rejecting the terms offered by the apartheid government for his release, Mandela said no to butter. I cannot sell my birthright, nor am I prepared to sell the birthright of the people to be free. I cannot and will not give any undertaking at a time when I and you, the people, are not free. Your freedom and mine cannot be separated. This was 1985 that Mandela said this. Mandela was 66 years old at the time and had been in prison for about 23 years. Yet he refused an offer to be freed from prison if it would hobble the revolutionary goals of his party, the ANC, which has to overthrow the apartheid system under which South African blacks labored. But we are seeing now that our Nnamdi Kanu is no Mandela. Since his incarceration, his lawyers and associates have been howling about his suffering. He has used his IPOB to terrorize his own people, undermining Igbo economy, preventing school children from attending school, and generally imposing a reign of terror in Igbo land. Buhari and his gang will no doubt perceive that Kanu has little tolerance for the austerities of life under incarceration, this being the evident reason why he is sabotaging and terrorizing his own people and pressuring Igbo elites to plead for his release. So it would stand to reason that Buhari will impose severe conditions against IPOB's revolutionary quest in order to pardon Kanu. Does anyone think that Buhari will pardon Kanu and yet give him free rein to continue his radical attack on the Nigerian state or even to continue to press the Igbo case? Not me. So whichever way one looks at it, this outing by Igbo grandees, though well-meaning, is a major strategic error, a blunder, I must add. It undermines not only IPOB's revolutionary agenda, but also larger geopolitical interest of Igbo people. It might be better for Kanu to go through the crucible of judicial trial and hopefully come out triumphant. The way he and his IPOB will retain the moral right to continue their agitation, even if they have to amend their strategy. And the Igbo people will not have considered anything in their demand for equal citizenship and equal opportunity in the firmament of Nigerian politics. Better still, we are better served suing for referendum, pushing for referendum along with the entire Lower Niger Territory, Oduduwa, and Middle Belt. Because Nigeria is not heading anywhere. Well, these Igbo grandees are obviously empowering a dictator, a teen god who thinks that he has the power of life and death in his hand. That's what they are doing by paying him a visit and making him feel that he can do whatever. That's unfortunate.
Oge
told you to die.
Jesus. We need Jesus. Come down. Oh, Lord. Come down. I got a feeling deep inside you. I got a feeling I cannot hide. But I got a feeling I wanna cry. Yeah, Lord. Come down. Oh, Lord. Set my people free. Yeah. Oh, let my people go. Oh, I wanna cry. Oh, let my people go. Oh, Lord, set my people free. Hey, I wanna cry. Oh, let my people go. Oh, Lord, come down. Oh, Lord, come down. Oh, Lord, set my people free. Oh, Lord, come down. Oh, Lord, come down. We need Jesus. We need Jesus. Oh, Lord. We need Jesus. We need Jesus. Get it up. Oh, Lord, come down. I got a feeling I wanna cry. I got a feeling I wanna cry. Let my people go. 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 Yapa. Let my people go. We need Jesus. We need Jesus. Let my people go. Set my people free. Let my people go. Let my people go. Let my people go. We need Jesus. 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 He's gonna come down. We need Jesus. We need Jesus. Hey, we need Jesus. Come on. Hold on. Come on. Hold on. Hold on. Come down. Hold on. Hold on. Come down. Hold on. Hold on. Come down. We need Jesus. We need Jesus. Oh, yeah. Come down again. Come down. Let my people go. Oh, let my people go. Oh, let my people go. Yeah, set my people free. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, let my people go.
You're spending nothing less than 60% of your income educating your children. My father did not spend 5% of his income educating me because the Nigerian state had a functional educational system. Even your megads send their children to private schools now. Nobody goes to the government hospitals anymore. Everybody. So when Abiola was talking, he was still talking within a system that had some measure of normalcy, within which people could function as human beings. The average Nigerian has been dehumanized to the point where you can even begin to question his humanity. It is the abandonment of the people to their own fate and the erection of a system that exists solely for the protection of the powerful and the promotion of their interest. Who is looking for the poor man? And the poor man having lost the capacity to think because he had been impoverished ab initio by the weaponization of ignorance. An ignorant man is doomed to poverty. When you have now gone to the point where the average man on the Nigerian street does not even know what he can do to drag himself out of the perpetual poverty into which he had been locked by the system, even when you try to do... A friend of mine said the other day, he said, almost every avenue for legitimate improvement in Nigeria has been blocked off. It's almost as if you are even being begged to go and become a criminal by the state itself, because you'll be punished for your honesty by the Nigerian state. So exactly what are we talking about? Because in the age in which he lived, Nigeria had not become the predatory state that it has become today. What you will find today is that the Nigerian state has deliberately weaponized poverty against its people. I use the word it because you really can't call Nigeria a motherland. If it were to be a mother, it would be a cannibalistic mother. And if it's a father, it's a most irresponsible father. You have 14 million children trampling the streets of Nigeria, most of them drug addicted. No future, nothing in front of them. Walking the street. That is the population of a lot of countries. What about your guards? What about all the people who walk around you? COVID is the leveler. Everybody will harvest this. But here is the point. As long as we continue to fool ourselves into thinking that we can somehow appoint wolves to guard the flock and then expect that the wolves will become vegetarians, we deny the evidence of our own eyes. We see these things and yet we deny it. Oshio Omole spoke these words. They're out in the open, it's all over the place, and yet the same man comes out and is preaching to the people that the man he testified was a thief. Anyway, thinking about it though, how can Oshio Omole testify to the character of anybody?
Okay.
How does that change the price of palm oil in the market or change the price of gari for the poor man on the street who is busy battling the problems of COVID-19, the irresponsibilities of government? It's just another distraction. Wake me up the day they formally charge Magu to court like he has been busy chasing small boys, small fries who have stolen 500,000, 200,000, 1 million naira, and the real thieves are around and he knows them, we all know them, and nobody do anything about those ones. So if they have now woken up and they feel that it's time to distract the people and then be chasing Magu around to have some fun, it doesn't interest me. Frankly speaking, it's of no benefit to the Nigerian people. There is nothing there. It's just another distraction. They're having their family squabble. Nothing will happen to Magu. Absolutely nothing will happen to him. I can tell you ahead of time. So please, let's not fool ourselves. It's just a circus. Who not die in their war? It's their war. They have no interest in the people. The same... Look, let me put it this way. God forbid that we have to continue abiding with this set of rulers by 2023. But don't be surprised if you find that by 2023, these characters have decided that Nigeria is better ruled by a one-party system that would now encompass each and every one of them, because in reality, you do not have any sort of ideology separating anyone. This is yet another example of the fact that the Nigerian people do not matter in the calculation of the rulers of Nigeria. All that matters to them at any point in time, the only thing that is constant and never shifts, their own interest. Those interests have nothing to do with religion. They don't remember religion when they are identifying their interests. They don't remember tribes. The only people for whom they always emphasize these differences are the people themselves. If you see the way the Nigerian state has dehumanized the Nigerian people to the point where life has become discounted, what you then begin to realize is that before that day will come, several implosions, such as the ones that are already happening, would continue to happen. However, some of us had the benefit of living in Nigeria where it was possible to move across the class line because the state was equitable to an extent. We still dealt with that because I grew up in the age when you began the institutionalization of the madness that has turned Nigeria into the madhouse that it has become today. It was in my age. I was a victim of educationally disadvantaged state, quota stupid systems, all those systems and isms, everything that the institutionalization of the injustice that destroyed the fabric of Nigeria happened as I was growing up. So here is the thing. For Nigeria to ever retrace its steps, Nigerians hate hearing this, but it's inevitable. There has to be a complete turnaround. I needed to lay a foundation for what I really have to say. And what I have to say is very simple. Do not die in their war. Choose your own war in which to die. We will all die someday. That is the one thing that is available to each and everybody. Rich, poor, tall, short, it doesn't matter. We would all die. So if I'm going to die, I'm not going to die in their own war. I will pick my own war in which I will die.
All the money they have stolen since 1960 has not been up to 191 billion naira stolen by an executive of a bank. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Yes. A lady executive of a bank was charged with stealing 250 billion naira. She pleaded with the government, can I do plea bargain? I will return 194 billion naira. Now, and I'm saying all the money stolen by armed robbers since 1960 has not been equal to that. But we are then told by the ruling class, aided by imperialism, that everybody should mind his own business because of the fear that if you have a united African country in Nigeria, 170 million people, that is one of the largest markets in the world. So for them, they want to keep us divided so that it's easy to rule us. And that is what is going on. Now, Prof, I've enjoyed your lecture. Very stimulating. I have one or two problems. Yes, Africans are corrupt, but I beg you, don't be tempted to jump to the conclusion of the West that stigmatizes us as the most corrupt people on earth. It's not true. America, Britain are the worst corrupt nations on earth. Prof, the Transparency International try to rank great corrupt countries. They say Nigeria is corrupt, Ghana is corrupt, Cameroon is corrupt. But Switzerland, that warehouses all corrupt money in the world, is never in that reckoning. Secondly, sir, and I think that was the point Nkrumah was making, neocolonialism, the last stage of imperialism. Corruption, we must know, sir, is a manifestation of corruption. Because, like Fela said, Fela once asked me, I feel you are a professor of law. Fela said, Femi, with all this your funny law, now, where did you get the idea of fraud from? Money laundering. If the Western people were not stealing, there would be no word like fraud. No word like stealing. But Fela then warned us, don't accept their language and their ideology. When you say money laundering, Fela said, what is money laundering? But if you say a man is a thief, in the school, his children will be ashamed when you say your father is a thief. But when you say the man is engaged in money laundering, it means nothing. Please. And that was when Fela was reminding us that they get the ruling class. Fela said members of the ruling class have ways of deceiving us. Embezzlement, the fraudulent. Make I remember another word, just to deceive people. But if we are going to organize Africa, sir, we need to draw a line of dichotomy between the countries that are getting it right and those that are exposing Africa to shame. You mentioned Rwanda. Rwanda, not just the cleanest city, has the largest number of women legislators in the world, ahead of the West. But here, you are told here, women are supposed to remain in the kitchen, not to go to politics. And you know how they keep women away from politics? All the meetings of political parties are held in the dead of the night. Why? I'm talking of great ideas by lecturers, and you could pick and choose. And I chose ideas that could transform our continent. And when I went to practice, incidentally, I think Motoraya is left. Who asked the question? Morayo. I practiced under our father, the late Alao Akabashorun, and he was an African lawyer, was very close to Nkrumah, Fela and all that. And that generation believed that Africans should be made to realize that we can solve our own problems. Fela sang about religion, and this is very important, because I was just reading Pastor Adeboye, who has just said that he wants to establish more churches so that everybody can have a church within a walking distance. Now, Fela sang about religion and the danger of religiosity as opposed to spirituality. Now, Akadina Okoye has just given a beautiful reply this morning that what Adebayo is talking about are business centers, not religious institutions. Please, and this is very important, they want to know how our young people.
I want to know my way. Merciful Lord. I want to know my way. Almighty Jah. Show me the way now, oh Lord. Show me the way now, oh Jah. Show me the way now, oh Lord. Show me the way now, oh Jah. Show me the way now, oh Lord. Show me the way now, oh Jah. Show me the way now, oh Lord. Show me the way now, oh Jah. It's been a long time. I've been struggling day and night. Oh Lord, He said jump and go now. And a bright future. I've been waiting for too long a time. Hey, show me. Oh Lord, show me my way. Merciful Jah. Show me the way now. Jah, Yahweh, Shaddai, you are my light, you are my sunshine, Lord. Show me the way now. I have lived the life of a lost child. Show me the way now. Oh Lord, show me the way. Yeah. Show me the way now.
shall not kill you.
If you're thinking about selling a house anywhere within the Greater Toronto Area, this message is especially for you.
The sky look misty and cloudy. It looks like the rain gonna fall today. This morning I'll be so my seat, waiting for the rain to drop and water it all. Oh Lord, hey. I'm a hungry man, and I don't wanna be hungry. You send on the rain to water up my seed. Send on the rain. You send on the rain. Send on the rain. Send on the rain. Everything in life has got its time and seasons, so you don't have to ask me why. You don't expect to sow cassava, to reap up cocoyam. You don't expect to sow rice and reap up cassava. Whatsoever I and I sow it in this world, the more shall we reap. 'Cause I'm a living man, got no lot of works to do. Send down the rain. Papa, yo, yo. Send down the rain. I'm a living man, I got no lot of works to do. Send down the rain. Mama, yo, yo. Send down the rain. 'cause I know I'm gonna live long. Oh Lord, yes, I'm living man. I got a lot of work to do. Send down the rain. Papa, 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 yo, yaga, 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 yo, send down the rain. Mama, 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 yo, yaga, 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 yo, send down the rain. 'Cause I'm living and I've got a lot of work to do. Send down the rain. Papa, 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 yo, yaga, 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 yo, send down the rain. God is my song and that will make me feel strong. Even when I'm wrong, I'm gonna live long. God is my song that will make me feel strong. Even I know I'm wrong, I know I'm gonna live long. 'Cause I'm living now. I've got a lot of work to do. Send down the rain. Papa, 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 yo, yeah, 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 yo, send down the rain. Mama, 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 yo, yeah, 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 yo, send down the rain. I'm a living man, got a lot of work to do. Send down the rain. Mama, 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 yo, yaga, 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 yo, send down the rain. Papa, 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 yo, yaga, 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 yo, send down the rain. Yes, I'm living now, I've got a lot of work to do. Send down the rain.
Told you to die.
This is protesting for Nigeria.
Listening as an American was being interviewed by a member of NINAS during the UN General Assembly in New York, where Nigeria government went to hire foreigners to counter-protest the justified right of citizens to protest against their government's mishandling of what's supposed to be a country. That's what NINAS is all about, to arrest the drift going on in Nigeria. Nigeria, instead of listening or doing the right thing, went to hire foreigners, paid them to come and counter what was going on. And the man was interviewed.
Oh, for Nigeria? Yeah. For a stronger Nigeria, say Nigerian Christian, not target of genocide or ethnic cleansing. So what part of Nigeria are you from? You're not a Nigerian. So how then you're not a Nigerian and you're protesting for Nigeria?
Well, anybody's black, protest for them.
Well, you know, when you got to protest with the information and the stuff that is happening.
No.
So how do you know that Nigerian Christians are not the target? How did you know that?
I don't know.
So why then do you have the placard?
Well, look, I'm going to tell you something. Me, I protest for anybody. I help a lot of people.
So you were paid to do this?
Yeah.
Or you were paid to do this?
Yeah, I just joined in with everybody.
Because you did not know.
Black, white.
No, I understand. It is good to support brothers, to support the culture, but also it is also good to protest and pass the right information, right?
It's a lot of information going out here. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people twist a lot of things up. Yeah. I don't know for sure what.
But you got to do a little bit digging.
However, you know what I'm saying? I'm just here to help everybody out.
I understand that. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. You're doing what they ask you to do.
Yeah.
At least you're paid to do this, and you're doing what you get paid for.
No, it's not about pay. You know what I'm saying? It's just about.
Through referendum.
Dr. Akpara arrives at Umuahia Ibeku, his hometown, for a civic reception in his honor. He's accompanied as usual by his wife, Mrs. Adama Akpara. Mrs. Okpara is a dutiful housewife, humble and unassuming. Prayer before the reception. In the address of welcome, read by the Secretary of the Umwahia community, tribute is paid to Dr. Azi Kiwe for appointing one of their sons as his worthy successor. A tiger skin and a cow for the premier. Tiger skins are a traditional gift for gallantry. Mrs. Okpara, in her turn, receives a woven native cloth from the women's section. In response, the Premier says that he is the servant of his people, and no servant is greater than his master. On behalf of his wife and himself, he thanks the community for its fine gifts and the kind sentiments expressed in the address of welcome. A Bende traditional war dance. The Bende are a warlike people with a long history of victories over their enemies in days gone by. What joy and comfort for the Premier to be able to turn from official cares and worries to the parents who laid the foundations of his career. The Premier ends his first official tour by attending Students' Day at the Uzwakoli Methodist College, his alma mater. He has a reunion with former colleagues and makes new friends. Eastern Nigeria, side by side with the other members of the Federation, is forging ahead. Its young Premier, Dr. Michael Okpara, pursues a policy based on the philosophy of live and let live and a decent life for all. The people of Eastern Nigeria respond wholeheartedly also to his appeals for agrarian evolution. Farming has become the order of the day in the eastern region, and communities are voluntarily offering land for the farm settlements proposed by Dr. Okpara's government, bringing hope for a better life not through mere slogans but through deeds, and building up agriculture as the only solid basis for true development. Like her premier, Eastern Nigeria is young, progressive, and open to the world.
Told you to die.
DJ Switch, one of the DJs that almost got killed at Lekki Toll Plaza, October 20, 2020, by the Nigerian government, military and police.
Good morning. Look at that. I've often heard that it is best to start these types of talks with a joke to make you people feel comfortable and relaxed. And so I have no such plans. What I do have, though, is a clip from a live recording I made on the 20th of October, 2020. Please, viewer discretion is advised.
They're shooting us! They shot 2 people! Oh my goodness! See somebody else. Everybody look at this. These are the bullets that were falling by our side, that we were dodging bullets.
My name is Obianuju Catherine Ude. Don't worry, you can call me DJ Switch. I'm from Enugu State, which is in the southeast region of Nigeria. For years, young Nigerians like myself with interesting hairstyles, ripped jeans, iPhones, nice cars, have been harassed, extorted, illegally detained, tortured, raped, and killed by the Nigerian police. Specifically, a unit of the Nigerian police called SARS. SARS stands for Special Anti-Robbery Squad, and trust me, they truly are a special bunch. A special breed of armed robbers in uniform.
Yes.
A special group and gang of rapists with a badge. A special crowd of murderers with a license to carry a gun. For as long as I can remember, we begged and petitioned the Nigerian government to put an end to this corrupt unit. And to their credit, they complied. Or at least it seemed like they complied. First, with the disbandment of SARS in 2016, then again in 2017, 2018, 2019. I know it's an abusive relationship. 2020, and I know we all won't be forgetting 2020 in a hurry. As the coronavirus ravaged the globe, back home in Nigeria, we were more afraid of another type of virus, SARS. On the 3rd of October, a video surfaced online where SARS officers shot a young man and fled with his Lexus SUV. We were outraged. But this was followed by the gunning down of an up-and-coming Nigerian musician. I'm a musician. Could have been me. At this point, the hashtag #EndSARS was trending all over the world. And thanks to Nigeria's biggest celebrities and artists, influencers who said, enough is enough, it is time we speak up. And so by the 8th of October, the streets of Nigeria were filled with young men and women protesting police brutality, and I was one of them. But it is the 20th of October, 2020, that has brought me here today. On that very horrible day, the Nigerian army, sanctioned by the Nigerian government, stormed the Lekki toll gate. And this is a major roadway in Lagos State, by the way. No warning, no dialogue. Soldiers opened fire on unarmed, peaceful protesters with live ammunition. We cried, we braced, and we started to sing the national anthem, just with the hopes that they recognize we're not their enemy. It made no difference. As I laid on the floor, I remember a young man, he just jumped on top of my body and he was screaming, "Cover her, cover her." I couldn't really make sense of what the whole thing was about. He was struck by a bullet on his lower back. I genuinely believe he saved my life, and I don't even know who he is. I don't even know why I didn't run, to be honest. At that time, I thought it was the end. And so my instinct at the moment was show everybody what's going on. You know, you're going to die here today. And so I pulled out my phone, went to Instagram, started live broadcasting this madness. Viewers on the live helped us call ambulances, but the soldiers refused the ambulance's entry. And so some of us had to turn into instant surgeons in an attempt to remove the bullet from the leg of a protester. Eventually the shooting stopped, and we observed that some of the soldiers were picking up their shells, I believe in an attempt to hide evidence of this crime. And so we scampered around to pick the shells that we could find in an attempt to have evidence of this crime. And this was while other soldiers were dumping bodies onto their trucks. They left, and we felt a sense of victory, you know. Some can't really explain it. We were happy and angry, relieved but in pain. But unfortunately, after being on Instagram Live for so long, my phone battery died. Because not too long after, another phase of attack was upon us. But this time it was the Nigerian police. And they came in guns blazing as well. And so we ran. We took the injured to a nearby hospital and the others to a church. The church apparently had been on the live and they had offered us refuge. By the next morning, soldiers raided the hospital looking for me. And I owe a great deal of gratitude and thanks to a friend and colleague who had called me earlier and said, put off the location on your phone and leave that hospital as soon as possible. And so it was barely 15 minutes after I left. But it didn't end there. My boss and his wife got threatening phone calls. I couldn't go home to where I lived because we got reports of strange men lurking around my apartment complex. I haven't gone home, actually, since the 20th of October, 2020. Speaking of home, I'm from a large family of 8. 5 boys, 3 girls, with very opposing characters, I tell you. I'm the last, with a sprinkle of last child crazy. But I remember my parents, you know, they worked really hard to provide us with basic things: food, education, healthcare, security, allowances. All while teaching us to love and respect each other's differences. On the other hand, Nigeria is home to over 200 million brothers and sisters with different cultures and tribes and faiths and beliefs. Things and differences that the government has used for the longest time to pit us against each other. But the NSAS movement swept that away, even if it was just for a time being. I witnessed protesters collaborating and helping each other. Protesters giving food and water to the same police who's been killing us off every day. Others provided security. Another group provided funds that were donated to them, I mean in the hundreds of thousands of dollars, for legal and medical attention to protesters who needed it. This is the real Nigeria. But the Nigerian government, much like an irresponsible parent, failed to see the opportunity as a learning curve, to listen to the cries of its quote-unquote children. Instead, they chose to deny these events and also moved swiftly to silence us. Starting with the Nigerian Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed. And yes, you heard me right. The Nigerian Minister of Information, our very own spin doctor. Yeah, his first name is Lai. It's inevitable, right? The pun is begging me. Lai called the shooting a fabrication of a massacre without bodies. He said I was a purveyor of fake news with the intent of tarnishing the nation's image, that I am a terrorist, amongst other things. The Nigerian army called the shooting fake and that I had made the whole thing up with a green screen. Yes, I have plans of heading to Hollywood after this speech. You know, 15 people died on the 20th of October, and not a single government official, police, or army personnel has been brought to book. 15, at least, all while singing the national anthem.
Over 3 million died in Biafra. Not a single person got prosecuted.
As an artist and a DJ, I listen to music a lot, all the time. And I'm reminded of the legend, the artist, Fela Anikolapo Kuti. He was known for speaking truth to power with his art. And I'm reminded of his 1977 song titled Zombie. Here, Fela likens the Nigerian military to mindless zombies following idiotic orders. It was relevant then, it is relevant today, and it most likely will be relevant tomorrow, in the future. The same future that they say is in the hands of the leaders of tomorrow. But what we have tomorrow are recycled leaders of today who have failed to provide an enabling environment for young leaders to thrive and contribute. No, but they chose instead to kill us all off.
Yes.
One by one. This might sound outrageous to you, and you might wonder why. And I'll tell you. Our leaders are afraid. It's as simple as that. They're afraid of a thinking, an innovative, a collaborative, and a working Nigeria. They're afraid of every young Nigerian who, against all odds, have made it for themselves. They are afraid of a me, the coconut head generation, as we like to call ourselves. We're hard-headed, we're not easily deceived by propaganda, and we stand up to our oppressors. And while we may not do this all the time because wahala no dey finish, as we like to say back home, I think there's a Nigerian in the crowd. Well, what it means though is that the problems never end. And while I understand that we have to take a break to put food on the table to at least secure our mental health, know this. Corruption, tyranny, abuse of power do not go on a break. And so today I'm choosing to use my voice and my talent to push for the things that we ought to have. And I want to ask you all, these fine people, to please join me and support my vision for promoting democracy, human rights values, and equality through arts. Thank you so much for your time.
Earlier today, I read an article where Femi Adesina, one of the presidential spokesmen, stated for the record that the Judicial Commission of Inquiries in states where Nigerian military and police have killed people extrajudicially, that those reports will not be handed to the government to implement because it is from the states. And that reminded me that Nigeria is running a national police and national military. There is no provincial regiment of soldiers, National Guard, or something that is under state control. There is no state police. There is no local government police. Everything flows from Abuja. Yet the same Abuja is telling us that they have that it is not for them to deal with the report from the states on the probe of extrajudicial killings by the police and military. Why is Nigeria standing on its head? And some people think that we have a country to be proud of or to even, talk about. A country where nobody takes any responsibility for nothing, where the government is the last entity you want to trust, where there is nothing working, every institution is completely gone. On what then is Nigeria standing? If Nigerians cannot go on the street and demonstrate and express their frustration with the system, where is the country? Are the people slaves? Are the citizens caged? Are they defeated? Are they cornered? Who is the criminal here? The government or the citizens? Anyway, here is an opinion from Didi Wechue of Ninas. The 1999 Constitution is the reason for the mass exodus of Nigerians. On the very day that my late aunt Josephine completed her last nursing training exam in London, she headed back to Nigeria even before her results were out. She saw no reason to linger around in Britain. That was in the late 50s. Things are very different now. Now, the desire of millions upon millions of Nigerians is to flee Nigeria to begin a new life out there overseas, where millions of Nigerians are already living. This is the mass exodus of Nigerians. Some, influenced by Nollywood films, are seeking quick and abundant wealth. Others are seeking the opportunity for just a normal life. The most prized locations are Europe or places where European culture is dominant one, such as in America, Canada, and Australia. That is because Europeans have managed to create free societies. Here are some concepts of what a free society is. And please, listeners should pay attention here because these are key points. This is what societies are made of. A free society is built up from the actions of individuals, following the rules that promote peaceful cooperation. It is not imposed from above by political authorities. Government usually has a more limited role in a free society. Limited role in a free society. In a free society, we accept that other people's choices will be different from our own. In a free society, citizens enjoy freedom of speech and equality. And let me add, in a free society, your religion doesn't count. Nobody cares about your religion. And you shouldn't bother about other people's religion. That's part of what free societies are. And people have every right to say that they don't believe in nothing. In fact, in China, during one of my trips there, I saw Chinese people tell me that they worship themselves, that they are self-worshipping people. And in British Columbia, there are people who hug tree. They are called tree huggers. People have right to do whatever in terms of such things that are personal. A free society is where institutions are created and run in order to empower each individual to meet, explore, and increase their potential. What we find in Nigeria is the very opposite of a free society. Nigeria's society is a burden to those for whom circumstances of their birth mean that they must experience it, until the suffering masses organize themselves and say, no more of this burden. Europeans and other Westerners cannot begin to imagine the terrors and never to be relieved stresses of having to live in Nigeria. Here is a list of some of the things that Nigerians face. Again, let me add that these things shouldn't be found in a functional society. So this is another way of saying, here is the proof that Nigeria is not a free society, but a prison. Worse than apartheid or even the slavery period or colonial era. Nigeria is everything that a country shouldn't be. Here is a list of some of the things that Nigerians face. Not free to have civil liberties. Not free to have human rights respected. Not free to be safe. Not politically free. No freedom from coercion and compulsion. Not free to trust those in authority. Not free to live in a clean environment. Not free to enjoy constant or even any electricity. So sad. When you produce your own energy, you pollute the environment. Everybody contribute to the pollution because the government failed them. The system failed them. From the local to the state to the federal, everything failed Nigerians. Not free to experience the wonders that technology-driven lifestyle provide. Not free to taste the excitement of the earth's bountiful produce turned into foods and drinks by other cultures, or the arts and crafts made by other cultures, etc. Not free to develop or reach your potential. In short, living in Nigeria diminishes an individual and de-skills them. It is no wonder, therefore, that there is such a mass exodus from Nigeria. One finds that the ruling elite and higher grade civil servants who could change things are regularly abroad themselves. They too want to enjoy being in a free society where they are able to acquire European goodies, even if it is with looted or ill-gotten Nigerian public money. Some who have taken the trouble to look into what makes the country what it is have accurately described Nigeria as a criminal enterprise. Essentially, Nigeria is a land where those in authority, politicians and civil servants, plus their cronies, example, business people and religious leaders, are united in the purpose of getting their wealth from denying citizens their rights, their social and public services, and access to an environment that would empower them. The powers and the illegitimate authority they use in getting their gains come from the 1999 Constitution. The powers and the illegitimate authority they use in getting their gains come from the 1999 Constitution, a forgery. It is Military Decree 24, fraudulently renamed, then foisted on Nigerians in 1999 when they were told that democracy had begun through it. What is seen is that the sham 1999 Constitution re-established the Nigerian system created by Frederick Lugard, that British criminal that was the founding father of Nigeria. It is a system based on the trio of ignorance, fear and military, state terror, creating a culture described by colonial George Stocker as a setback to condition of things resembling the barbarous ages. The provisions of the 1999 Constitution ensure barbarity and brutality are the norm. Number one, no fit for purpose public institutions or public welfare, including security. That's speaking about the 1999 Constitution. Although Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution states that the security and welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government, it is the very opposite that Nigerians experience. That same Constitution turns around to make all those good welfare provisions non-justiciable, that is, not enforceable via Section 6, Article 6 or Paragraph 6. That means citizens cannot get relief from the courts when their security, human rights, and developmental needs are denied. Number two, the 68-item exclusive list. There are 68 key developmental areas that the illegitimate 1999 Constitution hands over to the central government, including the much-hated Item 39, which is that the natural resources in the ancestral lands of indigenous peoples belong to central government. This list exclusively hijacks the self-determination rights of ethnic nations because they become beggars or slaves, waiting upon central government to give them access to the tools for protection, development, and progress. That 1999 Constitution has successfully produced a Nigerian system where ignorance remains at a steady high level, and this in turn, together with state brutality and lack of functional social services, that is, care for citizens, maintains a very strong climate of fear. It's very unfortunate, very sad. Very sad. The overall aim of the Nigerian system is to produce in citizens such fear that there is the paralyzation of their wills by the spectacle of military terrorism hanging over their heads like a sword of Damocles. The question asked is, why would anyone want to create a society where the Nigerian system exists? The answer was stated above. Nigeria is a criminal enterprise. It wasn't meant to work well. That's why it's a criminal enterprise. Not a country in the real sense. Having the Nigerian system makes it so much easier for those in power to grab the natural resources of the indigenous owners of the land with no effective resistance from them, the indigenous people. That is what Nigeria is about. That is what Nigeria is about. Which is why Nigerians flee abroad to escape the criminal enterprise created by the 1999 Constitution. It's very unfortunate, really. The article I said is from the Duwechue of Ninas, and it goes to support the strong position of Ninas that referendum is the only solution to Nigeria's problem. To fix all that has been killing the country, killing the people, like the killing at Lekki 2 Plaza, like the killing across Nigeria from southern Kaduna, Zaria, all the genocide, all the ethnic cleansing by the military, by the police, everywhere, extortion everywhere. Solution to all these things is referendum. Because it's all being done based on the 1999 anti-people, anti-citizens constitution, crafted by a group of people that are linked to a particular group. The Fulani. They came into Nigeria to destroy the country, to steal the country, to take it away from the owners, the real owners. Let's put this to a referendum vote and see where we are.
Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Which way to go?
Which way to go?
I love my fatherland.
Oh yeah.
I want to know.
Yes, I want to know.
Which way Nigeria is heading to.
Constitutional force majeure. Make I talk am again. Constitutional force majeure. Oh yeah, here am again. Oh. Constitutional force majeure. That's not the new reigning motto where they don't come out for the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Constitutional force majeure. Now waiting we go take forward march to freedom all the ethnic nationality them where they don't throw away inside cage for this dungeon where they call Nigeria. If you never know us before, now we be the people of Middle Belt and South. We don't join hand together to formulate the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Listen to this one. On 16 December 2020, now we don't declare a constitutional force majeure on the fraudulent Nigeria Lai 1999 Constitution. Now the Yeye Fulani ethnic minority carry this sufferness throw away for the head of the people who get the land in the first place since 1999. Chai! As they don't condemn that 1999 Wayo Constitution, NINAS don't direct the Nigeria government to gather a national roundtable meeting. Make we for talk the kind style where we go take sit down for inside our region on top country where we dey sleep for only one eye. This now waiting that big grammar constitutional force majeure go do suffering and smiling. It don't do. Nigeria people don't suffer rich. Waiting we never see. Nigerian people don't chop fear from out. All the land of the south and middle belt don't turn to river of blood. Waiting all because of this evil Nigeria 1999 lie constitution. Hey, I beg, true to God, they don't push us reach the wall. Nowhere to go again. Enough is enough. So therefore, everybody, make una come. Make we join hand now with NINAS. Make we for support the constitutional force majeure to free ourselves from the Fulani British captivity so that we go forward march into a free nation where your security and development is guaranteed.
I love my fatherland.
Oh yeah.
I want to know.
Yes, I want to know.
Which way Nigeria is heading to.
Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
NINAS, where we came from, where we are, on the road to freedom. Today, we speak of NINAS, but know that the struggle for the restoration of our sovereignty did not start today. As a matter of fact, the struggle started almost as soon as the sovereignty of the ethnic nationalities was stolen by the imposition of the 1999 Constitution, which maintained a unitary government. With the end of the military regime and return to democracy, there was great hope that the country would be returned to what the people had voted for, and that existed prior to the military intervention in 1966. The hope of the country was dashed when, instead of a return to a federal governance structure with multiple self-governing and autonomous government with their own constitutions, the government was kept centralized in a federal government that kept all the power, the asset, and resources of the ethnic nationalities. Making things worse, this so-called constitution was not put to a referendum, and so was not made by the people. Deprive the citizens of their right to benefit contained in Chapter 2, made federal character unenforceable, gave the lion's share of the oil and other assets to the far north through a federal account sharing process that was exclusively weighted to favor the far north and make corruption official. Let me take you back about 2 decades of our journey. It all started when the military regime of General Abdul Salami Abubakar imposed a unitary 1999 constitution, which in turn was a wholesale rival of the 1979 constitution that was also known to be a victory charter for the Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967 to 1970. When it was made public a few weeks after inauguration of General Obasanjo as president, a better half of those in the legal profession gathered in several conferences and, without much ado, recognized the flaws, loopholes, and selfish intentions, then concluded that the Constitution was not legitimate and would not lead Nigeria to any form of advancement. It was important that the mechanism or vehicle to set up a countrywide rejection of this forgery of a constitution was put in place. The journey commenced when, in 2004, the Pro-National Conference Organization, PRONACO, was established to rework the damaged federal constitutional basis of Nigeria. PRONACO being the People's Sovereign National Conference of Ethnic Nationalities in Nigeria, convened in all ethnic nationalities, and quickly mandated its representation to go back to their people and to come up with ratified draft of how they would want to participate in the Union of Nigeria. The conference sat in plenaries across the cities of Lagos, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Jos, and Kano, then returned to Lagos for the final sitting, and in participation, conveners in the likes of Anthony Ehanuro, Wole Soyinka, Chukwu Emeka Odumego Ojukwu, and similar leaders across the territories. This resolution was an agreement derived from the composite people's constitution as presented and defended by ethnic nationalities representation in those sequential conferences. And it is important to know that there were observers from the international community, including the US and European Union observers. In August 2006, a delegate from Castina moved the motion for adoption of the draft People's Constitution that emerged from the 29-point resolution of the conference. In furtherance of the PRONACO consensus to restore the federal basis of the Nigerian Union, in 2007, the Movement for a New Nigeria was set up as an enforcement of the consensus, at the time to exclude the 12 contiguous northern states that had introduced and embraced the Sharia legal system against the secular basis for Nigeria. The Allies had insisted that democracy and Sharia system could not coexist in the same political space, hence the need for a new vehicle, the Movement for New Nigeria. On the 23rd of May 2007, MMN, through its legal counsel, filed a suit at the Federal High Court Abuja to challenge the legitimacy of the imposed 1999 Constitution, seeking the termination of the entire Constitution. at the court hearings, which had the Attorney General of the Federation representing the federal government, legal representation of the National Assembly, and others, admitted the people case which they could not defend the challenge, but insisted that the plaintiff had no locus standi. In English, the plaintiff had no status at law to bring in the case to challenge the legitimacy of the 1999 Constitution. Having acknowledged that the restoration of the people's sovereignty did not need the participation or permission of government, the Joint Multi-Regional Vehicle instituted the MMN Lagos Declaration 30th of June 2011, by which the Allies partner blocks, the Lower Niger, South-South, and Southeast, the Yoruba land, and the Middle Belt publicly rejected the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution, mandating regional self-determination actions which included referendum and international outrage. In furtherance to the mandate of the MMN Lagos Declaration, the people of the Lower Niger on the 27th of April 2015 held the Solemn Assembly in Port Harcourt City to wholly repudiate the 1999 Constitution. In that assembly, the 1,885 ethno-linguistic map of the Lower Niger was adopted as a geographical basis of federating. The assembly mandated the distillation of character of relationship as well as asset protection and guarantee scheme to protect the asset of the indigenous people in other blocks of Nigeria. On the mandate for international outrage of the MNN Lagos Declaration, and LNCT visited Capitol Hills, Washington, to make a case for the termination of the operation of Nigeria's 1999 Constitution at the special congressional event on Nigeria in May 2015. The team also made informal consultation for the same matter at the UN headquarters in New York in the same year. 2 years later, still in furtherance to mandate of the MNN Lagos Declaration, the Yoruba indigenous people held the Yoruba Solemn Assembly at Ibadan on the 7th of September 2017. The Assembly publicly repudiated the 1999 Constitution as the basis of the Federation of Nigeria and proclaimed the self-determination right of the Yoruba land to reclaim autonomy of Yoruba land.
Told you to die.
Here is Nelson Mandela speaking even as the apartheid was still in effect in South Africa, not long after his release from 27 years of incarceration. His address was to the world, and it's as much to us as it was back then to the South Africans. At 7 minutes 50 seconds, you will hear a woman, the second questioner, raise the issue of the failed independence of African nations, and if anything will really change with South Africa. Enjoy the listening.
The issues and the controversy. 1,000 people have gathered at the City College of New York for a town meeting with Nelson Mandela. Ladies and gentlemen, Nelson Mandela.
This was on June 21st, 1990. June 21st, 1990. Nelson Mandela received one of the highest applause I've witnessed in my life. Some were weeping in the crowd in recognition of his sacrifice of 27 years to see to his people being liberated in South Africa.
town meeting with Nelson Mandela.
Mr. Mandela, you're participating in what is a very old and honorable American tradition, the town meeting. And rather than waste any time with my questions, if they don't ask you good ones, I promise I will try to. But I think we have some people out here who have some provocative and perhaps even controversial questions to ask you. And I'd like to begin.
Mr. Mandela, you've come to the United States of America. Other than South Africa, probably the most racially divided country in the world. Evidence of that is right here in New York City. We are one of the most racially divided cities in the world. The blood of our children stained the sidewalks of New York. Howard Beach, Bensonhurst, Yusef Hawkins, Michael Griffith, our grandmothers, Eleanor Bumpers, mothers, Yvonne Smallwood.
If I may just ask you, for your indulgence, if you be good enough, there will be some questions you'll like, there'll be some questions you won't like. Let me just ask you, though, to save the time so that we can listen to Mandela's answers. Mr. Mandela's answers. Mr. Mandela.
After the rousing welcome I have received here, I do not know whether I am in a mood to think coolly. I have been deeply touched by this warm welcome. But to respond to the question, I must say that the ANC and in fact the entire to promote the struggle against apartheid in our country. And I must say to you that we have the support not only of the masses of the people, we have the support of the Congress as well as the government. And I think that it would not be proper for me to delve into the controversial issues which are tearing the society of this country apart. I am sure that the USA has produced competent leaders of all population groups who are able to handle their own affairs very effectively.
Let me follow up, if I may, on part of your answer. You say you're sure you have the support of the people, the Congress, and the leadership. By the leadership, you also mean the President of the United States? Are you satisfied that you have his support?
Well, I am sure of one thing, that he condemns apartheid as I do. That is enough for us to find further common room with the President. And this is the message that I'm going to put to him when I meet him.
And when you say you have the support of Congress, are you satisfied that you have enough votes in Congress to keep sanctions in place?
That I cannot say. That lies in the future. But when I address Congress, the main thrust of my speech is that the Congress should support sanctions.
Why are you so insistent, Mr. Mandela, and then we'll go to a question at this microphone over here. Why are you so insistent upon maintaining sanctions at a time when it can be argued that the South African government has made more concessions, your release being only one of them, than it has ever made in the past 40 years?
I should know better about this matter, Mr. Coppel, than you.
No doubt.
After all, it is the ANC, not the government, that is responsible for the present talks. We have been hammering the government since 1986 to meet us. And in spite of the humiliating and insulting conditions they tried to impose on us before they could agree to meeting us, we nevertheless had sufficient patience and sufficient commitment to peace as to continue hammering them to meet us. They have eventually done so, but despite the fact that the talks are now on, apartheid is still in place. The police are still killing our people, as they've done over the years. Vigilante groups are openly arming themselves for the specific purpose of attacking progressive groups and progressive leaders. The right wing is also arming itself openly, and they say they are doing so for the purpose of destroying the ANC. They are calling for some of us to be hanged. Why would you think that we should now relax our strategies? What has happened?
Let's move on to the next question.
Amanta. My name is Gloria Toot. I was born here in Harlem. I'm a lawyer. I've lived here all my life. I'm also on the board of directors of the African Educational Foundation that's raising money to train the people of Africa for industry. I am concerned about the future economy of South Africa. I am concerned when I look at the newer countries that gained their freedom so hard fought, indeed did not demonstrate sound fiscal policy. Illiteracy is still quite large, and hunger. What can assure me as a human being and a concerned African American that the ANC will indeed have a fiscal solvent policy that will continue the use of the resources of South Africa in a meaningful way? Or should I put it more succinctly, will your economy be based on the Marxist system, or socialism, or capitalism, or both?
I knew that was the question you wanted to ask. I am happy that you have had the courage to put it directly. We are not concerned with models. We are not concerned with labels. We are practical men and women whose solutions are dictated by the actual conditions existing in our country. As somebody has said, we do not care whether the cat is black or white, as long as it can catch mice.
If I may...
What we want to achieve is a healthy and vibrant economy which can ensure full employment to our people, maximum production, and the development of social justice. We wanted to rectify the imbalances that exist in our economy. One of the companies, well-known companies in the country, one company owns more than 75% of the shares quoted in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. This is illustrative of how our economy is organized. It is the resources of the country are monopolized by a white minority, even in that minority by a few individuals, whereas the masses of the people, especially blacks, are left poor, ridden with disease, illiteracy, without educational facilities. We wanted to develop an economy which will put an end to that and will leave to other people to put a label if they so wish.
Mr. Mandela, forgive me. And we are back once again. And Mr. Mandela, as I told you before we began this broadcast, almost all the questions will be coming here from the audience, but we also went to a couple of people back in South Africa, told them you were going to be on the broadcast, and asked them if they had any questions for you or comments that they wanted to make to you. One of those from whom we are about to hear now, and I'd like you to address your attention over to that monitor, is a man by the name of Koos van der Merwe, who's one of the leaders of the Conservative Party. Have a listen to what he has to say.
Hello, Nelson. I'm a South African. I'm an Afrikaner. I want self-determination for my people in a part of South Africa. You can't have the whole South Africa for yourself. A part of it belongs to my people. Nelson, you're not going to nationalize the assets of the white people. I have worked for my banks, my mines, my businesses, and my farms. You are not going to take it. Stop your violence. Stop your sanction campaign. Stop your nonsense. Leave the violent campaign alone and come and sit down, become a normal person and talk, and maybe that way we can find solutions. And lastly, forget communism, Nelson. It's gone. And I hope you will be well. I believe you were ill. I hope you will recover. And have a good journey.
Aangename kennis, Koos. Ek hoop van harte dat een dag ek die geleentheid sal kry om met u te gesels. Well, just to interpret
please
what I said, I just wanted to demonstrate that I am bilingual. Said to Koos van der Merwe is to say, I am happy to know you. I hope that one day we shall have the opportunity to discuss the affairs of our country. That is all.
Now, let me pick up, if I may, Mr. Mandela, though, on what Koos van der Merwe had to say. He represents, as you know, a small but significant segment of the white population in South Africa, which is pressuring Mr. de Klerk from that political side of the spectrum. To what degree do you feel any need to help President de Klerk deal with people like Koos van der Merwe?
Mr. de Klerk is an independent, resourceful and flexible leader. He is able on his own to deal with the right wing. The outside world will be making a grave mistake if they think they can do anything whatsoever to help Mr. de Klerk as against the right wing. In fact, for the international community to seek to do anything expressly to help Mr. de Klerk would be the best way of undermining him. Because what the right wing is doing is to tell the whites in South Africa that de Klerk is a puppet of the United States and Great Britain, and that what he's doing now is precisely because he has received instructions from those two countries. And if now the Western world comes out to say they want to help de Klerk, that is what the right wing exactly wants. You will destroy him. We, the ANC, are the only people who can help him. And we are doing our very best to help him. One of the points we are putting to him is that Mr. de Klerk, if he wants to see the future non-racial South Africa emerging, is to speed up in regard to the negotiating process. That in a year or two, he should be able to extend the vote to all South Africans. He must cease thinking in terms of solutions.
You can see Nelson Mandela given a timeline, a time frame within which the current leader of South Africa would react and do the right thing. And that's exactly what brought apartheid to an end in South Africa. within a period of 4 years, South Africa transited from apartheid to free society. We can do it in Nigeria. We can do it in Nigeria. NINAS has given the processes that could be followed to make this possible.
By seeking a mandate to whites only, he must place himself in a position where he can get the support of the overwhelming majority of the people of South Africa. And if he gives every man and woman, whatever the color of his skin, the right to vote, he will be in an extremely strong position, and there's nothing that the right wing can do. But if he continues, as he is doing at the present moment, still to think of racist solutions which are seen first and foremost as protecting the rights of the whites, he will go under.
Let us move on to our next questioner at the microphone over there. Mr. Edelman.
Welcome to America, Mr. Mandela. I'm Ken Edelman. Those of us who share your struggle for human rights and against apartheid have been somewhat disappointed by the models of human rights that you have held up since being released in jail. You've met over the last 6 months 3 times with Yasser Arafat, who you have praised. You have told Gaddafi that you share the view and applaud him on his record of human rights and his drive for freedom and peace around the world. And you have praised Fidel Castro as a leader of human rights and said that Cuba was one of the countries that's head and shoulders above all other countries in human rights, despite the fact that documents at the United Nations and elsewhere show that Cuba is one of the worst. I was just wondering, are these your models of leaders of human rights? And if so, would you want a Gaddafi or an Arafat or a Castro to be a future president of South Africa?
One of the mistakes which some political analysts make is to think that their enemies should be our enemies.
P.W. de Klerk passed away not long ago, and he never regretted the role he played in ending apartheid in South Africa. One wonders what current Nigeria's minders will be remembered for at this special time when Nigeria is crashing. They are carrying on like nothing is going wrong, under a very criminal, dubious 1999 constitution. Nigeria is tearing at the seams, while Nigerian rulers are holding sway. P.W. de Klerk recognized what was happening to South Africa and acted accordingly. Would Nigerian minders act? Continue enjoying the listening.
That we can and we will never do. We have our own struggle, which we are conducting. We are grateful to the world for supporting our struggle. But nevertheless, we are an independent organization with its own policy. And the attitude of every country towards, our attitude towards any country is determined by the attitude of that country to our struggle. Yasser Arafat, Colonel Gaddafi, Fidel Castro support our struggle to the hilt. is no reason whatsoever why we should have any hesitation about hailing their commitment to human rights as they are being demanded in South Africa. Our attitude is based solely on the fact that they fully support the anti-apartheid struggle. They do not support it only in rhetoric. They are placing resources at our disposal for us to win the struggle. That is the position.
Mr. Mandela, you've said a number of very controversial things in that last response, and I'd like to come back to some of them when we return, but once again, we have to take a quick break. We'll be back in a moment.
Thank you.
The Couple Report will continue in a moment.
And we are back once again with Nelson Mandela at the City College of New York. Mr. Mandela, as I mentioned to you before the program, we also have some distinguished guests sitting behind us. One of whom, Mr. Henry Sigmund, together with two other Jewish leaders, came to Geneva to visit with you precisely because they were so concerned not only by the kind of thing that you just said before the break with regard to Yasser Arafat, with regard to Libya's Colonel Gaddafi, but also because of the support that you seemed at different times to give to the PLO. I would like to ask Mr. Sigmund to stand now for a moment and pose whatever question he would like directly to you. Mr. Sigmund?
Before I pose my question, permit me to say first that when I had the pleasure and honor of meeting with Mr. Mandela in Geneva, we said to him, and I would like to repeat this now, in order to put my question in context, that the commitment of the Jewish organizations that met with him to the struggle against apartheid, against racism, against injustice in South Africa is absolutely unconditional. It is not dependent on whether we are happy or unhappy with responses that Mr. Mandela gives to some questions. Having said that, I think I would be dishonest if I did not express profound disappointment with the answer that Mr. Mandela gave to the previous question, because it suggests a certain degree of amorality. It suggests that what these people do in their own countries, what a Gaddafi does in Libya, what a Castro does in Cuba, is totally irrelevant, even in terms of the issue of human rights, as long as they support the cause of the ANC. I hope that is not what Mr. Mandela meant, and I would hope that he would clarify that issue further.
Mr. Mandela.
Firstly, we are a liberation movement which is fully involved in a struggle to emancipate our people from one of the worst racial tyrannies the world has seen. We have no time to be looking into the internal affairs of other countries. It is unreasonable for anybody to think that this is our role. I have been asked by somebody who wants me to express an opinion on the differences that are taking place within the USA. And he has made his position quite clearly that there is racialism in this country. I have refused to be drawn into that. Why should Mr. Sigmund accept my refusal to be withdrawn into the internal affairs of the United States? and at the same time want me to be involved in the internal affairs of Libya and Cuba. I refuse to do that. As far as Yasser Arafat is concerned, I explained to Mr. Sigmund that we identify with the PLO because just like ourselves, they are fighting for the right of self-determination. I went further, however, to say that the support for Yasser Arafat in his struggle does not mean that the ANC has ever doubted the right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders. But, of course, as I said to Mr. Sigmund in Geneva and others, that we carefully define what we mean by secure borders. We do not mean that Israel has the right to retain the territories they conquered from the Arab world, like the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the West Bank. We don't agree with that. Those territories should be returned to the Arab people.
Mr. Mandela.
I also explained to Mr. Sigmund and company that in our organization, we have Jews. In fact, Mr. Gaddafi did not allow us to open our offices in Libya precisely because we had the courage to say to him, we work with the Jews in our organization. And he didn't allow us to open an office until February this year, when he had to accept us as we are. We are not prepared to be swayed by anybody. We have an independent policy which we accept no matter with whom we discuss.
Mr. Mandela, let's move on to our next question.
Welcome. My name is Malcolm Dunn. I'm from Plainfield, New Jersey, and I'm chairman of the United Minority Business Brain Trust of New Jersey and the national chairman of the American Legal Defense Fund for the minority business organizations. I have a question that relates to our participation in business in this country. We who have gained the moxie and who have reached certain levels of proficiency in business and education in various professions would like to know, what can we offer? What can we who have been denied access, total absorption into the American system in those professions, what can we prepare ourselves to offer to you in the motherland, given your attainment of the one vote, one person, one vote? I ask this in the context of Eastern European countries being free, and the money that was formerly sent to Africa is now being diverted to those Eastern European countries. I ask also in the context that though our country has opened up its doors to people of a lighter hue before they have absorbed us fully in this country. And if you have an answer to my question, please let me know who I can contact after this assemblage to keep up the dialogue. Thank you.
The black people of America, of the USA, have a lot to offer the people of South Africa in the course of their struggle. Whatever disabilities you have in this country, at least you have been exposed to opportunities which we don't have. You have better educational facilities. There is no legal color bar in this country. And therefore, you have been able to acquire, in spite of your problems, you have been able to acquire expert knowledge, skills, which we require, especially when during the post-apartheid South Africa. You can help us a great deal by making that expertise available to us. As far as the question of who you can keep in contact with in our country, that we can discuss after this occasion.
All right, we're going to take another quick commercial break, and then we'll be back in a moment.
Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Which way to go? Which way to go? I love my fatherland. Oh yeah. I want to know. Yes, I want to know. Which way Nigeria is heading to?
Constitutional force majeure. Make I talk am again. Constitutional force majeure. Oh yeah, hear am again. Oh. Constitutional force majeure. That's not the new reigning motto where they don't come out for the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Constitutional force majeure. Now waiting we go take forward march to freedom all the ethnic nationality them where they don't throw away inside cage for this dungeon where they call Nigeria. If you never know us before, now we be the people of Middle Belt and South. We don't join hand together to formulate the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Listen to this one. On 16 December 2020, now we don't declare a constitutional force majeure on the fraudulent Nigeria Lai 1999 constitution. Now the Yeye Fulani ethnic minority carry this sufferness throw away for the head of the people who get the land in the first place since 1999. Chai! As they don't condemn that 1999 Wayo constitution, NINAS don't direct the Nigeria government to gather a national roundtable meeting. Make we for talk the kind style where we go take sit down for inside our region on top country where we dey sleep for only one eye. This now waiting that big grammar constitutional force majeure go do suffering and smiling. It don't do. Nigeria people don't suffer rich. Waiting we never see. Nigerian people don't chop fear from out. All the land of the South and Middle Belt don't turn to river of blood. Waiting all because of this evil Nigeria 1999 lie constitution. Hey, I beg, true to God, they don't push us reach the wall. Nowhere to go again. Enough is enough. So therefore, everybody, make una come. Make we join hand now with NINAS. Make we for support the constitutional force majeure to free ourselves from the Fulani British captivity so that we go forward march into a free nation where your security and development is guaranteed.
I love my fatherland. Oh yeah. I want to know. Yes, I want to know. Which way Nigeria is heading to?
Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
I was asked to, come to share some light. Is the source of that problem. The source of that problem. I talked about diagnosis that will lead to prescription, that will then lead to treatment that will work. If you fail with the diagnosis, your prescription is going to be wrong, and the patient will die. The patient here is the sick Nigeria, and our concern is less for Nigeria than for Nigerians. It's a world of difference. If you mix up the two, you're going to end up killing the people you thought you were going to save. Having listened to some of the things that have been said even on this segment, what we have in our hand is a Nigeria that has become a rogue state. And the global Islamic movement has targeted it to make it their operational base for what they are doing globally, having been challenged in the Middle East. And it's not something that began last night. It's something that has come a long way. And they've, at this time, succeeded in establishing a passage from where they have to relocate to where they target. And on the last page of the paper you have, you will see the map of Nigeria. the size of the problem is this, that to all the sides, this Atlantic Ocean, to the bottom here, on all these sides are ungoverned spaces. Chad, Niger Republic, Northern Mali, and most of what we call Northern Cameroon are just satellite playground for what the one you call Nigeria. But that Nigeria collapsed in 1966 when the constitutions that brought them together, were overturned. And a rogue federal government emerged, operated by a caliphate. And when you hear caliphate, the Islam they put on it is to confuse those who do not know what it is. It's a political movement that grabs sovereign spaces and actually target the whole global, how much of it they can get. And they always require some launching, some operational basis in which they won't be challenged. And what's going on there is that they are found having hijacked that federation, the sovereign space, housing that federation that collapsed in 1966, becoming a federal government. I'm sure you hear about federal government of Nigeria all the time. Becoming a federal government in a situation where the federation had collapsed, but operating a unitary system in which they're in charge of everybody's bedroom. They've seized all the assets of the owners of the place, and the only thing remaining now, and that's where the urgency of it comes in, the only thing remaining now is that they are eliminating what could become future claims of the indigenous peoples of the area by cleansing them off. They've already finished the task in these upper parts that they've imposed Sharia. We have 12 states that simultaneously impose Sharia in a supposedly secular federation. Having done that, they also found their way to Government House. The Boko Haram you hear was just their mechanism to bulldoze their way to Government House. The day after the election, they went into the mission for which they got to that Government House. And that mission was to overrun the rest of this territory. And where they are now, if you look closely to the map, you see the middle belt, you hear about Benue, Plateau, and all of that. They just moving upon the communities, removing them, and bringing their kinsmen, because the Fulani, incidentally, do not have they are an itinerant population, they're nomads, all the way from Gambia to Senegal, all of the West African, and they are bringing, as they sack one community, they bring, they already allotted the whole place all to Port Harcourt, to, Fulani of one country or the other. The people they call herdsmen are the advanced team, the ones who have come, like, about the promised land. When they got there, there were giants occupying the place, and they had to be removed for those who came to take their inheritance. That's what they're doing now. The owners of the various places are being removed for those who say it is their inheritance. They actually tell us to our faces that the place was given to them by Allah, and they will do everything to take every part of it. They've succeeded in taking the assets of all the sites you hear about Niger Delta and the extension for their oil and gas. All those things have been sequestered long time ago from the point of that collapse of the constitutional arrangement. And I call it rogue federal government because if you have a federation, imagine the United States in which the constitution that secures everybody is overthrown by maybe not even any big state. California is big enough. Imagine if it were Long Island or some Maine in the northeast here that overthrows the constitution of the United States and becomes the owner of the whole of California, the oil assets of Texas, and all of that, and manages to impose a constitution in which you can no longer generate electricity for yourself, you can no longer police yourself, you can no longer elect who will govern you, because they have to do everything from the center. And in that kind of a situation, having secured that ownership permanently by brigandage, they now want to remove future claims by removing the human beings. It's ethnic cleansing that is called, and I'm sure we had a Danjuma chapter. So if we do not realize that that's what's going on, we probably will be saying, let's go save Nigeria. It's not Nigeria that's into Nigeria died a long time ago. It's the Nigerians trapped in that space that are in trouble. And what can be done for them now is to recognize the reality of the situation and the implication for the global community. Because if they go beyond where they are now, they say they're going to election. You know what are the election for? They want to get another 4 years to sweep through what is left into the Atlantic waterfront here. And what has happened on ground there is that somehow we've managed, in the organization I'm secretary to, we've managed to wake up the owners of the rest of the place to say, if we do nothing, these guys have been decimating piecemeal. It will come to you at some point. And when it comes, nobody's going to come to your aid. In a situation where if anybody's in doubt as to who is the source of the terror, the governor in Kaduna State, you remember the one on the Christmas Eve, they imposed curfew. People were not to move around. And everybody thought, well, at least for the period of the curfew, we could relax in our village. These people came from nowhere and sacked, they killed over 890-something people on the eve of Christmas. People who were getting ready to just celebrate the next day. And the governor, his response to all of that was to say, that they went, that the ones killing were Fulani from outside Nigeria. And that he had, as governor, gone to give them money in 14 different countries to plead with them to stop coming to kill people. And if you interpret it further, you will see that they know where the killers come from. There is their responsibility, ordinarily, to protect the people who are in their domain. They are not doing that. And they take money from the treasury to go to give to those people. And it's simply the reason he said, what he said, he told them that Fulani now in charge. That means you don't have to do any more of this. We're already here. Take it easy. We'll find a way to deal with the rest of it. They are taking over the place. And if they do, in no time, the whole of these territories we're pointing at, the whole of that Chad, bigger than Nigeria in landmass. Niger, bigger than Nigeria in landmass. Northern Mali, bigger than Nigeria. If those three alone, get sucked in, because that's what's going to happen, you have a monster operating from it, because the rest of West Africa will just collapse into, is it Benin Republic or Togo, which of them? They will suck that in, and they will have in their hand the proceeds of the oil and gas that is sold there to finance their global operations. And anybody who will be coming here to fight with them, to try to remove them, like the fight has been going on in the Middle East. Middle East is desert. You can see from 1 million miles what you want to do. If that comes up here, and we're very close to getting to that, if they escape with going to this election, that will renew and reinforce that constitution they have put in place. They call it democracy. I'm sure we all know about the apartheid South Africa. The closest to what is going on in that place is that apartheid, in which a minority stranger population became the owner of the entire space to the exclusion of the owners. And they have succeeded in keeping it almost 20 years. They want this one more election since they've got their man who has the capacity to do the evil that's required to finish the business. That's where they're going. And what we have done is to get all these ones to say, this constitution is not of us. The one we made, you overthrew. For 50 years, we've been asking that we discuss. You say we can no longer discuss. You go pull arms from everywhere, seize power in government house, pretend it's all the democracy, killing everybody, and now we won't go with you any further. The help that the global community can give to the situation is to listen, to understand what the problem is, and to go to nip it and the board, because if it grows any larger than it is, now like you do with cancer, what we've done is offers a quarantine plan to that situation. If that quarantine is not in place in good time, the global community will pay a very high price, and that is avoidable. Thank you very much.
Please, I will try to.
You see, the Tesla app has been developed because of these two essential requirements. This means that you can start making $237.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most or the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karen Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin Punitive Expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her. That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays, and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimals of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today had just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Don't dodge the die.
We came out yesterday, May the 2nd, to a statement purportedly coming out from one Peter Afunanya that says is a spokesman of DSS, threatening everybody who says who is doing anything that would threaten the unity of Nigeria and the sovereignty of Nigeria and government, and all such nonsense. Well, I would be surprised if it came from DSS, because one cannot trust what we find on social media these days. But if anybody is still at that mundane level of thought of describing self-preservation actions being taken within the rights of self-determination that's inalienable to the constituents of the disputed Federation of Nigeria, because this Constitution 1999, that is a forgery, that has our signature at the base as authorization. As long as that constitution is in place, Nigeria is a disputed project, because the people who are purported to have agreed to live together have come forward to say we never met, we never agreed on anything. It is a forgery, it is a fraud against all of us. It is in that kind of setting that one will be addressing on behalf of NINAS, addressing that State Directorate of State Services, DSS, to point them, to explain to them, just in case they didn't know. They should be finding out from their principal what is going on. That is the federal government of Nigeria. They should realize that what the people who are demanding an immediate reconstruction of the constitutional basis of Nigeria, the one they call restructuring, or even the ones that say they are fed up, they want to go to be countries of their own, they are not the ones threatening the unity of Nigeria. The people that are threatening the unity of Nigeria, that are pushing Nigeria towards disintegration in the manner that the Vice President had warned about in September of 2020, are the ones who are holding on to that forgery of a constitution to say we cannot, that Nigeria is non-negotiable and not indivisible and all of that. They are the ones who are refusing to come forward for that imperative of reconstruction for a house that is on the verge of collapse. They are the ones pushing Nigeria towards disintegration, and one will expect that. They will, the DSS and all of those who are trying to, the other time it was some semi-literate governors that were talking about people who are doing secession and others who are doing treason. The only secession on the table now are the ones who declare themselves Sharia, who have seceded from the secular union of Nigeria, these 12 states. The only treason on the table now are the ones who are clinging onto the constitution that's a forgery, against the rest of us.
My name is Dr. Charles Dim.
Don't dodge the die.
This idea, but it won't help. It'll just formalize the reality that poor countries can never repay their loans.
Senator, are you saying that you're opposed to debt relief for impoverished countries?
No, we should forgive the debts, but that's not going to help those countries very much.
Okay. What will?
Tax cuts. Some African tax rates are the highest in the world. In Tanzania, the 30% rate kicks in at $475 of income. Plus, they have a 20% value-added tax. It gets added to everything you buy. Those high tax rates make it impossible to build capital in those countries. So nothing gets built, not factories, not roads, not anything. Poor African countries have the lowest wage workers in the world. And yet a company like Nike, for instance, can't put a factory in one of those countries because of the oppressive tax rates. Taxes have killed any possibility of economic development. They've killed any hope of these countries ever helping themselves. And that leaves them completely at the mercy of charity and loans. And Here's the worst part. You know why those countries have such high tax rates? Because of us. To show us that they can raise enough money to pay back their loans. But taxes can't raise any money if they kill the economies. So it turns out that the tragic, unintended consequence of our good intentions toward Africa, our kindness, is that we have encouraged those countries to lock themselves into a gruesome economic depression. If we don't...
You see the dilemma of African countries. We borrow and continue to borrow to service the interest. Beggar nations. That's what Africa has been reduced to. And that's why China is taking over, gradually and steadily.
Urge those countries to cut their tax rates, they will never grow their economies. People will live lifetimes of unemployment. Disease will be rampant. Poverty will be permanent. And children will be hungry. And our charity will never be enough. Never.
Those that were shot at Lekki 2 Plaza in Lagos last year, October 20th, were hungry for justice, hungry for security, hungry for peace, hungry for development, and hungry for normalcy, hungry for a normal country. They got shot, and their blood was washed away by way of cover-up by Major General Muhammadu Buhari's government. How could that satisfy the aspirations of the people to be free in their own country?
Let they worry me, make you give me joy. We don't take away their hungry worry. I get hungry.
Budgets are bloated up to cater to the needs of the president and his vice and other ministers. I mean, corruption got taken to the next level by those who came to fight corruption. All tied to the 1999 Constitution. Everything that is happening to Nigerians is tied to the slave document known as the military-imposed 1999 Constitution. It has no progress attached to it. It's only destruction and ruination of the country.
told you to die.
The Nigerian situation mirrors that of South Africa. Up until Nelson Mandela got released 1990 around February, and then few months, before then, the negotiation now became a more intensified one to get the country out of the apartheid system and let adult suffrage prevail without race consideration. Now, one striking difference I noticed about South Africa was the willingness of P.W. Botha to recognize that apartheid will not last for South Africa. It will not be good for South Africa. It will not lead to national unity or any progress moving forward. And he began to pursue the message from the other end, which led to South Africans today living, white and black people living together, even though they've been having some frictions even before the end of apartheid. The white people were getting worried that things will change against them. Well, about 10 years ago, I spoke with a South African lady in Montreal, Eastern Canada, in Quebec. And I asked her exactly, this lady was a diplomat, and I tried to find out exactly where South Africans are with their independence, basically freedom from apartheid. And she said South Africa probably made it up to 50%. Political leadership, yes, but economic leadership, South Africans are nowhere. And that's why the South African black people have been rising up against fellow black people, including Nigerians, who actually contributed so much from their national resources to help prosecute the apartheid problem. Unfortunately, I didn't see Nelson Mandela say a lot of things about Nigeria and how to reset Nigeria and stop Nigeria from the drift that we're witnessing at a higher level in the last 6 years, at least. The division of Nigeria has always been there, but it was fast-tracked by current government of Major General Muhammadu Buhari and his Fulani committee. Their mission became very obvious that they want to fulfill that statement made by Ahmadu Bello back in January 12th of October 12th, barely 10 days after independence, or 11 days, when he declared that the new country would be their great-grandfather's estate. And that's what they are fulfilling now. Back to what I was saying about South Africa. P.W. Botha saw the need and embraced it, even though it wasn't an easy decision for him. But he saw a more better future for South Africa in unifying the people and killing this constitution before the whole country goes up in flames. But in Nigeria's situation, you find a leadership that is ever willing to set the place on fire. They are using the instruments of violence controlled by the state to fight the people, to try to kill them, to eliminate them, because they don't want to hear anything that will tamper with that their father's great-grandfather's estate. They want to control it and make sure it's according to the way they want it. Anything else will be brought down, mowed down, killed, buried in mass graves. They did it against IPOB until Nnamdi Kanu decided that he had to arm. The government is responsible for all this. The government has been responsible for the Fulani killings across the country. They've been killing in the Middle Belt, in the Southwest. Sunday Igboho is in jail for chasing the Fulani out of Oduduwa forests and farms. I mean, how can we even talk about justice with Nigeria? it beats me that people are looking for Nigeria that will change. This country, Nigeria, is never going to change. So what we have to do is just, South Africa did not change. South Africa made a complete turnaround. Nelson Mandela wasn't going for half measures. He wasn't scared for his life because his life has been in danger forever. Just like the life of our people are in danger now. But anyone that seeks to save his life, Jesus said that such will lose their lives. And that will help our people more to find out who is real and who is just self-serving. So, P.W. Butter did not go about asking Nelson Mandela how many membership does he have around the world in this movement. P.W. Butter did not go about sowing seeds to divide more of the black people, different tribes in South Africa. No, he went to negotiate with the people and the demand of the people that racism should die in South Africa. And they had to do it through the Constitution. Now the Constitution of Nigeria is the bone of contention, and the Nigerian government, current Nigeria dictatorship, is skirting around it like it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. And they are resisting what is obviously causing big problem in the country. Citizens were shot at Lekki Toll Plaza by the orders of Major General Muhammadu Buhari and Yusuf Buratai. And this report became public as they were receiving it. We were receiving it also in the public. And they got so embarrassed that they are now seeking to hurt the people that probed these killings. Even South Africa wasn't like this. And so the call for referendum is being ignored by current dictatorship. Like, it doesn't matter, they can sit on it and kill it, maybe cause problem for within the Ilanomo Odua through Tinubu's faction, because Tinubu wants to be president. Now, all these things is just throwing it in the face of the people, telling our people that we're stupid because they are holding political power. They are daring the people. They forget that the people are greater in number than them. They control the military and they believe they can use the military and police and all arms to kill the people and reduce the population of the people. Benue State is suffering, Benue State Plateau. In fact, a lot of Christian areas in the Middle Belt and in the far north, the far north, they've driven them into IDP camps, so they don't exist anymore. And they've taken their communities. They are in Cameroon, they are in Chad, Nigerians are in refugee camps in Cameroon that is at war by itself. Nigerians are in Niger Republic, Nigerians are in Chad. Chad had its war with Boko Haram until Chad defeated them and they later took the president's life. Now, Muhammadu Buhari could be a hero by realizing now that his mission has failed and say, no, let's go for referendum. He will be remembered. Just like P.W. Butter that passed away November 11th. This year, November 11th, he died. The latter part of him remains more desirable than what we're seeing in Nigeria. Nigeria's own case is going to be far worse because we have a very dangerous terrorist who is funding terrorists, using instrument of state to protect terrorists and to pursue their mission to take over Nigeria. That is what we have in Muhammadu Buhari and the Fulani Committee and every other Southerner that is with them, including Tinubu, Chris Ngige, Ojuzo Carlo, Andy Oba, a whole lot of Uzodinma, Hope Uzodinma, that number 4 that became number 1 through the Supreme Court and APC. They set Imo State on fire because they don't care. Anyway, Nigeria's situation is one that every time you look into it, you see the evil that is going on, how notorious the system is, oppressing the people and destroying them. The least we can demand is referendum. through the vote. Let's do democratic process. Let people vote whether they want to remain or they want to go. Sudan did it. It's not even up to 10 years ago. Are we not going to follow the way that will save even the Almajiri in the north and every other person? If Fulani wants to live with us in our independent nation, they follow our rule. They play by the rules. Just like I support Nnamdi Kanu to face justice, like I have said, like to get justice in Nigeria and confess what he has been preaching before Nigerian government and said, this is the purpose, this is the mission, this is what I'm about. But he's chickening out on it. That's very disappointing. For me, and for a whole lot of others, within Nigeria and outside Nigeria, the purpose is to go after what will give us freedom, and that is going after the Constitution of Nigeria. We don't need to declare war on Nigeria, but we can sue for referendum vote, that will do good even to the Arewa, because Arewa can become a tourist destination, just like Hong Kong. A few times I traveled through Asia, I stopped over in Hong Kong. Every time I look at Hong Kong, I keep wondering, why are we not having a lot of Hong Kong in Nigeria? Every section of the country can become something else. But the evil document that is holding us together essentially has converted Nigeria to slave camp, where idiots are calling the shots on people that have vision, people that have seeing eyes, thinking minds, like heads. Instead, like people who go about begging are the one ruling us. We become slaves to strangers, beggars, people who are bloodsuckers. Because of the collaboration of Southerners, the political Judas goats, who are leading others to death while their family are working in the government. I mean, Chris Ngige, Dr. Chris Ngige, that I used to admire. His wife is permanent secretary in Nigeria's system, plus his relations, so and maybe his children. So for all this, Chris can be very comfortable and let us continue the way we're going in Nigeria as a Minister of Labor and Productivity in Nigeria. Our situation is far worse than that of South African black people during the apartheid era. And we can do this in the most peaceful way. The former Czechoslovakia split into two. Not even a single bullet was fired. Let's learn from Europe, that is like 6 hours away from Nigeria by flight. They discuss. To coexist and live peacefully, you have to discuss. It's never settled until we achieve that state of normalcy in a country that has a future. Current Nigeria has no future. The future that awaits Nigeria is split. And I'm suggesting that we do it through the ballot box, according to the processes that has been laid out by NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. Nigerian government thinks they can play down on this. Apparently, they have no idea, those that are into this, that they are not out to be settled with anything that this government can come up with, including oil blocks, because you don't give me what is mine. You don't give it to me. It's robbery that the oil in the Delta belongs to people in the North. It's pure robbery. Whoever negotiated that is a criminal and needs to die by firing or, electric chair, because that is sabotage. The oil in the Delta belongs to the people in the area where the oils are found, and to the state, not to people in Jigawa, because the gold in Jigawa does not belong to the people in the Delta. The gold that has been costing off, because the problem in Nigeria, people know, but they pretend not to know. You see those they call bandits. They are fighting over those minerals they've been mining in the north. That is what is causing all the mayhem now. Even in managing their own resources, they've not done a good job. It has fallen into foreign hands. Indians and Pakistanis have been mentioned, including Lebanese, of mining these fields and moving it out of Nigeria overnight. I got samples here. So I have been following what they've been doing there. That's why they are fighting among themselves. They call them bandits. And that hypocritical sheikh, Ahmad Gumi or whatever, his father was also a friend of Ahmad Bello. So this evil that Ahmad Gumi is playing out now, his father has been at it, and most likely his grandfather would have equally been in the same boat. These are part of the Fulani that has been working from one generation to the other in order to subdue Nigerians and take over Nigeria. So, while we may have it far worse than South Africa, I want to assure our people that Nina's mission is to bring total change to Nigeria, and there is no going back. And it's coming. Nigeria just forced its way out of country of special concern, country of particular concern, CPC, that U.S. placed the country on, after considering all the terrorist activities of the Nigerian government. They think they can use the Democrats to remove themselves, but this is a congressional decision of the U.S. Congress. It's a bipartisan decision. They are watching Nigeria. They are very close. They have embassy in Nigeria. United States and other countries have embassies in Nigeria, and they know exactly what is happening in Nigeria on daily basis. You can check U.S. country report for 2020 on Nigeria. It is terrible. There is nothing to write home about Nigeria. Nigeria is a country at war against itself. The decisions Muhammadu Buhari and his team are making continues to set Nigeria on fire. And he has no idea what is going on. He thinks that he knows, but he doesn't. The world is not ignorant of what is going on in Nigeria. We just have to get our acts together and look at what is really more important for our people. Follow the document. The only thing that links us to our killers is the Constitution of 1999. If we can deal with that Constitution by pressing for a referendum vote, not election. We don't need any election now other than the referendum. Like I said, I witnessed South Sudanese people all over the world voting on their referendum. That's how referendum is done. People, citizens of that particular area all over the world will vote. So, Oduduwa, Lower Niger Territory, and Middle Belt citizens all over the world, including those in Nigeria, will vote for referendum. That's the way it is done. This is a very peaceful way of sorting Nigeria out, and it will be well for every section of that country, including the Arewa if they are interested. But if they continue to hold their people down the way they are holding Nigeria down, they continue that way. Just as they used their system to reduce a particular section of their people into slaves, the Almajiri system. They claim to be religious, but they made slaves out of their own people. They become wanderers. They jump into the back of trailer heading south, and from there they end up in any city wherever they get down, and they start work, begging. That is what they want to convert Nigeria to reduce everybody to that beggar status. That is the control. Anyway, I wish everyone well. This is Stephen speaking.
Nigeria jaga jaga, everything scatter scatter. Come on, they suffer suffer.
bossa, gunshot in the air. I beg, which kind abomination be this one? Where common manager for company go carry the owner, tie am with rope, throw am inside prison and take over in business. Where you don't see this kind of abomination before? Hey, only for Niger. True. It don't dey sure back and say Nigeria no dey rule in people well. The country no dey benefit anybody. Na im make Nigeria dey crawl for belle like snail. They follow other small countries them for back. Na im make them dey call us the capital of poverty in the world. Chai! Shame on Nigeria. I beg. Enough is enough. Because of this reason, the indigenous ethnic nationalities of Middle Belt and the South, under the umbrella of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, they don't join together on 16 December 2020 to declare a constitutional force majeure (CFM) over a sovereignty quarrel, where then they ask only two questions. One, which time we take submit ourselves, our land, our assets, even our natural treasure into the force by force Nigeria Union? Hey, which time self we follow make for ourselves the year 1999 Nigeria Constitution? All na lie, all na story, na daylight robbery be this yo. But we get work to do for inside all this matter. Oh yeah, this one na must to make we join hand sharp now with the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS. Now then won't tear down that fraudulent lie 1999 Constitution so that we can forward march and start a new beginning for everybody. I beg, make we join together to sign that petition where we title End Apartheid Nigeria by restoring the self-determination rights of ethnic nationalities. It is for all media platform of Daughters of Truth, BVI Channel 1, Heritage TV UK, and www.freedomfromnigeria.com. If you sign this petition, na say you don't follow more than 20 million signature them where we dey collect for take show the United Nations. Remember say, na only us fit free ourselves from the oppression, repression, marginalization, and subjugation which the Nigerian country don't carry jam him own people for head. Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karian Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin Punitive Expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimums of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today had just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
On the recent call by one of the conveners of Bring Back Our Girls, Aisha Yesufu, that Muhammadu Buhari should be chased out of Asha Rock. Here's Tony Nadi's reaction to that call. Buhari is merely one of the most poignant symptoms of the deadly element we must find immediate cure for. It will be a strategic error to expend the scarce energies required to extinguish the source of the deadly element on just one of the many symptoms. That element is the Caliphate-imposed 1999 Constitution. The remedy lies in taking down the instrument itself, not in trying to oust one of the many evils it enables. Aisha Yusuf is one of the champions of Bring Back Our Girls hoax that foisted Buhari on us all in 2015. She still hasn't found the discipline to learn about what the fundamental problems are with the Nigeria Union, but she is prescribing an ignorant solution that does not scratch even the surface of the problem, and the energies required to embark on that wild goose chase is the same energies required to drive the final push to and past the finish line of the proper solution. So it's the Constitution of 1999 that we should be going for. Once that is dealt with, every other thing will be looked after.
Told you to die.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most or the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation. which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karen Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin punitive expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimals of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today has just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
The unitary constitution of Nigeria is the source of all of the problems we have been trying to resolve. Everything that has brought Nigeria to where it is, that is now wobbling to some kind of catastrophic collapse, are coming from that constitution. All the contents of the treasury, the principles for managing the resources, so that's the custodians of the treasury, the custodians of power in Nigeria are not to be accountable to the populace for the contents of the treasury. Anybody talking about the rule of law in Nigeria under this constitution is just wasting his time. All atrocities committed in the name of government were put beyond the reach of the court to probe into. These same principles have matured into express provisions that became the quota system. They call it federal character. In that mediocrity, you bring the worst of everybody to come and manage everything for everybody. Go and look at the autopsy report on Nigerian Airways, on Nigerian National Shipping Line, on NITEL, on all the agencies of government that have been run aground. It was simply mediocrity.
Awolowo attended the constitutional conferences for the review of Nigeria's constitution in 1953, 1954, 1957, and 1958.
The welfare of millions of people for generations to come may be affected by the wisdom which we here display. If Nigerian leaders and our British partners are to prove themselves worthy of their trust, now is the time for us solemnly and truly to dedicate ourselves to seeking the greatest good of the greatest number of our people in Nigeria. It is to this end that my colleagues and I pledge ourselves. The first main task of conference is to resolve those problems which defied solutions in 1957 and to evolve for Nigeria a constitution of which both the British and the Nigerian peoples can be proud. The second is to get Her Majesty's government to agree to April 2nd, 1960 as the target date for Nigeria's independence. Independence for Nigeria in 1960 is imperative. But independence for Nigeria as a corporate entity is not enough. The peoples of Nigeria must at the same time be guaranteed their freedom. We must ensure that in an independent Nigeria, individual citizens throughout the land enjoy liberty, human dignity, and equality under the law. There must be one Nigeria with one constitution and one law for all. Let us therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, close our ears to the counsel of despair, which says that we cannot here at this conference agree on a constitution. If there is any doubt among us as to what should be written into the constitution, let us, as democrats that we profess ourselves to be, refer such problems as the goal has.
Unfortunately, the Nigeria that Awolowo and Zik were working on died even within a week by the thoughts and actions of Ahmadu Bello, who considered the country less than 10 days after independence to be the estate of his grandfather, Othman Dan Fodio. And that Nigeria continued to die and is even fully dead as at November 2021. Nigeria is a dead country by the actions of those at the corridors of power, by the criminal constitution that rendered citizens slaves in our ancestral lands. And so that Nigeria that Awolowo was talking about, late Chief Obafemi Awolowo was talking about, turned out to be a mirage. It was never meant to be. It was a mistake that is now begging to be corrected. In the year 2021, the call is much more louder now than it was even before 1957, 1960. Regional referendum is unavoidable now, and NINAS is right on the mark. U.S. group calls on Joe Biden's administration to designate Buhari, El-Rufai, and Issa Pantami, among others, as sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria. Friday, November 12, 2021, by Bobby Adams. Global Advocates for Terrorism Eradication, GATE for short, a United States-based non-profit organization, has petitioned the U.S. government to designate President Muhammadu Buhari and several other officials as sponsors of terrorism in Nigeria. The 26-page petition, signed by the group's principal advocate, Robert Berry, was addressed to Anthony J. Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State. The group urged the U.S. government to designate the Nigerian government as sponsors of terrorism, alleging that from all available indices, what is happening in Nigeria is state-sponsored terrorism. It alleged that the Nigerian government officials were sponsoring terrorism by carrying out terrorist activities, including training, funding, financing, and recruitment of terrorists, using their offices as a safe haven, transit, and operational base for terrorists and terrorist activities. Gate, in the petition, accused the national leader of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Bola Tinubu, Governor Nasser El-Rufai of Kaduna State, former Chief of Army Staff and current Nigerian Ambassador to the Republic of Benin, Tuko Buratai, and the Director General of State Security Services, Yusuf Magaji Bichi, of aiding terrorism in Nigeria. Others accused of terrorism by Gate are former Inspector General of Police Mohammed Adamu, Governor Hope Uzodinma of Imo State, Ministers of Communication, Issa Pantami, Justice and Information, Abubakar Malami and Lai Mohammed. That's Ministers of Communication, Justice and Information, which represents Issa Pantami, Abubakar Malami, and Lai Mohammed, respectively, among others. It alleged that the Nigerian government officials have deployed the instrumentality of power and are using the veil of sovereignty in knowingly consenting with and with malicious intent, allowing and promoting the use of Nigeria as a breeding ground and the recruitment nursery for international terrorism activities, contrary to Foreign Relations Authorizations Act, fiscal years 1988 and 1989, PL-100 to 204-22 USC 2656F, as amended. The group also gave a 2-month notice to the United States government, warning that if at the expiration of the 2 months deadline and the designation is not made, Gate will proceed to the Federal Court in the United States to apply for a writ of mandamus to compel the United States Secretary of State to issue the designation in line with the provisions of law. Gate argued that designating Nigerian officials as sponsors of terrorism by the U.S. will have far-reaching legal implications, including potentially arrest and criminal prosecution in a federal U.S. court if they visit the country. Buttressing its point, the group cited an interview a former Deputy Director of Defense Intelligence Services of the Nigerian military, Navy Commander Kunle Olawumi, granted Channels Television on August 24, 2021, where he laid out all the terrorist activities of the government and its officials. It said in spite of the revelations from the interview, the Nigerian government did nothing about the issues raised. Instead, they even hunted the retired commander. That in spite of this knowledge, the Nigerian government has vehemently refused to take appropriate measures to protect her citizens and the global community from the nefarious activities of those state actors, it said. The group concluded, the current Nigerian government led by President Muhammadu Buhari is executing a global jihadist agenda that is comparable, if not more insidious, than that of the Taliban of Afghanistan. It's even more dangerous because it is mixed with genocidal tendencies. It is in the best interest of the United States and all the democratic countries of the world to identify this threat early and address it now. This is to prevent the further spread of global jihadist agenda of the Buhari government and to arrest an imminent ethnic and religious genocide.
Lower Niger Radio is your station for all things about self-determination, nation building, and liberty. With all the challenges and insecurity in our ancestral lands, the survival of our peoples and the political arrangements they decide on is our goal. We discuss solutions. We bring you messages of hope, truth, and trust. So, tune in today. Lower Niger Radio is the voice of liberty for the ethnic nations of the South, South, and Southeast. We are here for the peoples of Anang, Bini, Isan, Efik, Ibibio, Igbo, Ishekiri, Ijo, Igede, Kalabari, Obolo, Ogoja, Ogoni, Okrika, Urubo, and all the others. Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty.
I bring this special message to the two sides to the madness going on in eastern Nigeria. ESN, the IPOB and its leaders, and the federal government of Nigeria and its armed forces, known gunmen and unknown gunmen. We have also been in touch, and when I say we, I'm talking about the leadership of Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. We've been in touch with our associates and allies in the international circuit. The United States watching very closely, the EU. All of those who will have to contribute troops if Nigeria snaps into the blue helmet situation. And NINAS, as you well know, is a body of statesmen. They are not politicians or people seeking what they will get from the union. These are statesmen, and we're the last peacemakers left in the arena. Everybody else is pointing guns at everybody else. But we dressed back from the entire situation to say, no, there's a way around this matter beyond the guns and bloodletting, because it doesn't lead anywhere. It can only lead to disaster. And so we look at what's going on in the space there. We must acknowledge that whatever is going on in Nigeria is known to everybody. Nigeria is not working for anybody. The Fulani herdsmen and the Boko Haram and the federal government that seems to be clapping and cheering them on all this while, it's happening all across the country. Just yesterday, we saw the pictures from Gangan in Oyo State, the Barakwa area, everywhere. In the middle belt, we saw what's been going on in Benue, so that the governor of Benue had asked people to go get guns wherever they can, taking charge of their life. It's not different, from the Niger Delta area, and now the southeast so-called is also a part of that wider field of carnage that have been going on. On the one side, people who knew where the problem was coming from, that is the bad constitutional arrangement we have in place that has brought us to all of that, had gone, working out how to solve the problem on a sustainable basis, on a comprehensive basis. And in that intervention, we find this, alliance coalescing in, with a plan and a process that everybody can relate to, including the international community. The U.S. took time to interrogate the plan, several months, and began to see, how it could work, the viability of it. The UN also listened to us at the time we went to tell them what was happening to us. And we remember a rapporteur mission was sent in August of 2019, led by Agnes Kalamat. And her team came out with a verdict that all of these things happening in Nigeria were happening because of the wrong constitutional arrangements that we have that is operating like pressure cooker for injustice. We touch on all of this to say, to let everybody know that everybody knows, acknowledges that there's a problem that needs to be solved. And steps are being taken to solve the problem, culminating in the December 16th constitutional force majeure. It was in the midst of the progress being made towards
solving the problem in a peaceful and process-led manner. That we woke up to where Nnamdi Kanu and his IPOB floated what they call the Eastern Security Network. And then, the broadcasts were happening, and we saw videos where soldiers and policemen were being killed, and their leader urging them to go to anybody, anywhere you see them in uniform, kill them, don't let them escape, all kinds of things on a daily basis. And eventually, it came to where the Olo incident happened, and reprisal operations began from the federal government and their armed forces. It was in the midst of those videos flying around of how soldiers and policemen are to be killed by ESN that the World Igbo Congress, which is the platform of Igbo associations in the US, took out advertorial in Guardian newspaper to praise the emergence of the Eastern Security Network, so-called, and went ahead to begin to raise funds, clapping and cheering for the madness that had been introduced. Not in any way absolving the governors of the East that have chosen to do nothing about the rampage of the Fulani herdsmen and all kinds of other things happening in the place. Unlike the Yoruba space, where they were at least addressing the issue. We saw Amotekun, we saw some level of cooperation amongst them, acknowledging that there's a problem that needs to be solved. Now, World Igbo Congress takes that advertorial, clapping and cheering for the lunacy of killing soldiers and policemen and making videos and making further, announcements by way of broadcast for how more could be done, burn them down. Then the federal government of Nigeria launches its own counter operation, but has come into the situation as one looking for how to exterminate a whole people. And it is in that regard that we're also going to be telling the President of Nigeria and the armed forces that the whole world is watching. My voice is cracked now because of the number of foreigners we have to answer their questions about what's going on in our space. So we talk to them now because the questions of genocide that may arise, the questions of crime against humanity that may arise, will stand on their own merit. It doesn't matter how the story began. There are all kinds of ways of identifying who is doing what and moving in there to deal with it. But if you now come like one who is continuing the war that we thought ended in 1970, but which really never ended, because we saw what the President Buhari, had said, had done. We see what's going on there. So this address on behalf of Ninas is one for cease and desist to the two sides. Cease and desist. Cease and desist to the two sides. The ESN and the unknown government, the federal government of Nigeria and its armed forces, and the unknown government too in between. We call on the two sides to immediately cease and desist. Because what is going on there is likely to lead to something none of the sides can control. I would think that there's enough that has happened in the past to guide us to what we can do now before we lose control of the situation. We're no longer in 1967. If anybody was in doubt as to the attitude of the President and Commander-in-Chief of Nigeria Armed Forces to the situation in the eastern Nigeria, it is that tweet that was taken down by Twitter that will give an indication that the matter has gone far outside the question of the rascality and stupidity of going to kill policemen and soldiers as the answer to a very wide problem that requires a structured engagement to resolve, which is already being done very far in progress. So again, we say, let it cease as it is. Because if it doesn't, we lose control of the situation.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most or the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karen Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin Punitive Expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe. a small village near Aginibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimals of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today had just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven. After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American Constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian Constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good rodeo? Sign the petition. Better work, oh. Sign the petition. Clean water and light. Sign the petition. Security. Sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, oh. Sign the petition. Housing project. Sign the petition. Hope for the future. Sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders when they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing gari pata pata. Wetin we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution. We don't dabaru everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninassfn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
Since the December 2020 launch of the constitutional force majeure and the escalation of debates around the agitations in the land, the grievances that have led to demand for independence and self-determination, of course, all kinds of questions have now come to the arena, especially around the Constitution in question, the Constitution 1999. Many people are asking, what is it about this Constitution that connects with everything that, you know, whether it's the killings that are happening to them or their assets that are detained, or all kinds of the security that has broken down all around them, and the hopelessness pervading the poverty that has swallowed the land. Nigeria is now the world poverty capital. 2 days ago, Nigeria became the country with the highest number of unemployed persons, and all of that. So all such negative things. People are asking, what are those things in that Constitution? That because at every turn we say it is the Constitution 1999. What is the solution to the problem? It is taking down that Constitution. So we've come now to provide some general answers to some of those inquiries, particularly the specific provisions, so that people can see that there are provisions in that Constitution directly responsible for the shackles on their legs, the manacles on their hands, and all of what has brought about all the things they are talking about. So let's take it from the preamble and go all the way down to the end where you find the exclusive list, so that for every part they can see what is it that is responsible for what they want to escape from, to now realize that it is the taking down of that Constitution that is the beginning of the solution to their problem, whether they want out of the Union entirely or they want autonomy to a certain degree, which is not present at this time, or they want just good governance, whatever, or end to corruption. Whatever it is you want different from what we are seeing, the starting point is to help now take down that Constitution. The preamble, for instance, is where the question of our sovereignty, how Nigeria took over our lands and called it Nigeria and refusing to talk with us. The preamble that says we the people have solemnly resolved to live in unity as one indivisible country called Nigeria is like the memo of a company. You know, the memo and article, because the preamble, the constitution to the country is like the memo and article to the company. The memo creates the company. That's where Johnson, Jude, and Jeremiah come together to form John Jude Limited. The articles is where the relationship between those three as the owners of the company are defined. who brings what, who takes what, how will new people join them, how will they exit, how will they treat their profits or their debts, and how do they wind up or branch into other businesses. Everything they have to do as the owners of that company is what you find in the articles. In the same way, the Constitution sets out the general agreement of how we become the union. And so that preamble that says we the people means we the Jaw, we the Ogoni, we the Fulani, we the Chief, having solemnly resolved, it means that is the point at which we submit our lands and our people into the union. Then it comes to the closing part in that same preamble to say, do hereby make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. That is now the articles. Who is going to be governor, who is going to be senator, what tenure, who is going to control what in that Union of Nigeria, access, citizenship, right of this and left of that. And so it is that preamble that make you Nigerian. It is that preamble that brings your land into the union of death called Nigeria. And that is your signature right there, authorizing your own damnation. Everything you complain about in the rest of the Constitution, whether it is the 36 states into which the 4 regions were now fractured, or the seizure of the assets of those regions by the federal government, now compiled in those 68 items of exclusive list, or the corruption provision, the provisions that fuel corruption, that authorize corruption, and give immunity to the beneficiaries of corruption, or the infrastructural decay that is occasioned by the fact that those who are in need of the infrastructure are forbidden by that constitution from building them. In all of it, everything that has gone wrong, that is now responsible for all these outcomes we are seeing, flow from that authorization from you, that is how you want to live. If you want to understand how that preamble affects everything, just add to it that it is a lie that we the people have resolved to live together. If you add the word, it is a lie, that if you add those words, it is a lie, you will then see the full meaning. Then you come down to the do hereby make, you say it is also a lie that we make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. And that preamble applies to every single provision of that constitution. If you want to know the gravity of it, you come to oil and gas that is on the exclusive list, for instance. You take that preamble to say, we the Jaw people have solemnly resolved to live with the Fulani in this manner, so that this oil and gas we also hereby accept that the oil and gas will belong to the Gawa people. That is what that preamble applies. You come to the appropriation provision that give the spare key to the president and the governors, the spare key to the treasury. You again bring the preamble to say, we have all agreed that this president should have the spare key to the treasury. We have all agreed that this governor should have the spare key to the treasury. You come to 308, you say, we have all agreed that those who are in control of this treasury should not be accountable to us. Even if they kill us, well, we have to endure it. That preamble applies to, we have all agreed that we will live in a formation of 36 states in which the federal government can be in charge of everything. We have all agreed, that's exclusive list. We have all agreed to be in 7 and 4 local government areas in which Kano can have 44 units and Bayelsa have 8 units, with all its implications for representation at the National Assembly and resource allocation. So when you hear about preamble, that is the point at which your signature has been put on a document that took all your assets. So when we invite you to come and join in taking that damn constitution, we're inviting you to come to retrieve your signature so that you can retrieve your sovereignty. It is that preamble that sees your sovereignty. Then you come to the next one of the formations in which we live, the 36 states, the 7 and 4 local government areas, because they are all listed in those first few sections of the Constitution. You come to section 6, section 6C, that says that nullifies the whole of your benefit as citizens, listed in chapter 2. Every good thing that is your own share of the social contract. The Constitution is the social contract. There were things you looked forward to in submitting your sovereignty to a bigger union, so that you can get security, you can get welfare, you can get equal treatment in that union. You can get, all the things that are supposed to be for the citizen, healthcare, school system. Section 6, subsection 6C, nullifies it because it makes it discretionary to those in government. It says they can do only at their own, only as is convenient for them. So you do not have a legal recourse against them if they don't do. And so, bottom line, the government does not owe you any obligation. Everything listed for you is put at their discretion. If they don't do it, well, you only go and cry in your closet. If they do it, you have to kneel down and thank them. They are doing it out of make of human kindness, going by that. You come to section 6, subsection 6D. There's a period of 33 years listed from 15th of January 1966 to the 29th of May in 1999. 33 years of immunity. All atrocities committed by people who govern Nigeria, particularly in the military era, everything they did in that period to hijack everybody's assets that have now become oil blocks from Niger Delta or some of the big farms we have around today, including the one in Ota. It is Land Use Act that they use to take everybody's assets. Petroleum Act, we see people going to stand around in Abuja now talking about petroleum industry bill. You know, all those things that were done by which these assets, economic assets, were confiscated and shared as allocations. That's how Dangote is in control of half of the port of Lagos. That's how Atiku through Intel is in control of half of the port in Port Harcourt. Allocations, all kinds of things. Everything done in that period. Section 6, subsection 60, grants immunity to the beneficiaries. Say the jurisdiction of the court does not extend to looking into whatever happened in that period. That is the foundation of the impunity we complain about today, because the beneficiaries of the atrocities of that period are richer than many governments across the world today. But we cannot probe. Even people who kill their neighbors to take their assets, the children are still alive, seeing those assets. They say you can't look at it. The courts cannot listen to you when you come. Those are the things. And you go from there to the appropriation provisions that give, in section 81, says the president should go to get authorization for expenditure from the Treasury, from National Assembly. And section 82 that allows him to go running government, spending money. Every money you find in the Treasury can be taken out through the loopholes created in that very provision. The president can take everything he finds in the Treasury for any purpose. National Assembly will not be able, because it says subject to 50%, that is subject to what was approved the year before. So the president just puts a bogus figure. That is what you see Ghana must go, that happens at appropriation. They put a bogus figure and take 50% of it. Any amount you find in the Treasury that comes under 50%, they can take without recourse to anybody. I want young people to confront lawyers, the senior advocates, the professors of law, wherever you find them. These are specific provisions that are responsible for the things happening to everybody. The corruption we see is because that spare key was provided for the heads of the executive branch deliberately to facilitate their access to the Treasury, to take out all the money. And then you come to section 308 that gives immunity. You can't question them for whatever they do while in office, whether they are beheading everybody or they are cutting away all the contents of the Treasury. These are all the things that have worked together to bring us to where we are. We have other things that are embedded in that constitution that are also responsible for certain things that people cannot. We've seen quota system and how it works. They say federal character, and then you bring your worst. You preserve the choices of places, whether it's in school or at, or openings for work. You preserve for your worst, capable people, and then the best ones are kicked out by that mechanism. We come to NYSC that have been embedded in that constitution since it first came. Let us look at this map. The NYSC, we are told, was a scheme to get the young people to go and interact and know themselves. We came through a war. Instead of going to resolve the issues that led to the war, you leave the issues unresolved and you say, oh, if young people can go and interact among themselves, the troubles will go away. Look at this map. The purpose of NYSC is to draft the children of Port Harcourt, the children of Warri, the children of Lagos, the children of Ibadan, to go and perish in Kaura Namoda, Potiskum, Biu, Gashua, and also to bring the children of Sokoto and Kano and Meduguri. Look at this map. To go to Port Harcourt and Lagos, where they will be absorbed in NNPC, in Central Bank, in NPA. 90% of the bureaucracy running Nigeria today, the recruitment came from that dubious process. And that is why they put that NYSC decree into that constitution. Nobody can touch it. You require what the highest level of majority to be able to touch Land Use Act and NYSC Act. So in all of it, the entire thing is a fraud through and through. You come down to the question of even the one that people say, school certificate, to tell you that everything is a scam. They tell you one thing, it is the opposite that you find when you go to look. School certificate that you thought was WAEC and GCE and teachers grade 2, no. School certificate is defined in section 318 along with many other words used in the Constitution. School certificate was defined under 4 headings. It's only one of the headings that you know, the one of GCE and WASC and the teacher grade 2. The second definition, which is an alternative, is primary 6 school, first school living certificate with evidence of having worked anywhere at all, private or public. So it could be the yam seller under the bridge of Ibadan, or the Akara fryer on the highway to Ajaokuta. Just say, I have worked for 10 years. Then you bring primary 6. That was what Masari, the one that is governor in Kasino, where now, that was what he had at the time he was a Speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives. Below that, you now come to where you have the one I just talked about, primary 6, is the third one. The second one is evidence of having been in any school that could have conducted the exam. So if you're a school dropout, whether dropout in class 1 or class 2, if you can bring evidence that you were once in a Hope Rising secondary school, that is qualification by that definition. The third definition is the one of primary 6. Then the worst one, the last one, is any qualification that is acceptable to INEC. Meaning that if INEC accepts your form of nomination and they stamp it, responsibility moves away from you permanently, whether as candidate or as a elected person, in terms of qualification, because INEC should now be the one to answer to why they accepted you. Once they have accepted you, you have satisfied the requirement for educational qualification. So all the lawyers in Nigeria who have been telling you that if you don't have a school certificate or you don't have this or that, they are either ignorant or dishonest. There's no educational requirement for holding any office in Nigeria, including the presidency of Nigeria. That is in black and white the meaning assigned to school certificate. So when you take it through all of these sections we talked about, you then go to the exclusive list to see that it is because the refineries are on that exclusive list that it becomes the business of the federal government only, which can then destroy the 4 refineries, license them, go to monopoly, lock out everybody else, and then you don't have a... If nothing happens to that constitution, nothing will improve in security, nothing will improve in infrastructure, nothing will improve in the fight against corruption. That constitution, for every single thing we've listed so far, that constitution must go down before you can get relief. So if you don't want to pay the labor movement people that go around asking for more salary for themselves, when the capacity for refining petroleum products is locked away by that exclusive list, electricity we don't have. We're discussing 5,000 megawatts for 200 million people. The only reason why we have only 5,000 megawatts is that electricity transmission and generation is locked away into exclusive only the federal government can. So as it is for refinery, so it is for electricity generation and transmission, so it is for the issues of law and order, issues of security, more importantly, arms and ammunition, and that's why the states cannot set up agencies that will carry gun. Are you going to confront people with sophisticated weapons without gun?
And the governors are called chief executive officers. So everybody who goes to swear to defend and uphold that constitution is the enemy we are looking for. They are the ones sustaining this evil. If we don't take down that constitution, what we are seeing now will be a child's play. And it can only get worse. And so all of those who are suffering from it, whether you suffer from quota system, or you suffer from the killings happening in the middle belt coming down south, or you suffer from the assets that are seized, oil and gas in the Niger Delta, or bitumen of Ondo, or limestone, all of those things confiscated by the instrumentality of that constitution through that exclusive list. If you want them back, if you want to see an end to corruption, if you want to see an end to impunity, if you want a future that will be better than this madness we are living in, you must come forward now to take a position in this contestation between truth and falsehood. Truth is that we didn't make the constitution. Falsehood is that we made the constitution. Between darkness and light. Light is where we take back our sovereignty and work out how we live together by ourselves in self-determination. Darkness is where we are corralled into this union of death that now belongs exclusively to the Fulani. If you are from this alliance territory and you are not taking a position, whether you are in the church or you are in the media, or you join them in all this type of dubious arguments they put forward all the time, calling terror bandit, you better come forward now because the young people are listening. They are taking note. They are looking at what you are doing. Are you on the side of this constitution, or you are on the side of taking it down? If you are on the side of this constitution, you are going to be in trouble sooner than you can imagine, in the hands of those who have been at the receiving end of the fraud Nigeria has become against them.
Nigeria ceased to be a federation since 1966. All federal governments since 1967 are criminal and treasonous usurpation of the sovereignties of the entrapped constituent regions by suzerainty now erected under the rogue 1999 Constitution. LNC said this December 25th, 2018. Almost 3 years ago. In response to the following post on the Lower Niger Congress Wall, December 25th, 2018, Nigeria ceased to be a federation in 1966 and effectively became a unitary state May 27, 1967. All the federal governments from 1967 to date are criminal and treasonous usurpation of the sovereignties of the trapped constituent regions by a suzerainty now erected under the rogue 1999 Constitution. One Udeme Johnson wrote as follows: done through Ironsi, that the unitary system was done through Ironsi. And Tony Nadi replied as follows: Udeme, please go and enlighten yourself properly with what truly happened beyond the basket of lies woven and sold to your likes. Ironsi was killed July 29, 1966 by people who pretended to be protecting Ironsi's Decree number 34 of 1966, which was an emergency measure by Ironsi to restore order and re-stabilize the country from the widespread breakdown of law and order that precipitated the failed coup of January 1966. Failed coup as the plotters Nzogu and his compatriots did not take power. The coup failed. They didn't take power, they didn't change nothing. That decree number 34 of 1966, tagged Unification Decree, only dismantled and replaced the legislative and executive arms of the then regional civilian administration with military governors who, together with the new military head of state, formed the Supreme Military Council. That took over the administration of Nigeria from the defunct government ousted by the coup. That decree number 34 did not all tamper with the structure of the four regions that constituted Nigerian Federation. It was Gowon's decree number 14 of May 27, 1967, May 27, 1967, decree number 14, which fractured the then four federating regions into 12 states. That tampered with and destroyed the structure of the regions and the Federation of Nigeria for the first time. It was also from that point that the assets and rights of the regions, including the oil and gas as well as the ports of Eastern region, got confiscated and hijacked by the rogue federal government that emerged from after the collapse of the Federation of Nigeria. Effectively, the Federation of Nigeria died May 27, 1967, by the action of Yakubu Gowon's decree number 14. The Aburi meeting of January 1967 between the military governors of the four regions and the head of the then disputed federal government of Nigeria, Lieutenant Colonel Yakubu Gowon, was the last-ditch attempt to resuscitate the Federation of Nigeria that collapsed in 1966. The peacemaker, mediator, and host of the Aburi meeting was the then Ghana's head of state, General Ankara, who could not bear the thought of watching the young neighboring Nigerian Federation go up in smokes. Aburi is a town in Ghana. A clearly worded agreement was reached in those meetings, that is the Aburi Accord, but the Caliphate-controlled so-called federal government of Nigeria at the time abandoned the agreement upon return to Nigeria and resorted to force, which the Aburi Accord expressly forbade, levying a 30-month genocidal war to force the then breakaway Eastern region, which had in self-defense declared itself Republic of Biafra, back to the collapsed Republic of Biafra, back to the collapsed Federation of Nigeria, which had become a unitarist imposition since May of 27, 1967. That war consumed the lives of over 3.5 million Easterners and has left the East devastated and debased to date, while post-war punitive policies of the rogue federal government since 1970 till date have not only been retained but has been reinforced with the imposed constitutional framework such that the one Nigeria, the dummy of Nigeria, that emerged from Nigeria-Biafra War of 1967-1970 became for the East an adverse occupation force to date. This was how Nigeria lost its federalism and became the unitarist state that it is today. Incidentally, other regions in the south and middle belt of Nigeria which stood with that rogue federal government against the East in that sordid 1966-1970 bloodshed have progressively found their territories to be under the adverse occupation of the same caliphate-controlled rogue federal government, masquerading as Nigeria, that is now killing off and dislodging their own indigenous populations, especially in the middle belt. This is being read November 12th, 2021. We know exactly how it has been going in the last little while across Nigeria from the actions of the federal government. The 12 states created by Gowon to decapitate and undermine the regions, particularly the Eastern region, were subsequently fractured further into 19, then 21, then 30, to the present 36 caricatures we still call states, by generals Murtala Mohammed, Ibrahim Babangida, and Sani Abacha. The deliberate distortion of history is what has brought Nigeria to where it is today. The very politicians in military uniforms who committed the atrocities from which Nigeria has not recovered to date were the ones who removed history from the school curriculum as they went on naked revisionism and further distortion of history to justify their terrible deeds and wrongdoings. today. The generation that was deliberately blindfolded by that criminal removal of history from the school curriculum in Nigeria has grown up on the diet of lies fed them by the very criminals who committed all the atrocities currently haunting the dummy Nigeria to its demise. They are arguing vigorously but most ignorantly with those who know or found out the truth. Some of these ignorant people hold PhDs and some are even professors of law and senior advocates of Nigeria. Those concealed deeds have caught up with us now, and people like you who ought to be finding answers to the quagmire are lost in the labyrinth of deliberately crafted falsehoods. No resolution will be found for the defunct Federation of Nigeria within the piles of falsehood that had been concocted all these years, which is now unraveling by itself. The detailed knowledge of what truly transpired both in that dark period of 1966 through 1970 and in the period between 1990 and 1914 all the way to 1960 holds the key to finding any viable resolution to Nigeria, and that is what the LNC and its MNN alliance partners have put together in an intervention framework now fully deployed to rework the defunct Federation of Nigeria within the dictates and preferences of the self-determination imperatives, rights of its entrapped constituents. Its trapped constituent components as expressed via UN-backed referendums and plebiscites. If you want to learn more or even join the urgent task of self-redemption that is already upon us, I challenge you to go to the Facebook wall of Lower Niger Congress and scroll all the way down through a minimum of 6 months, reading and viewing as many of the public communication posts on this subject as you can. You will come out with a much clearer understanding of what Nigeria is and hopefully a greater commitment to ending the fraud it has become for its entrapped constituent components. Visit lowernigercongress.org. info@lowernigercongress.org is the email. Signed by Tony Nnadi of LNC's Secretary General. December 25th, 2018. Still as current as ever. Today, 2021, November 12th. The Aburi Accord. Aburi Accord. The Aburi Accord was reached at a meeting between 4th and 5th January of 1967 in Aburi, Ghana, attended by delegates of both the federal government of Nigeria, the Supreme Military Council led by the President Yakubu Gowon then, and Eastern delegates led by the Eastern Region's leader, General Chukwuemeka Odumegwu. The meeting was billed as the last chance of preventing all-out war. The Council collectively vowed not to use force to settle the Nigerian crisis, and also agreed to a law of collective responsibility which vested all powers of the federal military government in the Supreme Military Council, making a unanimous concurrence imperative. It was agreed as well that the head of the federal military government should assume the title of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria. The atmosphere of the meeting was very cordial, saving that Ojukwu did not participate in the humor side of the show. At the end of the meeting, it was agreed that the resolutions of the meeting should be embodied in a decree to be issued by Lagos, as the federal government of Nigeria, with the concurrence of the military governors in the regions. Aburi, Eastern region of Ghana, was chosen as a venue because the Eastern delegates led by Governor of Eastern State, General Ojukwu's safety could not be guaranteed anywhere within the western or northern part of the country. The agenda of the Aburi meeting: reorganization of the armed forces, constitutional arrangement, issue of displaced persons within Nigeria. See 1999 to 2006 by Segun Toyin Dawodu. This is 2021 November 10th. Cast your mind back to 1967, which is 54 years now. Has anything changed with Nigeria? Not much has changed. It has actually gotten worse. Back in 1967, it was the Igbo and the rest of eastern Nigeria that were seeking out of Nigeria. Fast forward to 2021, this November, as I'm speaking to you today, Yoruba under Oduduwa is seeking out of Nigeria. Middle Belt from southern Kaduna coming down, central Nigeria is seeking out of Nigeria. The Arewa Sharia states, 12 of them have actually declared Islamic Sharia laws across their states, which is essentially separation from the current, even the fraudulent 1999 constitution. So, as we speak, these people have already gone out of Nigeria. So, it's no longer Ndibo or in the East that is seeking out of Nigeria. Every Nigerian outside of the 12 Sharia states want out of Nigeria now, and that is the thing that is at the front burner of Nigeria's miserable existence. Now, the delegates to the meeting in Aburi. The following are the delegates at the Aburi conference. Chairman of the Ghana National Liberation Council, that's the President of Ghana, Lieutenant General J.A. Ankra, was the chairman of the meeting. Lieutenant Colonel Yakub Gowon from Nigeria. Lieutenant Colonel Odumegwu Ojukwu, Eastern Region. Major Mobolaji Johnson, Governor, Lagos. Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina, Kaduna, Governor, Northern Region. Lieutenant Colonel David Ejo, Governor, Midwestern Region. Commander Joseph Edet Akinwale Wey, Vice President of Nigeria. Colonel Robert Adebayo, Governor, Western Region. Alhaji Kam Selem, I believe that was the head of the police back then, and Mr. T. Omo Bare. Others are as follows. N. Akpan, Secretary to the Military Governor, East. Alhaji Ali Akilu, Secretary to the Military Governor, North. Dr. Lawani, Under Secretary, Military Governor's Office, Midwest. P.O. Dumosu, Secretary to the Military Governor, West. S. Akenzwa, who later became the Oba of Benin, Erediowa. He was permanent Under Secretary, Federal Cabinet Office. The Accord. The Aburi Accord is as follows. 1. Members agreed that the legislative and executive authority of the federal military government should remain in the Supreme Military Council, to which any decision affecting the whole country shall be referred for determination, provided that where it is possible for a meeting to be held, the matter requiring determination must be referred to military governors for their comment and concurrence. Specifically, number 2, the Council agreed that appointments to senior ranks in the police, diplomatic and consular services, as well as appointment to super-scale posts in the Federal Civil Service and the equivalent post in the statutory corporation must be approved by the Supreme Military Council. Number 3, the regional members felt that all the decrees passed since January 15, the day of the first coup in Nigeria, and which detracted from previous powers and positions of regional governments, should be repealed if mutual confidence is to be restored. Repealed if mutual confidence is to be restored. Nigeria has been having this problem going as far back as 1960s, 66, after the coup. It has been about the constitution of the country. Nothing has changed. From 54 years ago, the same problem is still not going anywhere because Nigeria is still pretending not to notice. Breakdown of the meeting. In response to the accord, the federal government promulgated Decree Number 8, which was mainly an embodiment of the accord. The accord finally broke down because of differences of interpretation on both sides. This led to the outbreak of Nigeria's genocidal war against Biafra. Before the Decree Number 8 could finally be issued on March 17, 1967, it had to be passed by the Supreme Military Council meeting, which say in Benin on March 10th, which took place in Benin on March 10th. But Ojukwu did not attend that meeting because he had earlier rejected a draft of that decree which made mockery of the Aburi resolutions. So Ojukwu was being principled, adhering to the agreement which Nigeria broke. So Nigeria has never kept promises. Nigeria has been a serial promise-breaking country. Nigeria have not kept any promise with Nigerians in terms of good governance, disciplined leadership, lack of corruption. Nigeria has promoted enslaving the citizens over these years. And so, the really offending clauses of the decree were sections 70 and 71, which empowered the Supreme Military Council to declare a state of emergency in Nigeria if the head of federal military government and at least 3 of the governors agreed to do so. Today, Southern governors are speaking as one against open grazing, outdated way of rearing cows and other animals. That is a break from the former time when Nigeria ganged up against the East. Today, there is unity between the Oduduwa, the South, Southeast, and Midwest, as well as Central Nigeria or Middle Belt. This unity is costing the Arewa sleepless moments. They can't get over it. And that's the end of Nigeria. Section 71 also empowered the head of the federal military government in agreement with at least 3 governors to legislate for any particular region, whether they deemed it fit during a state of emergency, with or without the consent of the governor of that particular region. In effect, Gowon had thus taken power unto himself to deal with Ojukwu whenever he pleased, how he pleased, and as long as he pleased. That's the breakdown of the Aburi Accord. Thanks for listening. This has been your guy, Stephen Eze.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good rodeo? Sign the petition. Better work, oh. Sign the petition. Clean water and light. Sign the petition. Security. Sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, oh. Sign the petition. Housing project. Sign the petition. Hope for the future. Sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders where they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing gari pata pata. Wetin we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution. We don't dabaru everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninassfn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now. Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good rodeo? Sign the petition. Better work, oh. Sign the petition. Clean water and light. Sign the petition. Security. Sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, oh. Sign the petition. Housing project. Sign the petition. Hope for the future. Sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders when they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing gari pasa pasa. Wetin we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution. We don't dabaru everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninassfn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
20 million people are busy, putting out. For every one fire they try to put out, there's 3 more to be put out because one thing is leading to the other. The matter of what to do. Yes, corruption, like we said, is a toxic, addition to any situation, and it has eaten into every part of what could be called the fabric of Nigeria. But if we refuse to go to, like doctors would do, to diagnose what is responsible for this ailment that is about to kill us, and we just insist on, tackling the symptoms and manifestations in various forms. Of course, we are going to be in that because we are acting in misdiagnosis. Some think you have to strengthen the police. Some think you have to be more brutal in the ones you catch. Whereas the tap from which is all flowing, is intact. And the people who ought to be agreeing with us to go and turn off the tap are the ones, adamantly opposed to any kind of adjustments to this apartheid-like constitution. And we go from there to the matter of the security. And in all of this, the foundations of the country is being threatened day and night. The Lower Niger Congress, for instance, of which I am Secretary General, is telling the country today that from the eastern part of the country, there's an interpretation going on in very low places. People are reading what is happening in their own, perceptions, and you cannot ask them not to think. The first time may be coincident, the second time coincident, but when it becomes repetitive and recurrent, they are entitled to make their own deductions. What the Lower Niger people, they want to now call South-South and Southeast. I don't know what South-South means. I don't know what Southeast means. We're talking about the people of the part of Nigeria that fall in the eastern half of southern Nigeria. What we see, and from which perspective we are addressing the situation, both as it affects the country Nigeria, and as it affects our people, and as it affects the other people from the other parts of the country, is simply that there seems to be a gang-up. There seems to be a determined orchestration against the territory. And it is within this context that we will want to point out that when the president came in and the security people started talking about pursuing Tompolo that had done this and that, your hero, my villain. Your villain, my hero. Everybody who knew what could come, had raised the lamp to say, Mr. President, there are many more things to pursue, to worry about. Leave this matter alone. Oh, the Niger Delta University has to be shut down because some transaction around it wasn't. People who thought that if everything failed, in terms of having lost out in the power game that they had to play among themselves, that these are the legacy things that could help address the complaints of the region. Oh, the first order of business was to shut down that university from taking off. The next thing was to go look for Tompolo wherever they can. Before you knew it, we saw Avengers coming to town. Perhaps it was avoidable, but now here we have it. It hasn't stopped. There have been one hounding after the other for a President Jonathan that surprised even the winner of the election in the manner he handed power to them at the time they declared the result, declared from the elections. For that same president, which the global community, is holding up as an example for Africa, to be, in a situation where it's being constantly rubbished by the same administration, which, again, always admits that he did a few things. The elections have passed. All the propaganda and lies have passed. This is the time to govern. We're almost a year and a half into the government. But all that has happened is hounding upon hounding. It has now degenerated to the point where the wife of the president, who did not hold any office, I'm talking about what the people of the region are seeing, what the people of the region are saying. And we're talking about young people. You go to newspaper stands, you go to where they gather, you go to schools, wherever, on the streets, in motor parks. The way they are looking at the whole thing is that whatever it is that they say these ones from their own part of the country have done, they have, for every one, there are 10 examples of worse things that have been done by other people they know who are still parading very free. It has come to where the wife of the president, former president, is being hounded like a common criminal, and all kinds of things being orchestrated to make it look like she's the biggest thief that had come to town. Let us look back and see the other first ladies before her who are still alive and well, and all the kinds of monies that have been spent by them. And we cannot say for sure that it is not part of that hounding that has been going on. And the reason I dwell on this point, not in support of corruption, not in support of any wrongdoing, is that we again hear from the same critics, people who are saying that if this continues beyond what it is, that they are going to carry the fight beyond the creeks to other parts of the country, so that everybody can see what it feels like to be haunted and destabilized, or to be attacked for no reason. It is avoidable we need not drag the matter beyond where it is now if we are still thinking of salvaging any union of Nigeria. Because in all of these things, Nigeria has been dancing around the brink for some time, but I wonder how it's going to recover from this current round of dance. We now come to the matter of what do we begin to do? Because it is one thing to complain. I saw the Nigerian Bar Association shouting the other day, but this was the same bar association we have been trying for many years to get to agree with us that the problem Nigeria has, which has to be solved if we want to solve, is the constitutional arrangement that is producing, just like the apartheid constitution of South Africa. There's no difference. That people are saying that they have been corralled into a federation against their will. There were discussions before independence for how we will relate. It was 3 countries coming together to federate, because a federation is a union of constitutions. Now the soldiers came in 1966 and toppled all of it. And from that point on, we've been on unitarism. 36 states have emerged. 774 local government areas have been met, all embedded in this constitution. And it was all done because there was some oil money to share. The oil is gone now. And we're saying, what do we do? Is it to cut down on small bits of salaries that were already 50 times what they should be, from senators and house members or governors giving up one more pair of shoes? That will not solve the problem. Nigeria must wake up to realizing that the 36-state structure is not sustainable. The 774 local government area is not sustainable. And the matter of 68 items on the exclusive list of the Constitution, which makes it impossible for the federating units to do the basic things governance does. Assets have been seized by the center just because somebody was in a position to make a decrease. And therefore, the diagnosis of what is killing Nigeria right now is the fraudulent unitary constitutional order. Every other step taken to try to solve any of this problem will fail. And if we waste any more time on it, the country itself will collapse, because what is going on now is making the various blocs think aloud on what their future should be, especially in the face of the Sharia that have been imposed in 12 contiguous states of the far north, in which people, some owe it a duty, the adherents of that faith owe it a duty to their faith to kill the infidel. And the rest of the country is now asking, at what point will that definition of infidel change? It simply means that those who impose Sharia in those 12 far northern states, have seceded from the union, because the constitution, as bad as it is, also says that there can be no state religion in section 10. And if it has come to where a state religion has been imposed in a manner that excludes people from some parts of the country from functioning freely in that part that has Sharia, of course the union is being made impossible, has been made impossible, except something gives way today. That is on the one side. On the other is that all of the question of security, the question of infrastructure, because that is where you go to the exclusive list, the question of corruption, the question of all of what has gone wrong with the land. What we must do now, and if we fail to do, we're going to pay a high price that will include the collapse of the Federation of Nigeria, is that we look in the direction of South Africa and how it came out from its apartheid constitution that had exactly the same problems as this constitution had, because it was imposed and seized the assets and the rights of the owners of the land for almost 80 years. But there came in 1990 a Frederick de Klerk, having been elected under that apartheid constitution, who saw that the society he was presiding over was collapsing and was going to collapse to the final if that apartheid was not removed. And what did he do? He didn't go setting up economic committee to go and bring water out from the stone. He didn't go killing everybody who protested what the apartheid was doing in their own place. Of course, they had people in detention, Mandela and co. But the important thing he did that became the turning point for South Africa in the time their constitution was going to collapse them was that he made an announcement to say that the apartheid constitutional order will have to be renegotiated and dispensed with. He set up a framework that they call Codation. It took them 5 years from the time they started in 1990 to when they rounded up in 1994 with a referendum and election, the election that brought Nelson Mandela and his ANC to power. We are saying today that Nigeria collapsed if the managers of Nigeria do not accept that we have to go from this evil constitutional arrangement to a negotiated one. And it takes only one announcement from those who are, maybe the president or whoever can speak on his behalf, to say that we will now have to go to do that. It's been called restructuring. It's been called the demand for federalism or regional autonomy. They are all saying the same thing. And all the agitations in the land are manifestations of the same constitutional grievances covered by these articulations. And therefore we say, if we want to salvage anything at all, it is to accept that we must now go to doing that restructuring. The transitional arrangements that we see to day-to-day governance while the discussions are taking place, of course, can easily be put in place. But the starting point is to accept that unitarism has failed and that it will consume the union of Nigeria if we do not revert back to a federation that we are supposed to be. Thank you.
Fellow Nigerian, in search of excellence for Africa, my mission remains to create awareness, advance practical solutions, and transform mindsets via case studies. Together, let's midwife deliverance for our race, country, and continent. Please share this video. I am Dr. Israel Noyerem Davidson. Thank you. In 2001, U.S.-led forces overthrew a Taliban-led Afghan government following the 9/11 attacks led by the Al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. For the next 20 years, the U.S. and allies enforced democratic ideals, built up Afghan security forces, and provided operational air cover. The Taliban continued to attacks. Now, eventually, under President Trump, the U.S. promised to pull out if Taliban agreed to stop attacks and hosting terrorist groups. Today, the Taliban militants have declared Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan and overrun most of the country at lightning speed with little or no resistance from the 300,000 U.S. trained and heavily equipped Afghan forces. U.S. general could not believe an army could crumble at that rate.
I did not, nor did anyone else, see a collapse of an army that size in 11 days. There'll be many postmortems on this topic, but right now is not that time.
It is believed the Afghan soldiers, though diehards, had unquenchable allegiance to jihadist ideologies practiced by Taliban. There were Afghan soldiers by day, Taliban at heart, and Taliban at night. A situation some suggest currently exists in Nigeria too. So Afghanistan was simply handed over to the mullahs to govern based on their shared jihadist ideological leaning. The south and middle belt of Nigeria should wake up with urgency. The Afghan situation is cooking fast in Nigeria today. Afghanistan is number 1 on global terrorist list. Nigeria is number 3, second to Iran, with Boko Haram, ISWAP, and Fulani herdsmen militia currently operating unhindered in the territory. You cannot fight religious ideology with guns or democratic ideals, particularly when the people themselves are not wired to accommodate change. See the cost of 20 years of U.S. efforts at enforcing peace, progress, and civilization in Afghanistan, and still they failed. 72 journalists and over 400 aid workers were killed. Between 66 to 69,000 Afghan troops killed. 2.7 million Afghans flee abroad and 4 million displaced citizens. 3,000 U.S. troops killed, 21,000 wounded, and over 3,000 U.S. private security contractors also killed. Over 1,000 NATO coalition personnel killed. $2.3 trillion spent prosecuting Afghan war. As with Afghanistan, the Nigerian armed forces cannot contain the spread of Boko Haram, ISWAP, and Fulani bandits. They have sympathizers within and highly influential individuals in the corridors of power who share jihadist ideologies. There are reports of emerging new and more deadly armed group in Zamfara state today. As in Afghanistan, should the ethnic nationalities in the south and middle belt break away today, in less than 16 weeks, ISWAP and Fulani bandits may likely take over the whole of the northeast and west and declare a caliphate or Islamic republic with little or no resistance. Afghanistan today is a big lesson and an urgent call on southern and middle belt political leaders to force a total restructure of Nigeria now or break it. Please set aside greed, selfishness, and worthless 2023 political ambitions and unite for the sake of your citizens. Despite unfolding calamities across Nigeria, Southern and Middle Belt Christians continue to take comfort in biblical texts alone, believing their lands are beyond conquer because God is alive. Of course, I believe He is. However, they forget that modern-day Turkey was once almost 100% Christian and hosted Apostle Paul, Apostle John, and a number of saints. Nigeria is not as holier or much loved by God than Turkey and Afghanistan. Turkey was overthrown by the jihadists while the Christians had all eyes closed. Today, Turkey is more Islamic than Saudi Arabia. Nigeria, as currently configured, is sitting on a tinderbox. We have an army and those in power gifting thousands of militants, far worse than the Taliban, with amnesty, reintegration into society, logistics, and other incentives. Southern agitators demanding an end to the killings, raping, and displacement of citizens are hunted, killed, or detained without trial. In 2000, President Trump forced the release of 5,000 repentant and rehabilitated Talibans from prison and reintegrated them into the Afghan society. Many returned to the battlefield, worsened the security situation in Afghanistan, and strengthened Taliban to overrun the country. Will the Nigerian rehabilitated Boko Haram terrorists be any different? I doubt it. August Punch editorial warns, the South is being tactically de-Nigerianized indirectly. Able citizens are being forced out in droves via mismanaged economy, insecurity, and frustration caused by mediocrity. The Nigerian system celebrates mediocrity, ingrained in the Nigerian constitution as quota system and federal character. It is an agent of slavery, fraud, injustice, underdevelopment, and impunity in the South and Middle Belt of Nigeria. Aggravated discontent and killer herdsmen and bandit activities are driving separatist agitations in the South. The Nigerian police and army respond with violence in communities. Today, it is easy for Southern young men in transit or even at home to be tagged terrorists or Yahoo boys and shot dead. Raising young men in the Southeast has become a scary enterprise, the Punch editorial concludes. Look, for these reasons, the best option now for the South and the Middle Belt must be to force a restructure of Nigeria or walk away from this union before too late. You cannot force a hyena to become a vegan. That's the truth. Afghan Christians and professionals are fleeing their country en masse, fearing for their lives and professions. UK, US, and other European countries are offering help. Who would come to the rescue of Nigerians? Should the South and Middle Belt, fail to act decisively right now? You see, time is running out. Now, those clamoring for restructuring are not doing so out of hatred for Nigeria, but because northern Nigeria is dragging the rest of the country back to the Stone Age and into the abyss with it. You see, now is the time to demonstrate political skills, leadership, vision, tenacity, courage, and immunity against Takia. To save Nigeria and generations to come, let's initiate a genuine dialogue now. Restructure or break up. Look, perhaps, as Bishop Kuka cried out loudly recently, it's time to end Nigeria so that people who want development can go ahead. God bless our homelands. Thank you.
All that he was talking about will be taken care of through referendum. A binding multi-regional referendum. That's what will sort Nigeria out through a democratic process, through the ballot box. The people, the indigenous people, the indigenous nationalities of Oduduwa, Lower Niger Territory, and the Middle Belt will vote on their continued stay in Nigeria.
Nigeria jaga jaga, everything scatter scatter. Command suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air.
I beg, which kind abomination be this one? Where common manager for company go carry the owner, tie am with rope, throw am inside prison and take over in business. Where you don't see this kind of abomination before? Hey, only for Niger. True. It don't dey sure back and say Nigeria know the ruling people well. The country know they benefit anybody. Now im make Nigeria they crawl for belle like snail. They follow other small country them for back. Now im make them they call us the capital of poverty in the world. Chai! Shame on Nigeria. I beg, enough is enough. Because of this reason, the indigenous ethnic nationalities of Middle Belt and the South, under the umbrella of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, they don't join together on 16 December 2020 to declare a constitutional force majeure (CFM) over a sovereignty quarrel, where then they ask only two questions. One, which time we take submit ourselves, our land, our assets, even our natural treasure into the force by force Nigeria Union. Hey, which time self we follow make for ourselves the year 1999 Nigeria Constitution. All na lie, all na story, na daylight robbery be this yo. But we get work to do for inside all this matter. Oh yeah, this one na must to make we join hand sharp now with the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS. Now then won't tear down that fraudulent lie 1999 Constitution so that we can forward march and start a new beginning for everybody. I beg, make we join together to sign that petition where we title End Apartheid Nigeria by restoring the self-determination rights of ethnic nationalities. It dey for all media platform of Daughters of Truth, BVI Channel 1, Heritage TV UK, and www.freedomfromnigeria.com. If you sign this petition, na him be say you don't follow more than 20 million signature them where we dey collect for take show the United Nations. Remember say, na only us fit free ourselves from the oppression, repression, marginalization, and subjugation which the Nigerian country don't carry jam him own people for head.
Command suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air.
Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
To our religious extremists, go to the market now and present your Christian or Muslim identity to buy goods at a cheaper price. To our party diehards, go to the petroleum station and present your PDP or APC membership card to get fuel at 45 naira per liter. To our regional extremists, go to PHCN and tell them I'm from the north, south, east, or west, and buy tariff at a cheaper price. To our tribal extremists, go to the market and tell them I'm Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba, or any tribe in Nigeria, and see if they will sell you a bag of rice at 7,000 naira. It's obvious that the politicians have learned that we are so cheap and blinded by our sentiments, and they capitalize on it to play with us and play with our future. We are all suffering today. We are united in hunger. We are friends in poverty. We are neighbors in pain. We are relatives in bad roads. We are partners in insecurity. We are brothers and sisters in complaints. We are equal in trouble. But when it's time for election, we are divided by religion, political parties, region, tribe, section. It's time to put our differences aside. It's time we come together and do it ourselves.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good road, yo. Sign the petition. Better work, oh. Sign the petition. Clean water and light. Sign the petition. Security. Sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, oh. Sign the petition. Housing project. Sign the petition. Hope for the future. Sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders when they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing. Waiting we need Nana to come out to this year 1999 constitution. We don't baru everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now, go to www.ninasfsn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Which way to go?
Which way to go?
I love my fatherland.
Oh yeah.
I want to know.
Yes, I want to know.
Which way Nigeria is heading to.
Constitutional force majeure. Make I talk am again. Constitutional force majeure. Oh yeah, hear am again. Constitutional force majeure. That's not the new reigning motto where they don't come out for the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Constitutional force majeure. Now waiting we go take forward march to freedom all the ethnic nationality them where they don't throw away inside cage for this dungeon where they call Nigeria. If you never know us before, now we be the people of Middle Belt and South. We don't join hand together to formulate the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Listen to this one. On 16 December 2020, now we don't declare a constitutional force majeure on the fraudulent Nigeria Lai 1999 constitution. Now the Yeye Fulani ethnic minority carry this sufferness throw away for the head of the people who get the land in the first place since 1999. Chai! As they don't condemn that 1999 Wayo constitution, NINAS don't direct the Nigeria government to gather a national roundtable meeting. Make we for talk the kind style where we go take sit down for inside our region on top country where we dey sleep for only one eye. This now waiting that big grammar constitutional force majeure go do suffering and smiling. It don't do. Nigeria people don't suffer rich. Waiting we never see. Nigerian people don't chop fear from out. All the land of the south and middle belt don't turn to river of blood. Waiting all because of this evil Nigeria 1999 lie constitution. Hey, I beg, true to God, they don't push us reach the wall. Nowhere to go again. Enough is enough. So therefore, everybody, make una come. Make we join hand now with NINAS. Make we for support the constitutional force majeure to free ourselves from the Fulani British captivity so that we go forward march into a free nation where your security and development is guaranteed.
I love my fatherland.
Oh yeah.
I want to know.
Yes, I want to know.
Which way Nigeria is heading to.
Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
Nigeria nationhood, cohesion, do we have one? I know we don't have one. Nigeria is still yearning for nationhood after her independence since 1960. Perhaps one of the greatest fault lines we have is the way itself by which we came together, cobbled together by Lord Lugard on the 1st of January 1914. Perhaps one of the most or the strongest fault lines is the way we were even named when we were formerly called Royal Niger Company Protectorates. And one young lady felt that name was too long. And she wrote an article in the London Economic Times on the 8th of January 1897. I said we should call that country, that area around the Niger area, which was how we came by the name Nigeria. We didn't really agree that we were going to be one country. The Berlin West African Conference of about 1844 to 1845 merely partitioned West Africa amongst the Portuguese, the Germans, the English people, and all that. So it was not as if we agreed to come together as one nation, which is why everyone is still suspicious of the other one. We already had the Hausa city-states, the Igbo city-states, the Karian Bonu Empire. Remember, we had great kingdoms, the Oyo Empire, the Benin Empire. Remember the great role of Oba Ovorami Nogbaise, the man who told the British, don't visit Benin during that holy month in December of 1897. And the British said they must visit. And of course, the guards who were in charge of the moat seized them and killed them. That was what led to the infamous Benin punitive expedition of 1898, February, led by a British who led 1,200 troops. Didn't we know about people like great kings like Oba or like King Jaja of Opobo? They were already there. Moremi, Queen Idia. So we had our set ways of life, and we were happy before the British came with their mercantilism, holding the Bible in one hand, and of course, slave trade on the other hand. A trade that was to ravage us for over 500 years before people like William Wilberforce, Thomas Clarkson, even our own Olaudo Equiano stepped in. And before the great American, Abraham Lincoln, on the 19th of November, 1863, abolished slave trade, for which, of course, he was promptly executed in 1865. So the problems have been there. That is why no Nigerian believes I am a Nigerian. If you ask me, I will say I'm from Ijukwe, a small village near Agenibode, in Esako, East Local Government Area of Edo State. Because unlike what President Kennedy once told the Americans, think not of what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. Nigerians ask themselves, what has Nigeria done for us that we are in turn expected to do much for her? That is why go around Abuja or Lagos or any city in Nigeria on Sundays and you see the various town unions, because the people believe more in their town unions, in their village enclaves, than that contraction called Nigeria, which is practicing unitarism rather than federalism. And my bishop brother narrated the history very well. The American Revolution, the independence of 1776, and of course, the Philadelphia Convention between May and September 1787, where they decided to have a more perfect union with 50 confederates coming together. They were already confederates, but they needed to have a more perfect union. It was that convention, at that convention, that they agreed on certain irreducible minimals of government: federalism, presidentialism, the doctrine of separation of powers, which had earlier in 1748 been popularized by the great French philosopher Baron de Montesquieu. It was at that conference or convention they agreed on the doctrine of judicial review. It was at that conference that Washington himself was thrown up, who became the first president of America. It was at that conference you had the great federalists like Alexander Hamilton, John James, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison. Great Americans that wrote the American Constitution, which today has just about 27 amendments and about 7,891 words. Unlike our Constitution, which is as big as a briefcase and is unworkable because it is not the people's constitution. Now, what happened at that conference is that the people decided to come together to believe in a document, in a constitution, which was people-driven After the 50 states came together, 36 states, and then subjected it to a referendum. So I've always asked the question, why is Nigeria, why are we afraid of that word referendum when we hear of a referendum, plebiscite? Didn't we do it here at least in 1963 on the 10th of August when the Midwest region was separated from the Western region to become the fourth region in Nigeria? So referendum is not something we should be afraid of. The process by which a constitution comes into being is even more important than the contents of that constitution, which is why Nigeria derived the present constitution of 1999, that is actually decree number 24 of 1999. So the American constitution was people-driven, unlike the Nigerian constitution that was a militarily imposed constitution. It can never enjoy the legitimacy, the credibility, the believability, and the autonomy of the people, because it is not autonomous. It is not people-driven. So Egypt did it. They had their own constitution. Iraq, Iran, after a referendum, Kenya, South Africa, Morocco, Tunisia, Eritrea. Why can't we have our own constitution? It is not that it will solve all the problems, but it will be the beginning of the solution to the problems, so that mutual respect will come in. We cannot have national cohesion in a state of inequity, in a state of social injustice, in a state of religious intolerance, in a state or a situation where some people believe they are born to rule and others are born to serve as clappers and as hewers of wood and drawers of water. Let me end, sir. Since you are warning me, the way late MKO Abiola put it, I always like to mimic him. Great Nigerian who won the presidency but was murdered and he never reigned for one day. He said, you cannot begin to talk about peace. There are different types of peace. In fact, the most peaceful place on earth is the graveyard, the cemetery. But that is not the kind of peace we want. The kind of peace we are talking about is peace that is imbued with social justice, egalitarianism, mutual respect, religious tolerance, ethnic tolerance. That is the kind of peace we are talking about. God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
What Isaac Boro came to do in Niger Delta from what NDBF of Asari came saying, or what men came saying, or what Avenger came saying. If you go to the Yoruba side, you trace it, because I've had the privilege of dealing with the leaders of these agitations, eyeball to eyeball. Gani Adams, why did you go to OPC? He may not be professor of anything, but he was clear-headed in the reasons why they had to go fetch arms in order to defend Yoruba land from what they consider the alien invasion. And you go to the eastern side, Asari, why do you go do the kind of thing you're doing? Resource control, they called it. We don't know how people from Kano and Maiduguri became the owners of our lands and our assets. In the eastern side, Uwazurike, why do you say you can no longer be in Nigeria? Say, how did we agree to be in Nigeria in this kind of treatment we're getting? So, having aggregated all of them, we devised something that will reduce it to a constitutional discussion that will place questions on the table which people will have to answer. Of course, government refused to listen until we took it from outside government. I'm sure you heard about Pronaco. That was what we went to do for 2 years. The nationalities that are hurting all over, including the north, the far north, all the delegations came and we worked out something that could have become our own agreement, because the Union of Nigeria was not our agreement at inception.
Thank you. Mazi Ohafumwa,
Yes,
the rest of the issue, the Union was not an agreement of the ethnic nationalities in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And as such, the agitations are all over. But since all these agitations, we have had several coming together. Obasanjo held one, as you call them, constitutional conferences. Of course, Jonathan held another. But they were all a force in futility, because while these things were ongoing, the National Assembly, who were the representative of the people and constitutionally made together, was there, and it has always been there. And the issue of constitutional reforms can only be done through an enactment, and of course none. So those things were. So why has there been all this holly-bolly about constitutional conferences or restructuring arrangement and all that, and it has never come to fruition?
Well, it is the issue of misalignment in expectations and understanding. They said a man whose house is burning should not be saying he's chasing a rat. But some people chase rats when their houses are burning. We have different approaches to solving a problem. You can take a radical approach. You can take a conservative approach. You can take all kinds of gradualistic approach. The important is that until a problem is solved, the problem is not solved. The National Assembly all these years have failed to understand the yearning of the people. I'm not talking about this, the ones before. Because of temporary advantages and benefits, they're in a comfort zone and they do not see what me and you see. And so they are excluded, or they exclude themselves from the reality. When Obasanjo did his political reform, fortunately I was there in 2005. I was a member, I attended, I was president of NECA at the time, and I came on the platform of the private sector. At the end, some gradualistic conservative approaches were agreed, because you want to manage a situation in the best way to achieve your purpose, causing minimum damage. But because of understanding or misunderstanding of what that whole thing contained, including this popular attempt at the third term, the National Assembly then rejected both the third term and everything else. It's like throwing away the baby and the water, the dirty water. So that ended that. Everybody will receive. Obasanjo didn't do it out of love. He came to the reality, resisted, but when he found that nothing was happening, there was problem OD, there was OPC, he knew that you cannot force a solution to a problem except you give the right solution. Many doors can open a door, many keys can attempt to open a door, but only one key can open it properly. So that failed. Jonathan came. Now some people, the president of the country, says he wouldn't read it because he does not see an advantage in it. He believes the whole plan is to work against him and the dominance of the group he represents. You see, today we're in the country. The National Assembly has seen it. Benue people have seen it. Taraba people have seen it. Even General Janduma has to come out and speak in an uncharacteristic manner. It is delayed acceptance of reality. You keep refusing to accept reality. The reality will keep manifesting and will keep worse. We are going worse. That's why I say I don't want my own children, really. That's my worry, because for me, thank God, God has helped me. If anything happens to me today, I didn't die during the war. I went to fight the war on behalf of Biafra, and I didn't die. God saved me and has given me the grace to live to now. So it's not about me, but it's about the future. We need to solve Nigeria, and it's better we solve it in a constitutional manner that my friend has spoken about, instead of killing. And that's what you see is when you stop people from agreeing by peaceful means, they adopt violent means. That's the way. People are saying, let's do it constitutional, let the nationalities come together. If the nationalities come together, Lower Niger Congress will be talking about referendum. Referendum is an open thing. If we do a referendum and people say, no, we're happy with this, then let's be happy with it. But it will have been a decision of the people. If they say they are not happy, then let them be. God that created us did not create us and call us Nigeria. God did not call us any name. He created us as people and put us in our different sections as groups, as nations. We need to associate. If the current association is not working, can we rearrange it so that we don't end up killing ourselves and destroying what God has given to us? Is it not evident to every Nigerian that something is wrong? Can you explain what is going on? Can you?
Your guess is as good as mine. It's inexplicable. Tony, Nadi,
Yes, sir.
I haven't heard him.
Yeah.
So, what in your mind are the options available for us to achieve what we ought to achieve?
Yes.
What are the options available in terms of, restructuring? If, for instance, the National Assembly do not do an enactment, the idea of calling people together, ethnic nationalities together for a meeting is a jamboree, except it is enacted that the outcome will automatically become implementable.
Okay.
So, what do you think? What's your take on that?
Unfortunately, the mediocrity and dishonesty that have been embedded in the system from the onset, because I was sharing with some group yesterday, all the things that are upside down in Nigeria were deliberately introduced, including this mediocrity that we see, in which a quota system puts you down in order to allow the man who is not fit to clean your shoes to be on top. The matter of preferring falsehood to truth, in which we saw our Constitution's preamble saying that we, the people, made a Constitution the whole world knew we didn't make. The question of, we're shouting corruption and impunity, they all have foundations in this Constitution intended to be so. And it didn't start with this Constitution. It started from the original foundation, to place the government above the people, to place the judiciary and their decisions above, below the executive. And, like I said, the objective of the criminal enterprise, was to legitimize the looting, large-scale looting that has to take place. And all the constitutional instruments were made to service that, objective. You have a section, I have your question in mind, what do we do? But we're saying that we have in black and white inside this Constitution, in section 6, subsection 6C, a provision that, relieves the government of responsibility towards the citizen, unlike what it is in all other countries, where government must provide this and that, for citizens. But that one says, well, when it's convenient for government. So government does not owe the citizen school, hospital, road, anything at all under that, because
not even security.
Not even security. That section nullifies the whole of chapter 2, where all the good things for citizens, are listed. Now you come to section to the appropriation provisions. Section 81 requires the president to go to National Assembly to obtain permission to spend any money, from the Treasury. Section 82 authorizes the same president to keep running government, spending money as the debate for appropriation. That's why we are in the second quarter of 2018, and there's no budget yet passed. Yet billions and billions of naira and dollar, have been taken and spent because of that provision. You hear about America shutting down, government shutting down all the time if they have a difficulty about it. So in all of this, these things were embedded. Of course, impunity. The immunity provision is such that those who are in charge of that treasury, because that appropriation puts the spare key to the treasury in the hands of the executive branch. The 37 men whose signature move all the money in the treasury, can go at their own time, and nobody can question them what they are doing until they leave office. So between this, not having obligation to the citizen, having the spare key to the treasury, and having immunity, all deliberately designed to service the main objective, to steal. When they gather in Abuja every month, sharing 600 billion naira, it's not, no part of it is meant for this. So you see the people who, from 1999, those who have gone to represent you, whether they are governors or senators, you've seen their lifestyles,
change,
opulence increasing.
Even local government chairman,
even local government
councillors.
So, and you see the condition of the citizen,
going down.
Going right down. Now, where does that bring us? To say the options available to us. We spent 15 years continuous to work out all of what could have been the solution in accepting, in getting the system to accept, like South Africa did with apartheid constitution. There's no difference whatsoever between, well, in fact, this is worse than apartheid. In apartheid, you were sure of who the enemy was, the white man, and the blacks knew where to draw their line. But here, it's also mixed up. You can't even identify who the enemy is. And what Nigeria must do is to accept that we did not make this instrument of death for ourselves.
Okay. Yeah,
and to then work out what will be the replacement of it.
Okay.
And Nigeria is not sacrosanct in that circumstance. We must, if you go to the preamble, you will see the nature of what must be done. We, the people, having made this constitution, you know, it's like memo and articles of a company. The memo creates the company.
Thank
the
you.
Article.
Thank you. So we'll come back to that. Nigerians,
Nigeria is in question now. Nigeria is now in question on account of whether we have submitted ourselves to
not
this.
made by the people.
Yes, whether we have agreed to be in this union.
Yeah, let us pause for a break. When we come back, we shall continue. Stay tuned. You're welcome back. My guests are still here in the studio, and I guess that you are finding or having a good time with the discussants here. I still have Mazi Sam Ohabunwa and, of course, Tony Nadi Esquire. Well, you were on.
I was developing the nature of what we have to deal with.
Yes,
in
solving
the option
the options available.
Something that defines the options before us.
Beautiful. So you have to do that now before I move over to Sam.
Yes, constitution. Unfortunately, the mediocrity has come to where even professors of law and senior advocates in Nigeria and justices of the Supreme Court do not understand what a constitution is anymore, because of the deficiency they have in jurisprudence. And I've had the displeasure, or let me say misfortune, of having to take on some of them publicly to say, who taught you this kind of jurisprudence? Because they themselves are taught 2 or 3 generations of people who have become professors of law, misleading generations of lawyers, some of who are now senators, thinking they know what they are discussing. The Constitution is to the country what the memo and article is to the company. The memo and article are 2 different documents.
You're welcome once again to another edition of our program, Evident Politics, on ATV Channel 50 and, of course, on StarTimes Channel 113. Today, we are going to discuss an issue that has been on the front burner of national discourse. We are talking about Nigerian agitations, the way forward. Some schools of thought hold that agitations in Nigeria is as a result of structural defects in the system, that the foundation or the structural underground of the country was not properly made. And some of that said it's as a result of the people of Nigeria who have imbibed the tenets of corruption in such a way that it tends to permeate into all the sectors of Nigeria's national life. Today, I have in the studio very eminent personalities who are going to discuss on this topic. And then you sit back and watch them do that. May I introduce from my right, Mazi Sam Ohabunwa. Mazi Sam Ohabunwa is the Chairman, Business Development and Investment Promotion, Alibo Development Foundation. You're welcome to the studio.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me.
And from my left, May I introduce a man that is always on the television nationally, not just on ETV, Chief Tony Nadi. Chief Tony Nadi is the Secretary General of Lower Niger Congress.
No, yeah. No chief at all. Okay. Tony
Nadi.
I'm a legal practitioner.
Yeah, Tony Nadi is a lawyer.
Yes.
And the Secretary General of Lower Niger Congress. You're welcome to the studio.
My pleasure.
Let me start from you, Mazi Ohuabunwa.
Yeah.
Why do we have agitations everywhere in Nigeria?
Well, just as Tony mentioned, I'm a legal practitioner, I'm a pharmacist, so I'm a healthcare professional. And in healthcare, we do see manifestations of symptoms. And usually what we try to do is to find out what is causing the symptom. Sometimes people treat symptoms. They have headache, they take paracetamol. They have fever, they take chloroquine or artemisinin. But we have people who do diagnosis to find out what the problem is so that we can treat the disease. If you look back, since the 60s, we have been having symptoms of an unstable country in disequilibrium. You know, if you have what they call an inverted structure, whereby if you put the peak of a pyramid down and let the base stand up, that pyramid will fall. I think that it is clear to every right-thinking person that Nigeria is not properly structured. The foundations are not right. And so you have this constant instability, disruptions, and eruptions. And what one will come to a conclusion is what do we do to make this federation stable? What do we do to make this group of people who have come together as a country, different nations, different cultures, different persuasions and philosophies wielded together? Maybe the welding was not properly done, and so you have fissures and cracks, and each is causing turbulence. And Nigeria is wobbling from one crisis to another, A nation that has failed to develop, not because it does not have people who can make it develop, but because the circumstances of the structure have continued to inhibit the total manifestation of the potentials of the people. So what you see is symptoms of an instability. And what every right-thinking person, if your house is leaking, cracked, falling, pushed, you need to see what you do. You may have to bring down the house and rebuild it, or put new structures to hold it. And if you will face this, I'm sorry, I'm not a prophet of doom, but I'll be sad to see that my children, because in all my adult life, I've lived through this, and I wouldn't like my children and grandchildren to also live through it.
Thank you, Mas Ohobunma. And from you, Tony, why are there these numerous agitations?
Yes, like Mazda pointed out, the diagnosis. By the way, the Lower Niger Congress is the aggregation of the self-determination initiatives across the greater eastern Nigeria, the eastern half of southern Nigeria, meaning the old eastern region and the old midwestern region, but coming together as ethnic nationalities. So we're talking about the Igbo, the Ijaw, the Shekiri, the Anang, the Efik, all in that block, because the foundation upon which Nigeria was constructed was flawed fundamentally. And it wasn't by accident that it got flawed. It was because Nigeria was put together as a business venture by the British. They came here very clear-headed in what they were coming to do. It was actually a criminal enterprise, because we had to, in the diagnosis we did in the organization I lead, we went right down to 1914, and we found out that even before the 1914, there were things that had transpired which were not placed on the table for anybody to see. Then Nigeria, the entire territory, was property
of Britain. And we again found out that in the, permit me to use a map to illustrate, in the upper segment of, in the upper segment here, we recall that there is a Fulani caliphate. There was the jihad that brought them to Sokoto and all this. They conquered this territory and were in possession of it, administering it according to their own civilization for almost 100 years, from 1804 to the period when the British that came from the southern flank, conquering and somehow getting hold of the entire south. And it was in their push towards north that they met the same caliphate that had reached Ilorin and Benue belt, and like because the two came from outside, they were here on a common mission to get what they can get for themselves. And like two robbery gangs that had to cooperate, against a common target, the joint venture, what they did between themselves became a joint venture. The name of that joint venture is Nigeria, and it was formalized in 1914. What was sold to us as amalgamation, what I'm saying is backed by documents in black and white which we got from the archives that were hidden from our fathers. I have been face to face with people like Nohoro in course of this project to ask whether they knew about all of this, and it turned out they did not know, because many of them were not born, not even Azikiwe. And on the basis of what they agreed to do together, the foundation was so laid to put that caliphate in charge like an agent, because the British knew they would leave at some point. And they were resisted so fiercely down south. You remember the Oba of Oran and Bini, you remember King Jaja in Opobo. The whole number of the resistance was such that they already made up their mind what to do with people from one part as against people from the other part. And what came out as amalgamation was merely an annexation of southern Nigeria to northern Nigeria. And if we recall, I'm sure many of us must have heard about the Southern Lady of Means that was to be available to the northern side. And coming from that point in 1914, of course, it was celebrated, the amalgamation in 1914 was celebrated by Doba, Grand Dobas in Zungeru and Sokoto, whereas it was protested in Lagos. The people who knew, because nobody was told in the south, it was only the north that knew that such was. It was a German newspaper that leaked it. The amalgamation that would be announced on the 1st of January 1914 was a German newspaper that leaked it on the Boxing Day of 1913. That's the day after Christmas. And people, there was nothing they could do. The announcement came, and there were protests here. There were celebrations there. What was the significance of that? Because one part was going to take hold of the assets of the other part, and the part that would enjoy that was that north. And it was something the British had to put in place and nurture all the way to when they might have to leave. And they made permanent arrangements that will be permanent even when they leave. So as at 2018, that joint venture is still cutting away 3 million barrels of crude oil every day against the will of the owners, and sharing it over the heads of, and nobody from among the owners is on the table of signing. And you went from 1914 to 1922, Littleton, Constitution, Richardson, McPherson, up to 1960. What we saw in 1960 was where they had perfected their art, and it was to the three regions that federated, because that's where it begins to zero down to the constitution we have on the table now. The three regions that federated, were like three countries. Nobody knew what they were doing with the other, all the while the colonial thing was on. But it was their decision to keep the union one, not the decision of the people who were. So all the things they hid from them. By the time they went to what do they call Lancaster House discussions in 1957, the Western region already had its own constitution, like Germany and France and Portugal that would do European Union. That was the kind of relationship that they agreed upon in 1954 that now became basis of coming to be one country. That level of autonomy, incidentally, you remember that the
The motion for independence was first moved in 1953 by Enohoro, and the North resisted it, in fact blocked it, because they said they were not ready. And the demands that Ahmadu Bello made, the 8-point demand that the North made as condition for joining that federation, defined the kind of federation as the level of autonomy that must be in place, because the North didn't want to be put in straight competition with people who were ahead of them, according to them. And those 8 points of demand took from 1953 to 1960 to meet in terms of allowing that level of autonomy for each of the regions. So Nigeria became one country on account of that level of autonomy. What then happened to us in 1966 was where the soldiers,
before you go to 66,
yes.
Couldn't Nigerians, when they took over and became a republic in 63, of course they made their own constitution, couldn't they have restructured the entire arrangement, given the fact that they had the potentials to do their own constitution?
If we were to call this ailment from which Nigeria is about to die, unfortunately, if we were to call it a name, it would be called incomplete decolonization. Because you will recall that the trouble didn't start in 1966. It started right from the independence election that took Awolowo to prison. Some of the things that were done in gerrymandering led to a situation where an Awolowo will win an election in his own mind, and the people say it's not so. Of course, we all know that the results of the winner was declared ahead of when the votes were fully counted, and Awolowo went to court. From there, went plotting coup. He ended up in prison from that independence election.
Okay.
The management of the commotion led to the collapse of one leg of the 3 regions. The constitution of Western region was suspended unconstitutionally by the federal government on 29th of May 1962, just to manage the emergency. It was the suspension of that Western region constitution that degenerated into when the election came 64, 65. The Western region was ungovernable.
Okay, we will still come back to those
Yes.
historical accounts. Let me ask.
Let me just land it somewhere. That
Okay.
it was, these things are a chain of events leaving undone that which ought to have been done. But the moment we landed 65 and the soldiers came in 66, it's been a free fall to date. Every other thing has been one parchment or the other. And all the agitations we see today, the mutations of the kind of, there was no difference between
Nigeria, jaga, jaga, everything scatter, scatter. Come on, they suffer. Bossa, gunshot in the air.
I beg, which kind abomination be this one? Where common manager for company go carry the owner, tie am with rope, throw am inside prison, and take over in business. Where you don't see this kind of abomination before? Hey, only for Niger. True. It don't dey sure back and say Nigeria no dey rule in people well. The country no dey benefit anybody. Na im make Nigeria dey crawl for belle like snail. They follow other small country them for back. Na im make them dey call us the capital of poverty in the world. Chai! Shame on Nigeria. I beg. Enough is enough. Because of this reason, the indigenous ethnic nationalities of Middle Belt and the South, under the umbrella of the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, they don't join together on 16 December 2020 to declare a constitutional force majeure, CFM, over a sovereignty quarrel, where then they ask only 2 questions. 1, which time we take submit ourselves, our land, our assets, even our natural treasure into the force by force Nigeria Union. Hey, which time self we follow make for ourselves the year 1999 Nigeria Constitution. All na lie, all na story, na daylight robbery be this yo. But we get work to do for inside all this matter. Oh yeah, this one na must to make we join hand sharp now with the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS. Now then won't tear down that fraudulent lie 1999 Constitution, so that that we can forward march and start a new beginning for everybody. I beg, make we join together to sign that petition where we title End Apartheid Nigeria by restoring the self-determination rights of ethnic nationalities. It is for all media platform of Daughters of Truth, BVI Channel 1, Heritage TV UK, and www.freedomfromnigeria.com. If you sign this petition, Ekwa say you don't follow more than 20 million signature them where we dey collect for take show the United Nations. Remember say, na only us fit free ourselves from the oppression, repression, marginalization, and subjugation which the Nigerian country don't carry jam him own people for head. Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
Say no to 1999 Constitution. Say yes to ethnic self-determination. We have a right to fight for our freedom. We must arise and save our nation. You want good rodeo? Sign the petition. Better work, oh. Sign the petition. Clean water and light. Sign the petition. Security. Sign the petition. Healthcare, sign the petition. Better schools, oh. Sign the petition. Housing project. Sign the petition. Hope for the future. Sign the petition. My people, and we never tire for these leaders when they oppress us every day. We need to free ourselves before water passing gari pata pata. Wetin we need now to come out to this year 1999 Constitution. We don't dabaru everything finish. We need to make another new one by a referendum. We go make region control their resources. My people, no, they waste time, yo. As you they hear this message, run now. Go to www.ninasffn.org. Make you sign that petition today. No, they waste time, mo. The time for change is now.
I'm sure we all said if we have to tell ourselves the truth, and at times that truth can be very bitter. I'm sure we all saw when Nnamdi Kanu said he had created the Eastern Security Network. I'm sure you saw when that Eastern Security Network began to move around because he was making daily broadcasts and telling them what to do. I'm sure you saw the videos where they said they were killing soldiers and killing policemen, and he was making daily broadcasts urging them to go and kill more, destroy them, don't let them escape. He even imposed a curfew in Anambra and other places. Say, look, just go shut down anybody you see, kill them. The whole world was listening. Then they actually killed a whole number of, they made videos, and it's all been made up. They made videos. At a time, the world powers were already dealing with our situation. Is anybody being killed in Yoruba land now for insisting that they are fed up with Nigeria? No, nobody's even been detained. But you decide to go your own way in going to say, okay, we will charge you out just because he wants to pretend he is the one that defeated Nigeria in a Biafra that is not defined. And it is that scam, the desperation to make money from the blood of dying people that led to that window show of we are doing so much at home. I'm sure we saw many videos and pictures of the pretense that he was dealing with the government of the United States and several other institutions across the world. We are in May of 2021. I can report to us now that no single official of the United States government have ever been in any meeting with Nnamdi Kanu and his IPOB and the Biafra commotion. Not one. Not in Congress, not in the executive branch, not at the UN, not at the EU. Everything you hear, everything you saw is Photoshop. In fact, the people that are dealing with us in Washington, and I'm sure when you go to the website we gave you, you are going to see the videos of what we did in Washington that became these policies you are seeing now. The people dealing with us, the officials, security architecture for the discussions that have led to the decisions. You saw when they categorized Nigeria as state sponsor of terror, putting Nigeria as country of particular concern along with Iran for the involvement of people in government in the terror that was spreading all over the place. So I'm informing you that it is because they were making a show of killing policemen and soldiers. Then they say it's unknown gunmen. Then the people who have been looking for how to kill our people also join them in becoming unknown gunmen. That's what's going on in the place. We saw all of what happened before then. In 2017, the Python dance, there was the same thing. They put up video, Biafra Security Service. You saw them in uniform, holding parade. And then he was telling our people that he was going to go to Abuja and behead Buhari and bring home to them. And they were clapping. And then the operation was launched to stop them, because if people were already wearing uniform and how can you be making a show exposing more than 70 million people to danger because you want to make money and make fame? He's not involved in what we are doing. Everything he's doing is causing setback for we will have finished with this whole liberation project. If not for the criminality of people who come to say you want to restore Biafra, that includes Ijoland, Ogoniland, Ibibioland. You've not talked to them. Uroboland. You sit in London and say you want to restore Biafra. What does that mean? You don't have a map to it. You don't have any discussion you've had with the people. Everything we have done was being destroyed. Yoruba was being denigrated 24 hours. Middle Belt was being denigrated 24 hours. Everything we did to get him to reason, to stop, he refused. Now look at this, how much blood is costing. Why are they saying people not killing other people in other places? Nobody's in support of people being killed. It's the same people who are struggling to save from this. But how are you going to explain? In Washington, the day of that Operation Python dance, I went in to say, see what's going on. They threw a video at me of what led to the operation. And the fellow, he wasn't there on the day of that killing, on that day that house was invaded. Nnamdi Kanu did not sleep in that house. I can report to you, not only were the people in the compound who thought he was there, the 28 people who thought he was there, killed, there were more than 300 other people that were killed that same day. The radio in London was busy broadcasting, knowing fully well that he was nowhere near that town. They were broadcasting for people to go and defend their master. And people closed their shops in Onitsha, in Aba, in other places, heading to Umuahia to go and defend their master. The soldiers had their orders to commandeer those buses and execute the people. And that was what happened. More than 300 people were killed because somebody is playing pranks, presenting us as stupid people all over the world. And some of our people who live in the diaspora are busy contributing money for how he can come and make a show of killing policemen and soldiers. Why are Yoruba people not killing policemen and soldiers on the street of Ibadan? You want liberation. Which diplomat is going to be discussing with you? Nnamdi Kanu is a fraud and a scam, and all he's hoping to see is that when people are killed in such large numbers, that the international community will come and swear him in as a president of Biafra. He's not involved in this strenuous effort to liberate the peoples of the territory. He's the biggest setback to what we are doing on all sides, at home and abroad. All the alliances, the people who already agreed with us. You saw when Asari began to disown him openly. You saw the Urobo disowning him. You saw Obaiseke and this Midwest movement. These are all people who have embraced the Lower Niger Congress. And you declare yourself supreme leader. All the people doing that scam with him, Igbo. You say Chukwokike Abiyama. How does that sound in the ear of the Ijo? I have sent a message to him because he is not a stranger. There's nothing I'm saying here now that has not been discussed 1 million times in private. Before he began the broadcast, it turned out that one of our elders, who was in the military, had invited him to come to sit down to know what we are doing so that we can put that radio to some kind of, use. He came home, sat down with me for 4 hours. I gave him all the documents of this process. There were 8 points of strategy in which, we said to him, this is what we're going to do step by step that will become that freedom. We must have a definite map of the territory. He said everybody knows where Biafra is. What was the controversy in 1967? Have you discussed with the Ijaw and the Ogoni now? Because that's what the UN will ask you. Where's your map? Have you talked with them? He said no, that those people don't understand what we are saying. What is your answer to the constitution that tie us to that situation? He said we're still discussing Nigerian constitution. It's Biafra he wants. Have you discussed with those who were in alliance against you in 1967? If something goes wrong now, Nigeria is still selling the 3 million barrels of crude oil from Lower Niger. The Fulani can still find a way to rally everybody against you. What is your plan about that? Say, oh no, don't talk about Yoruba who disappoint you every day. Middle Belt were the ones who killed us. As if nobody has ever knew about all these things. With all the kind of people who are involved in the process that became this plan. He rejected every one of those, even the question of referendum. He said to me in that meeting that if anybody talks about referendum, they will kill that person. I said to him, here's the evidence of what we have done at the UN. This was 2013. Here's the evidence of what we have done at the UN. That referendum is not for Nigeria to conduct. It will be a UN Security Council mandated referendum. He said no, let nobody talk about referendum. What is the landing? How will you deal with the international committee in this matter? He said when they conquer, what is the mechanism for dealing with the existing governance structure? Are you going to beat up the governors? He was hoping that with broadcast, people are going to pour out to the street and the governors will run away. We saw it in 2015. How did it end? So I'm just saying to us that this whole shenanigan of Biafra restoration, anybody who is dealing with it as part of how to succeed in this thing is in grave error. We are marching on to the terminal point of what we set out to do. That constitution will go down, people will vote in a self-determination referendum, and nobody's going to be able to shoot at anybody. But if you go and make video of killing soldiers, and they come back for you, they're going to enjoy a lot of innocent people. Put your ears to the ground to hear what's going on in the East.
Barrister, thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. The media for standing with me and the rest of Nigerians and ensuring good reportage of the activities of this country.
Governor Otom of Benue State,
And I want to assure you that
speaking on the insecurity across Nigeria, especially in his state of Benue State.
For yourselves, for your countrymen, for your society, and for everyone, including those who are foreigners. We have a collective responsibility to bring to the knowledge of all what is happening and how we can overcome our challenges. As the fourth estate of the reign, you have a responsibility to disseminate information from government and then from the people. Don't shy away from your responsibilities. For some of us who have chosen to be on the side of the truth, on the side of justice, equity, and fairness, most media houses are running away from us. They have refused to decode what we say about what is happening. I'm over 40 years in politics, and I have chosen to take the path
truth, part of integrity, part of fairness, and part of equity, and part of justice. Because I believe that that is the only thing that can take us out of the mess that we are in Nigeria. And there is no doubt, even those are children in primary school, in kindergarten, in our homes who are yet to begin formal education, they are aware that our country has gone down. And I quote the Emir of Kano, or rather, deposed Emir of Kano, who said, in the last 6 years, Nigeria has been taken back to 40 years where we started. And that is the truth. Anybody who is afraid of EFCC today, who is afraid of intimidation today, who is afraid of blackmail, who is afraid of being castigated, and I said that nothing is wrong in Nigeria. But an average person who stands for the truth, who stands for justice, equity, and fairness, can confirm that things are wrong in this country. Talk about key issues. Corruption. Where are we? Are we fighting corruption? If we are fighting corruption, should some people who have been accused still remain in their offices if this government is committed to fighting corruption? See what is happening. If you talk about the economy, globally, it is the private sector that drives the economy. Today in Nigeria, where is the position of the private sector? If you talk about security, where are we? We don't even know. The federal government have lost control. Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians have become IDPs. Only few of us who are privileged to have security can be said to be secure, but every other Nigerian is suffering, is under siege. Talk about what? Talk about education. Go to a higher institution. Talk about agriculture that is supposed to be a support to the oil economy of this country. Where are we? We're just paying lip services. I know that Mr. President intended well when he came in 2015, but some cabal have taken over this country and they are driving this country to the mall. I'm not sure Mr. President is aware of what is happening. If he were aware, I believe that he will rise up to his responsibility and take steps that will correct what is happening in our country. Many people have been intimidated. They cannot speak. They cannot open up to even advise the presidency. We are getting to a level that if action is not taken to redeem the situation we are in, tomorrow we will wake up. An unknown government, unknown bandits they call them, will take over this country and will be nowhere. And will not be able to stand on our feet. So, for me, I'm concerned as a Nigerian, as a patriotic person, wants things to work, who believes in Nigeria as you can see the symbol of unity on the colors that I wear and I carry everywhere, around the world, wherever I go in this world, I wear these colors. To show that I believe in Nigeria, first of all, I believe in my home state. The Tiv, the Idoma, the Igede people uniting and working together can bring prosperity. And of course, the Nigerian colors are here. Green, white, green. I believe in the unity of this country. And so mine is to encourage all of you. Don't take the path of sycophants or mediocres or people who are out to feed their pockets. They take the path of patriotism, take the path of upholding our country, Nigeria. Today there is no justice, no fairness, no equity. I keep repeating. You talk about in the southeast, where is Nnamdi Kanu? Has been detained because according to those prosecuting, we were told that he breached the laws of this country. In the southwest, Sunday Igboho, he was apprehended. He ran away, but he was caught up in the Republic, and the federal government is interested. Why? We are told that he also breached the provisions of the laws of this land. Then, how the Fulani herdsmen and militia who have been given a new name of bandits, and everybody knows that they are Fulani men. 2 or 3 weeks ago, some of my subjects in Benue said, our children were kidnapped, 3 girls and 1 boy. And then 2 Hausamen, 6 of them who boarded Benue Links vehicle to go to Zamfara, they were kidnapped. And their parents were asked to bring 30 million. And in the course of negotiation, these bandits took pictures, photo clips of the bandits and these our children and posted on the social media and said that if you don't give us this money, we're going to kill them. And they were not even marks. They displayed themselves, and until today, no security may have gone after them. And then you tell me you're arresting iPod leader, you're arresting Igboho. So where is the justice, fairness, and equity? How many people, over 1,700 people, have been killed in Benue, and they have continued to kill? I've just chosen not to be talking about this lamentation or that. That is why I went out and decided that we form community volunteer guards who will complement the security agencies. Security agencies in Benue State, more than 100 of them, DSS, police, army, and civil defense. More than 100 of them have been killed in Benue State, in the course of them trying to keep peace and restore peace in our country. So this is a challenge. So you can see that the federal government is helpless. We all need to join hands together to help this federal government. They have failed. They have not performed. And unless we all rise up, whether you're a journalist, whether you're a politician, whether you're a civil servant, whether you're a security man, whether you're a farmer, whoever you are, this government have demonstrated that they have no capacity at all. Because the primary responsibility of any responsible government is to provide security for lives and property. And where government fails in its primary responsibility, it means there is a problem. That this country do not belong to me as governor, or to the president, or to National Assembly, or to state houses of assembly. It belongs to all of us. Those of us who are here today as leaders, we are here on temporary basis. We may not be there tomorrow. But we have a responsibility to preserve our country, Nigeria. And so I want to implore all of us to rise up to our responsibilities and not to be blaming leaders, presidents, governors, and National Assembly. You, in your own little way, what have you done to contribute, to add value, to help salvage the situation? But I tell you, where we are today, we have failed. And I want to employ Nigerians. Continue to pray as I do for the president, for governors, for National Assembly, for all of us traditional rulers who are in authority today. Collectively, we have failed as leaders of this country. This is not the Nigeria that our forefathers worked hard, sacrificed their lives to bring forth. So let us join hands. And let me end my opening remarks by saying that the Bible says we shall know the truth and the truth will set you free. Let us walk with the truth. Let us stop deceiving ourselves. Let us say the truth at all times. Whether we are going to die or we are going to live or we are going to enjoy it or not. I want to remind Nigerians that one day, wherever you are, whatever you have, whoever you are, one day you will die. And that will be the end. But what will be important will be posterity will remind you, will remember you for being on the side of justice, on the side of adding value, or on the side of injustice, and helping to be part of retrogression in this country. But if you contribute positively by staying on the side of justice, posterity will ever remember you. Like we hear about King Martin Luther Jr., who stood firm and spoke words that today have remained comfort to all. And one of his quotes, he said that those who keep silent in the face of injustice are worse than people who are perpetrating that injustice. So at least if we have nothing to say, let us remain focused and stand up for justice. But if we keep quiet and remain complacent the way we are, I tell you, all of us are going to be consumed one day. Thank you.
Governor Samuel Ortom have spoken well, and he's been right all these years. But my question is, do we still need to continue praying when we actually know the truth and we're telling it? That Nigeria is not working, that multi-regional binding referendum to be supervised by the United Nations is unavoidable to solve Nigeria's problems. Our problem remains the 1999 Constitution that is criminally handed down by Abdul Salam Abubakar of the Nigerian military. That is why all the problems, all the insecurity, all the killings, all the kidnappings, all the extortions, including the compromise by people in government who are working with the terrorists, including soldiers who are collaborating with the terrorists, all these things will be sorted out through a binding multi-regional referendums in Middle Belt, in Neoduduwa, in Lower Niger Territory. There is no way skirting around this. President of Igbo extraction will not fix it. President of anywhere will not fix it. This problem will continue, and we must not give life to that constitution by going for further federal elections. That shutdown is the way to go now. So if there is any political party, if there is any opposition, the right thing to do now is to shut down and to make it known that you are not interested in any further elections until Nigeria is first sorted out. This is a very patriotic position to be in. There is no greater love for Nigeria than to say, let this country go through referendum so that we can restore patriotism into the system. There is no confidence in the country. The more we play around this, the more we extend the pain, the more we extend the torture, the more we extend the suffering, and there is no way out.
Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Which way to go?
Which way to go?
I love my fatherland.
Oh yeah.
I want to know.
Yes, I want to know.
Which way Nigeria is heading to.
Constitutional force majeure. Make I talk am again. Constitutional force majeure. Oh yeah, hear am again. Oh. Constitutional force majeure. That's not the new reigning motto where they don't come out for the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Constitutional force majeure. Now waiting we go take forward march to freedom all the ethnic nationality them where they don't throw away inside cage for this dungeon where they call Nigeria. If you never know us before, now we be the people of Middle Belt and South. We don't join hand together to formulate the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. NINAS. Listen to this one. On 16 December 2020, now we don't declare a constitutional force majeure on the fraudulent Nigeria Lai 1999 constitution. Now the Yeye Fulani ethnic minority carry this sufferness throw away for the head of the people who get the land in the first place since 1999. Chai! As they don't condemn that 1999 Wayo constitution, NINAS don't direct the Nigeria government to gather a national roundtable meeting. Make we for talk the kind style where we go take sit down for inside our region on top country where we dey sleep for only one eye. This now waiting that big grammar constitutional force majeure go do suffering and smiling. It don't do. Nigeria people don't suffer rich. Waiting we never see. Nigerian people don't chop fear from out. All the land of the south and middle belt don't turn to river of blood. Waiting all because of this evil Nigeria 1999 lie constitution. Hey, I beg, true to God, they don't push us reach the wall. Nowhere to go again. Enough is enough. So therefore, everybody, make una come. Make we join hand now with NINAS. Make we for support the constitutional force majeure to free ourselves from the Fulani British captivity so that we go forward march into a free nation where your security and development is guaranteed.
I love my fatherland.
Oh yeah.
I want to know.
Yes, I want to know.
Which way Nigeria is heading to.
Now the Voice of Liberty International bring on this story.
Here's an executive summary on the Nigeria country report for the United States, published this year, March 30th, 2021, for 2020. Published this year, March 30th, 2021. Executive summary. Nigeria is a federal republic composed of 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. In February 2019, citizens re-elected Muhammadu Buhari of the All Progressive Congress Party to a second four-year term. Most independent observers agreed the election outcome was credible despite logistical challenges, localized violence, and some irregularities. The Nigeria Police Force is the primary law enforcement agency, along with other federal organizations. The Department of State Services is responsible for internal security and reports to the President through the National Security Advisor. The Nigerian Armed Forces are responsible for external security but also have domestic security responsibilities. Consistent with the Constitution, the government continued to turn to the armed forces to address internal security concerns due to insufficient capacity and staffing of domestic law enforcement agencies. There were reports that members of the security forces committed human rights abuses. Civilian authorities did not always maintain effective control over the security services. And I must add, this is because of the 1999 Constitution that does not bequeath local security to civilian authorities. Rather, it is being directed from Abuja. The insurgency in the northeast by the militant terrorist groups Boko Haram and Islamic State in West Africa continued. The groups conducted numerous attacks on government and civilian targets, resulting in thousands of deaths and injuries in Nigeria. Widespread destruction, the internal displacement of more than 2 million persons, and the external displacement of somewhat more than an estimated 300,000 Nigerian refugees to neighboring countries as of December 14, 2020. Significant human rights abuses included unlawful and arbitrary killings by both government, which includes military, police, and other agencies, and non-state actors like Boko Haram, Fulani herdsmen terrorists, and other bandits. Forced disappearances by government, terrorists, and criminal groups, torture, and cases of cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment by the government and terrorist groups, harsh and life-threatening prison conditions, arbitrary detention by government and non-state actors, political prisoners, serious problems with the independence of the judiciary, arbitrary or unlawful interference with privacy, serious abuses in an internal conflict, including killing and torture of civilians by Nigeria's soldiers and the police, serious restrictions on free expression, the press, and the internet, including the existence of criminal libel laws, substantial interference with the rights of peaceful assembly and freedom of association, in particular for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and the intersex persons, severe restrictions on religious freedom, serious acts of corruption, trafficking in persons, inadequate investigation and accountability for violence against women, the existence of use of laws criminalizing consensual same-sex sexual conduct between adults, and the worst forms of child labor. The government took some steps to investigate alleged abuses by police, including the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, called SARS, and military forces, but impunity remained a significant problem. There were reports of further progress in formally separating and reintegrating child soldiers previously associated with the Civilian Joint Task Force, a non-governmental self-defense militia which received limited state government funding. Boko Haram and the Islamic State in West Africa continued attacks on civilians. Military and police recruited and forcefully conscripted child soldiers and carried out scores of persons-born improvised explosive device attacks like suicide bombing, many by coerced young women and girls, and other attacks on population centers in the northeast and in Cameroon, Chad, and Niger Republic. Abductions by Boko Haram and the Islamic State in West Africa continued. Both groups subjected many women and girls to sexual and gender-based violence, including forced marriages, sexual slavery, and rape. The government investigated attacks by Boko Haram and the Islamic State in West Africa and took steps to prosecute their members. Section 1. Respect for the integrity of the person, including freedom from arbitrary deprivation of life and other unlawful or politically motivated killings. There were reports that the government or its agents committed arbitrary, unlawful, or extrajudicial killings. At times, authorities sought to investigate and, when found culpable, held police, military, or other security force personnel accountable for the use of excessive or deadly force or for the death of persons in custody. but impunity in such cases remained a significant problem. State and federal panels of inquiry investigating suspicious deaths did not always make their findings public. Nigeria. The National Police, Army, and other security services sometimes used force to disperse protesters and apprehend criminals and suspects. Police forces engaging in crowd control operations generally attempted to disperse crowds using non-lethal tactics, such as firing tear gas before escalating their use of force. That wasn't done at NSA's protest at Lekki in Lagos last year, October 20th. Okay, now the U.S. is actually mentioning the October 20th. On October 20th, members of the security forces enforced curfew by firing shots into A to disperse protesters who had gathered at the Lekki 2 gate in Lagos to protest abusive practice by the Nigerian Police Forces Special Anti-Robbery Squad. Accurate information on fatalities resulting from the shooting was not available at year's end. Well, I guess I have to interject here by adding that the report of the Lagos State Institute Commission of Inquiry into the shootings at Lekki has reported that in a 306-page report that 96 people were killed. And the Nigerian Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, stated for the record that nobody was killed. And that this report that was prepared made public March 30th, 2021, U.S. is reporting that Amnesty International reported 10 persons died during the event. But the government disputed Amnesty's report, and no other organization was able to verify the claim. The update today, March 18th, 2020, is that 96 people were killed by the Nigerian soldiers and police at Lekki Toll Plaza. The government reported 2 deaths connected to the event. One body from the 2 gate showed signs of blunt force trauma. A second body from another location in Lagos State had bullet wounds. The government acknowledged that soldiers armed with live ammunition were present at the Lekki 2 gate. At year's end, the Lagos State Judicial Panel of Inquiry and Restitution continued to hear testimony and investigate the shooting at Lekki 2 gate. In August, a military court-martial convicted a soldier and sentenced him to 55 years in prison after he committed a homicide while deployed in Zamfara State. There were reports of arbitrary and unlawful killings related to internal conflicts in the northeast and other areas of Nigeria. Criminal gangs also killed numerous persons during the year. On January 25th, criminals abducted Bola Ataga, the wife of a prominent doctor, and her 2 children from their residence in the Juji community of Kaduna State. The criminals demanded a ransom of $320,000 in exchange for their return. They killed Ataga several days later after the family was unable to pay the ransom. On February 6th, the criminals released the children to their relatives. Disappearances. In August 2019, to mark the International Day of the Dispersed, Amnesty International issued a statement to the government to release immediately hundreds of persons who had been subjected to enforced disappearance and held in secret detention facilities across the country without charge or trial. Criminal groups abducted civilians in Niger Delta, the southeast, and the northwest, often to collect ransom payments. For example, on the evening of December 11, criminals on motorbikes stormed the government science secondary school in Kankara, Katsina State, abducting 344 schoolboys and killing 1 security guard. On December 17, the Katsina State government, in conjunction with federal government authorities, secured the release of the boys. I must add, after paying hefty ransoms to the terrorists. Maritime kidnappings remain common as militants turn to piracy and related crimes to support themselves. For example, in July, Nigeria pirates attacked a floating production storage and offloading vessel near Rivers State, kidnapping 11 crew members. Other parts of the country also experienced a significant number of abductions. Prominent and wealthy figures were often targets of abduction, as were religious leaders, regional government leaders, police officers, students, and laborers, among others. In January, the Emir of Potiskum, Alhaji Umaru Bubaram, and his convoy were attacked on the Kaduna-Zaria highway. The Emir was abducted and several of his bodyguards were killed. The Abuja-Kaduna road axis was a major target for kidnappings, forcing most travelers to use the train. Boko Haram and Islamic State in West Africa, ISIS-West Africa, WA, conducted large-scale abductions in Borno, Yobe, and Adamawa states. The Constitution and law prohibit torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment. A 2017 law defines and specifically criminalizes torture. The law prescribes offenses and penalties for any person, including law enforcement officers, who commits torture or aids, abets, or by act or omission is an accessory to torture. It also provides a basis for victims of torture to seek civil damages. A 2015 law prohibits torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment of arrestees. However, it fails to prescribe penalties for violators. Each state must also individually adopt the legislation compliant with 2015 law for the legislation to apply beyond the Federal Capital Territory and federal agencies.
Disappointed us. Please, can we give him another round of applause? Well, I think Shehu is a true son of his father. But one of the very fundamental points made by him is the role of imperialism in the affairs of our country. Now, don't deceive yourself that those who are parading themselves as rulers of Nigeria in Abuja are the people in charge of our country. The IMF and the World Bank today are giving the budget of Nigeria before it is read to all of us. And we have just been told that 16 trillion naira budget been presented by the government. 6 trillion, the government is going to take loans to fund the budget, to pay salaries, and to enjoy themselves. But we have just sent a letter. I belong to an organization, the People's Alternative Political Movement. We just sent a letter last Friday to the Attorney General of the country. You guys, based on the judgment of the Supreme Court, the federal government wrote to 6 oil companies, we call them international oil companies, IOCs, to the effect that for 18 years, you did not pay certain profits to the government. And how much? $62 billion. Oh yes. The Attorney General wrote to the oil companies, please, can you pay up? Another minister, Mr. Dempre Silva, said, nobody can pay this kind of money. We are going to negotiate and beg them to see what they can give us in our country. With the point we are making, if you have $62 billion today in this economy, we won't take a loan. We will have money for education, for health, for fixing our roads, and the rest of them. And that is the point being made. Ours is not a poor country. We are ruled by poverty of ideas. It's not about poverty of people. It's poverty of ideas. Shehu made a point. We need to get organized. Organization is vital. If we are organized, we can defeat the enemies of Nigeria. Another agency of the government came up last week. We didn't read the report. NEITI. That is the agency set up to monitor the extractive industry. That body said that 177 companies are owing the government $6.8 billion. Again, we have written to the government. Can we know these companies? Can we help us? Can we help you to go to court to recover the money? They haven't replied us because they don't want to collect the money. So the point, therefore, is that our country has no business with poverty. I'm going to call on Nadi to speak to us. Tony, your turn.
Good morning, if it's morning in your area, afternoon. You may have seen Fela, you may have heard about Fela. I happen to have interacted with those who interacted with Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, Chief Anthony Enohoro. The stories he told me about what Fumilayo led other women to do will almost diminish what Fela did to that of a gentleman trying to, Fumilayo will take action before she tells you what the quarrel is. Ask the Alake of Egbaland in those days. There's another associate of mine and of the project, Professor Wole Soyinka. When we came to the point of being finally conquered by those who are holding us down, it took Wole Soyinka plunging into the middle to bring us to where we had a consensus to plan again on what to do to bring ourselves out of bondage. Pronaco. After the Pronaco, he became one of the plaintiffs that went with us to court in 2007. We finished Pronaco in 2005. Soyinka was one of my 10 plaintiffs who went to court to say we did not make the Constitution of Nigeria. And that suit that began almost innocuously has grown teeth. It will take down that monster that we've been discussing and describing from our various points of suffering, whether you were being killed in the Middle Belt, or you were crying for your resources in Niger Delta, or you were Yoruba being chased into IDP camps in Benin Republic, or you were in the East being slaughtered like a chicken. All of us are being exterminated by this one monster. And that monster is something that has legitimized itself by way of the Constitution we have to obey. It was imposed by that monster. That monster is now the owner of our lands, our sovereignty, our assets. That monster is the sole custodian of all the guns in the land, whether you went to the army or police or the DSS, wherever. That monster is the one that signs off on all the things that control economic assets. So Dangote can be given half of Lagos Port to do whatever he has to do. He can be assigned oil to refine and sell to us at whatever price. The limestone of Benue can be assigned to him to use free of charge to make cement and sell to us. So there's something fundamentally wrong. And so when we begin to look at the kind of title we have here, evolution or devolution, the previous speakers had done some justice in making a distinction. But let me create a common ground upon which we build what we have to do now. Because what I came to share with us is what we can do now to end this trauma. If we listen and do it,
I tell you, by the close of this quarter, by the time people are heading out for Christmas, that enemy will be on his knees, because we went out in the last 22 years to work out how to dismantle this instrument, the constitution by which that monster has legitimized itself in our spaces in the name of a Nigeria that died in 1967. And so, whether you talk about evolution or devolution, let us rule out devolution. Because devolution means you are taken from where it is to give to the, constituent units. That is reverse logic. In a federation is a union of constitutions. In a federation, it is the constituent units that donate the powers that go to the center. So if anybody is still thinking in terms of what the center will do to give to creating states, creating geopolitical zone, that person doesn't understand what we're discussing. Then for evolution, yes, the revolution we talk about, which is really the solution to the problem, is only taken from the perspective of evolution. Revolution is only about the degree of change and the speed of that change. So, if instead of taking 1,000 years, you decide to take 1 year, it is a revolution that you could move away from something that took so long to build. You could reduce it to 1 week. You could reduce it to 1 hour, where you now go straight to the palace, behead a few people, and take charge, and become the sovereign. And so, what we have to do is of a revolutionary nature, but there's a process that will manage all of what could go wrong, which was why we drew up a plan that took so long. Technical, please bring the battle script of 1960 so that we can see where this monster is coming from. If we understand where it's coming from and what is done to bring us to this enslavement, that go to everything. We can't generate electricity for ourselves. Not that we don't have the capacity. Somebody who doesn't want electricity for us wrote it down that we cannot generate electricity. It's called exclusive list. No, the one in red. Good. That is what we are dealing with. That is what has become the constitution that we have to obey. That the people who were handed over this territory by their joint venture partner Britain in 1960 were telling their left that the territory, which includes Yoruba land, Ijo land, Igbo land, Tiv land, Berom land, must be an estate of their great-grandfather Uthman Danfodio. On no account should there be a change of power. That they will use the minorities of the north, that's the middle belt as we have it today, as willing tools. The Gowons of this world, the Danjumas of this world, the Husainis of this world, Jeremiah. And that the south will then be a conquered territory. Never allow them rule over us. Never allow them control over their own future. If you bring the map of Nigeria, and you can, bring the alliance map, you can see, in perspective, how that instruction has been executed. No, the other map. Good. You see the territory in yellow. That's the 12 contiguous states that have imposed Sharia. And the territory in white is the balance of Nigeria, the south and the middle belt. That instruction you saw there was the basis of all of what was done to impose this constitution that tie our hands to the back and seize our sovereignties. Like doctors who do, you go from diagnosis to prescription to treatment. If you miss the diagnosis, some say, oh, it's leadership. Let's go get better people to come to lead us. No matter who you bring to govern Nigeria now or manage Nigeria with this constitution, that person will fail Because it's like asking them to go to fetch water with basket, the type you used to bring tomatoes from Jos. If I cannot generate my electricity, I cannot do the road from my state capital to the other capital because it's federal asset. I cannot defend myself, organize my own security. I have the capacity to, but I'm being prevented by those who imposed the instrument. There are 68 such items. I can't even elect who will govern me because there's an INEC in Abuja, in a federation. Imagine the day that people from Tennessee or some corner of California will have to come to New York to organize who will govern New York. That's what we've been living with. And it is in those 68 items that the oil and gas assets of the Niger Delta now belongs to people in Jigawa. It's in those exclusive lists that the Port of Lagos, which is ordinarily Yoruba assets, have been the exclusive possession of people from that other part. From independence to date, not one controller general of Yoruba origin to collect the over 2 trillion that they take from that port every year. Yet Lagos has to join other states to go cap in hand to Abuja to beg every month. They don't get even 5% of what Nigeria takes away from here, from the port alone. You now talk about the taxes. Lagos is responsible for at least 60% of all of what they share in taxes, VAT and the other taxes. The 24 banks in Nigeria, apart from their Unity Bank, that is headquartered in Abuja, are all headquartered in Lagos. If their taxes were to be reckoned for what it should be in a federation, imagine what that alone translates to. The telecom companies and all of the companies operating here. But there's a federal government sitting in Abuja in a situation where our federation collapsed in 1967 completely. The garment, the carcass of that federation that collapsed was taken over by the man who was making that statement, the one in red, and his people. They are wearing that garment now, pretending that they are still Nigeria in place, and they imposed this instrument that now make us permanent political minority. We came into this federation as a federation of 3 regions, and one out of that 3, in fact, in 1963, Western region had to give up a part of it that became Midwestern region. By plebiscite. The 4 regions, of the 4 regions, one has become the 19 states and the Federal Capital Territory. That if you join the local government, they created 704 local government areas, in which Kano alone has 44. Bayelsa has 8. Lagos, that is responsible for half of urban Nigeria, whether it's human or material resources, is still to keep 20 local government areas. Whether you talk about representation or the sharing of resources or distribution of resources and opportunities, you will see that we've gone from being in control of at least each 25% to that one region has become 72% of all of what we are, including the assets that God put in our spaces. And so the nature of the problem we have to solve is that instrument that make us slaves in our land, there is nothing in apartheid constitution that is not replicated here. And it was imposed, and our signature, this is where the matter now becomes something we can deal with by ourselves. It is our signature that sustains this instrument. That preamble that says, I'm happy there are lawyers here, that preamble that says, we the people, having solemnly resolved to live in unity as one indivisible country, do hereby make and give unto ourselves the following constitution. That is the key for our escape from this dungeon. If we apply that key today, we'll be out of this whole mess, including the guns that are being pointed at us. Because it's on account of that false claim that you are called Nigeria. It's on account of that false claim that people who are after your life can come to your space pointing guns at you. It's on account of that, signature that your assets now belong to them. Everything we complain about, the corruption you think you need to go and fight, this constitution creates corruption and comprehensively protects the beneficiaries of corruption. If you want to ask me how, I will refer you to section 6, subsection 6C, that absolves government of responsibility towards you. Section 6, if there's any lawyer in this land that will want a debate on that, we ask him to come forward so that we can disgrace him in the open. Under section 6, subsection 6C of this constitution, the government does not owe you any obligation, because all the good things of life that are listed in chapter 2 for you, equal opportunity, education, healthcare, every good thing you can imagine are in chapter 2. But section 6, subsection 6C, renders it non-justiciable, leaving it at the discretion of people in government to do whatever they choose to do for you. Then they come to the appropriation provisions. They give them the spare key to the treasury. Section 81 of the Constitution says that the president must go to get permission to spend money, like other countries. But Section 82 says that while the legislature is debating that appropriation bill, he's at liberty to run government spending money subject to certain dubious limits. As it is the president in Section 81, 82, so it is for the governors in sections 121, 122. Do you know what that means? The heads of the executive branch in Nigeria have the spare key to the treasury and can take the contents of the treasury to the last bit without any form of inhibition. Nothing stops them. Then they come to section 308 that gives them absolute immunity. You can't question them for whatever they do. Between the three, they don't owe you obligation. They can take all the money and you can't question them. By the next election, their chief of staff is replacing them. The man who will go to prison, if you were to prove the previous tenure, that is who becomes the next person. And so they've managed to carry us, as if we can't think. And that was why some of us who had seen some of these things now decided to pull back from it and draw up a plan. It was a 20-year plan that was deployed the same year the Constitution came. Because it wasn't in 1999 they created the 36 states. Everything came from 1979. And that 79 came from what Murtala Muhammad commissioned before, they took him out in 76. And so, where we are now, to come to this the diagnosis. The British came and did what they did, handed over to them in 1960, and they've managed to maintain it by brigandage, toppling what we agreed in Lancaster House to impose what we now have. If we take down this, we will be free. Whether you want to be Odua Republic, or you want the kind of federation that Awolowo had, or you want Biafra, or you want resource control, our common task at this time is to take down this instrument. We are like in a cage under this instrument. And we are put in that cage by the people who gave the instruction that we should be put in that cage. How do we take down the instrument? Practical. Until science becomes technology, you are just theorizing. I come today to tell us that generation that enacted NSAS, this talk goes to you. If you listen now and do what needs to be done, anybody who is inviting you to come to election under this constitution is inviting you to sign off to be killed, because it's this constitution that has empowered those who can come to your space and kill you without consequence. It's this constitution that has empowered the politician that is stealing money you can't stop. It's this constitution that empowered people who can sit in Abuja and go 1, 2, 3, 4 down the list of those who scored at elections to bring a Hope Uzodinma to be governor in Imo. Imo is bleeding today. Igbo land is a festival of blood because we're in Nigeria. Yoruba has not come under that level of pressure. But if you go to the middle belt to see what the people who are supposed to be our compatriots in the same project are doing, they have opened our borders for their like to come from across the border to join them. They are in joint venture with ISIS. ISIS wants an operational base away from the Middle East. The man who is our president, who is also the champion of this Fulani invasion, opens our border to bring both ISIS and the Fulani that will help them to overrun the rest of us. That's what they are in a conquest mood. They are putting elections, PDP, APC, who will go first, to do what? To preside over this rape. And we are listening to them and looking at them and wanting to go with them. They are the ones who will do the PVC plastic. But while they give you plastic, they are distributing AK-47 across your local communities. They are the ones who carry the ballot box around. They are the ones who, the niece of our president is the one controlling INEC, and we're going to election. It will be signing our death warrant to go for one more election under this 1999 constitution. What we are inviting you to do, and I speak to you now with the mandate of NINAS. Some of our competitors from the Middle Belt couldn't get here. They are all involved in this message. We're informing you that the owners of Nigeria, and you saw them on the streets of New York 3 weeks ago, are saying to the whole world that our union has collapsed. We have defeated the constitution by which we are held down. Those who imposed that constitution are now on an attempt to conquer us afresh by extermination in order to reestablish their ownership and control. What we need to do, it is election they use to validate the life of the constitution once every 4 years. All the problems are flowing from the constitution. We all understand that. How do we now stop that cycle? If we go to another election in 2023 with them, instead of shutting down the journey, we are telling the political parties, and we can all insist, whether it's party A or party B or C that wins, the winner will swear to defend and uphold this abomination for another season. Meanwhile, every day we postpone this remedy. The ones who are approaching us with AK-47 will continue to come in the name of Nigeria. If we raise that issue in this last quarter of 2021, that we are not going to another election under this constitution, I tell you, by December, by the time people are heading for Christmas, that enemy will be on his knees begging for accommodation. If we don't, I can tell you, we are doomed.
Club and Clubhouse is pleased to be involved in promoting justice and in being part of bringing about true with the people democracy in the Nigerian space. So we are hosting the NINAS Movement's virtual town hall meetings over 2 weeks and starting at 7:30 p.m. Nigeria time on Friday, 3rd December 2021. The topic is 4 frauds that are fatal for the 1999 Constitution, how we got there and how we can fix it. Session 1. We the People fraud. Number 2, Federation fraud. 3, Fighting corruption masquerade fraud. 4, Socially responsible state masquerade fraud. Chinwenzu. Please check the Atlantic Post Facebook page for more information and on when the next session will take place, plus the direct link to our Atlantic Post Club on Clubhouse. Virtual town hall meetings by Atlantic Post on Clubhouse. If you are fed up with Nigeria, this virtual Clubhouse meeting is for you. If you are fed up with the lack of electricity, you are fed up with police brutality, as in NSARS, you are frightened of insecurity, you are frightened for your future, etc. Atlantic Post Club on Clubhouse is pleased to announce that we are hosting Nina's Movement's virtual town hall meetings for 2 weeks period, and the topics as listed earlier is the 4 frauds that are fatal for the 1999 Constitution. Atlantic Post is an online newspaper whose mission is to be at the forefront of bringing about the positive transformation of the African continent. That involves being sensitive and responsive to what happens in the Nigerian space. Our desire is for a safe and well-functioning society. Thus, our main purpose is to report not just accurate news, but also to bring the public's knowledge, interventions, and events that will improve society. So come and be empowered with knowledge about the 1999 Constitution and how you can be a change agent to end those things that make you fed up and frightened with Nigeria by joining us for this Nina's Movement's virtual town hall meetings. Links to the meeting can be found at www.clubhouse.com/club/Atlantic-post-club. For more information, please visit the Facebook page, facebook.com/Atlantic-posting. Thank you.
The 1999 Constitution is still in existence. The northern part of Nigeria will always dictate who becomes the president of Nigeria. And it doesn't matter where that person comes from, that person must dance to the tune of the northern Nigerian elite or expectation. Let me repeat that again. I said, as long as the 1999 Constitution is still in existence in Nigeria, the northern part of Nigeria will dictate who becomes the president of Nigeria. And it doesn't matter where that person comes from, that person must do according to what they want. That is a basic reality.
Essentially, the rest of Nigerians are slaves to the Fulani in Nigeria. The rest of Nigerians are effectively their slaves. It's up to us to wake up and realize what is happening and do the needful.
It's a marriage of the master and the slave. Obviously, the relationship, the marriage in Nigeria is a marriage of the master and the slave. Obviously, the northerners are the masters, the southerners are the slaves. But
that's your reading of it?
That is practically in every aspect, in every facet of Nigerian life. Take the petroleum industry bill, take the oil, take the VAT, take education, cut-off marks in secondary schools and universities. Every aspect of the Nigerian society favors the North. Take the creation of local governments, take the creation of states. Only Kano and Kebbi State and the adjoining state have more local governments in Nigeria than the whole of Southeast. So, but however, the good thing is that suddenly Nigerians have started to realize that this master-slave relationship cannot continue. And they have put so much pressure, are beginning to put so much pressure on their leaders that the leaders are beginning to find it more uncomfortable and difficult to exist in their localities. That is what is happening to the southern governors. Most of these southern governors are not speaking because they are convinced, because they mean it. They are speaking because they have realized that there is an existential threat to their leadership in their various states. Because those they are leading, those they are governing, can no longer accept to play the role of slaves in a country called Nigeria. So their constituents are putting a lot of pressure on them. And that is why in the last few months, they have met severally because of the pressures being mounted on them. I am sorry for them because I do like the former minister said, they are not likely to go through this. Very soon, the powers that be, their masters will bring out their criminal charges in FCC and ICPC, show them, and they run away. Some of them are already running away because, like he said, it's a matter of survival. Some of them know that they are already governors, not by the making of their people, but that they were appointed governors. That's why they are sneaking away from this push to get Nigeria to work as one united country.
Does it really, I mean, first and foremost, the fact that you use that very strong analogy, we've had a number of analogies. I mean, we've heard of husband-wife relationship. I mean, and that depicts sometimes the inequalities that exist in a marriage. But this master-slave relationship is rather strong, don't you think? Because a slave is bought, a slave is owned, more or less. A slave has no decisions, and that cannot be the situation of the South.
Well, unfortunately, it is. Let me give you an example with the issue of VAT that is currently at play. Some states in the north see alcohol consumption as a sin. So they go about ensuring that alcohol is not consumed, which is okay by their faith and religion. Then in the south, they see it otherwise. They see alcohol as a beverage, something that they can take because it's not against the law to consume alcohol. And the alcohol is charged from 5% to 7.5%. And it is called VAT. And the money is now, when you charge me for consuming alcohol, 7%, if I were going to buy it at X amount, I pay higher. You collect that extra money from me and take it to the person who considers consumption as alcohol as sin. I use it to develop his estate.
You know that's not exactly how it works.
How does it work?
Let us be very, very, I mean, there's politics.
Can I give you facts?
We know
that is distributed 20% on the derivation, 50% on the quality of states, and 30%, 35% on population.
Yes, but we also know that VAT on alcohol is a very tiny fraction of the basket, of the entire basket on VAT.
I am using it as an example. Let me give you an example. I won a contract in my state for road construction, and the VAT from that road construction tax is sent to the federal government and shared based on the quality of states. Is that justice? Is that fair? The other state might decide not to award contracts. And he gets part of the money I have spent on awarding contracts as VAT for the development of his state. Does that connote a relationship based on equity, justice, fair play? My daughter, my child, goes to take a national entrance examination. And he scores 120, he will not be given admission. And the same person who scores 15% is given admission. Is that not a master-servant relationship?
The analogy of master-slave, you don't agree that it is too strong a description?
It might sound strong on national television. It might sound strong to certain sections, those who are benefiting. But if you go to the rural communities, if you go to the bars, if you go to small places, that is exactly how they see the union called Nigeria today. Because all the actions, all the tendencies go to suggest that unless I decree, let us take the issue of anti-grazing. A woman goes to plant cassava, yam, and he cannot reap her sweat because a cattle comes in and eats up all the crops. And the people are saying, ranch, you are insisting that writing or not, that animals must continue to go around to eat up other people's crops. So the animal or the owner of the animal is not the master of the person who, the farmer whose crops are being eaten up. And if the person whose crops are being eaten up is dares to resist, he is arrested by DSS, police, and imprisoned. So you see, these niceties, this way of putting things so that we'll be seen as one united, until we begin to say things the way they are, see them the way they are, accept that there is complete, that injustice has become part of the national milieu, national psyche, that to be a victim of these projects is no longer going to be discussed. Until we begin to accept that, when we accept it, we do introspection, we look at it, and say, okay, let us correct them. But if you continue to say nice things, oh, fairness and equity, unity is not negotiable. These are the things that are fanning the embers of disunity, agitation for separation. I tell you, no group of people genuinely want to separate and go away from this country. But they are saying that the Constitution of Nigeria is a fraud in itself. Look at let us take the fact. The VAT decree was made by the military, whereby they took away sales tax that is usually collected by local governments and made it a federal law. And they went back to say that all decrees made by the military are now acts of the National Assembly. Section 315 of the Nigerian Constitution today converted all military decrees to acts of the National Assembly. So, we didn't make the laws. The National Assembly was not in place at that time. But all the draconian decrees made by the military have become imported into our Constitution as product of the national acts of the National Assembly. Is that fairness? Is that equity?
Nigeria is fraud. Everything about Nigeria stinks to high, like to the pit of hell, like stinks like skunk. A very criminal enterprise that, has no other country that comes even close to compare it with. It's unfortunate that we are still, dealing with this. How many years now? 55, 56 years later. What a pathetic country.
Fulani Empire, Muslim theocracy of the Western Sudan that flourished in the 19th century. The Fulani, a people of obscure origins, expanded eastward from Fouta Toro in Lower Senegal in the 14th century. By the 16th century they had established themselves at Makina, upstream from the Niger Bend, and were proceeding eastward into Hausaland. Some settled in the 19th century at Adamawa, in the northern Cameroons. Many of the Fulani continued to pursue a pastoral life. Some, however, particularly in Hausaland, gave up their nomadic pursuits, settled into existing urban communities, and were converted to Islam. In the 1790s a Fulani divine, Usman Dan Fodio, 1754–1817, who lived in the northern Hausa state of Gabar, northeast of Sokoto, quarreled with its rulers. Accusing the Hausa kings of being little more than pagans, he encouraged the Hausa people to revolt. Joined both by Hausa commoners and by Fulani pastoralists alike, the jihad, or holy war, swept through Hausaland and, repulsed only by the Eastern Empire of Kanem Bornu, engulfed Adamawa, Nupe, and Yorubaland to the south. After the invasion by the Fulani of the northern provinces of the Oyo, the Emirate of Ilorin to the northeast became the base from which Islam was to spread among the Yoruba. Usman, who was more a scholar than a statesman, ceded the practical direction of the eastern part of the empire to his son Muhammad Bello, who settled in Sokoto, and the western, with its capital at Gwanju, to his brother Abdullahi. All three continued the Fulani denunciation of Bornu. The empire reached its zenith under Muhammad Bello, who, like Usman, administered it according to the principles of Muslim law. The decay of this system was to aid the establishment in the late 19th century of British rule over what was later to be known as Northern Nigeria.
And ramifications. Now Nigeria is a member nation. All non-Muslim religions, such religions shall include Christianity. The word Christianity in the communique was underlined. To ensure only Muslims are elected to all political posts of member nations, to ensure the appointment of only Muslims into strategic national and international posts of member nations, to ensure the ultimate replacement of all Western forms of legal and judicial systems with the Sharia, then to make sure that this strategy works, because it's going to require money. Babangida, as the first appointed president of Nigeria, put his hand into the treasury of Nigeria, took $21 billion out and gave it to OIC, to the Islamic Development Fund of OIC, and said, take this money for the total, I'm quoting, for the total Islamization of Nigeria in particular and Africa in general. Babangida paid $21 billion of our money to turn Nigeria into an Islamic nation. And they have started. Boko Haram, don't look at it as something that is isolated to the northeast. It is meant to cover the entire nation until Christianity is eradicated in all its forms and ramifications. Now, this was not mentioned in the introduction because I don't think that is something that I want to talk about, but I just have to mention it. So God told us to go to Turkey and learn certain things. September last year, God spoke that if care is not taken, in 30 to 40 years, Nigeria will be like Turkey. And God told him, go and learn what happened to Turkey. Now, Turkey used to be 100% Christian. Today, Turkey is 96.04% Islam. Christianity in Turkey is 0.21%. And God is speaking that if you don't take care, Nigeria will end up like Turkey. Christianity was in Turkey for 1,123 years. Islam uprooted it. Christianity in Nigeria is 172 years old. If we take the starting date from 1842, when Methodist Reverend Bach Freeman arrived in Badagry, you will remember that the Catholics came first in the 13th century. They did some church planting around Warri and Benin Kingdom. They left in 1622. Then the Methodists came back in 1842, about 200 years after that. Now, it is that coming of the Methodists that has now developed to what we have as Christianity today. So effectively, Christianity in Nigeria is 172 years old. Now the point is this: if Islam can uproot the one that had been planted for 1,123 years in Constantinople, tell me, they can't uproot the one that is just 172 years old. As a matter of fact, the spiritual foundation of Turkey, Nigeria does not come near it. Because the 7 churches that Jesus Christ wrote letters to in Revelations 2 and 3, all those 7 churches were located in Turkey. All those 7 churches. Apostle Paul, the champion of the church, was a citizen of Turkey. The Macedonia vision that Paul saw, come over to Macedonia and help us, Paul received it in Turkey. Turkey had solid Christian foundations. Islam uprooted everything. So if the Nigerian church is deceiving itself, hey, there is fire on the roof. Oh. We go to the north. It's not that I'm living in Lagos, somebody is bringing information. I go there. To Maiduguri, to Kaduna, to Kano. I go to meet the Christians who are being persecuted. And I must protest that the church in the south is a selfish and a wicked group of believers. Because you abandoned the Christians in the north. Look, God is the God of justice. And God is the God of judgment. Let's not provoke him to repay us with our wickedness. Because if God looks at what the Christians in the south have done to the Christians in the north, he will fold his hand and allow Boko Haram to deal with us. We have to go to US. We have to go to Canada, to Poland, to Australia, to New Zealand, to raise Christians that will help and support Christians in the north. Nigerian church is not lifting a finger. It's not that you don't have money. The Nigerian church has money, but they help nobody. They only take and take and take. They don't give jack. I have to skip some things. The sin of irresponsibility. When God spoke, he said the Nigerian church is guilty of the sin of irresponsibility. So the church in Laodicea, God says, you are blind, you are wretched, you are naked. So the church in Sardis, God says, you have a name that you live, but you are dead. So the Nigerian church, God says, you are irresponsible. What Yoruba is called Oniranu. We have been given so much, we have delivered so little. We only think about ourselves. We are consumed with our comfort.
Here is an article penned by the Secretary General of Lower Niger Congress and the Nigerian Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, Tony Nadi, on May 21st, 2021. It goes this way. The wisdom of setting your own roof on fire.
The conquest, designs, and murderous invasions of the Fulani is countrywide in Nigeria and was long in coming, facilitated immeasurably by the Caliphate-imposed 1999 constitution that tied everyone's hands to the back. Receiving a great boost when Buhari, the great Fulani champion, marauded his way to power via the Boko Haram campaign machinery back in 2015. The situation certainly required strategic action from the new non-caliphate rest of Nigeria to address. At a time, the non-caliphate rest of Nigeria rallied behind the strategic actions prescribed by the LNC Movement for New Nigeria, or NINA's grand script that would oust both the Fulani and the 1999 constitution that brings them to our various spaces. Those Igbo folks, especially in the diaspora and particularly in the World Igbo Congress, WIC, who mocked what was being done by the LNC and its MNN allies, now NINAS, as mere academic exercise. Those Igbo who wanted physical action and who clapped and cheered rancorously and donated generously when Nnamdi Kanu announced the Igbo self-immolating outfit tagged ESN that was commanded to murder soldiers and policemen in Igbo land, are the same ones shouting blue murder now that the Fulani embraced the invitation and license of Nnamdi Kanu to kill Igbo youth with impunity. Maybe when the blood festival that Nnamdi Kanu has been preparing for the Fulani and Nigeria in Igbo land gets fully underway, and when sufficient blood is shed in Igbo land to satisfy the bloodthirsty demons being invoked by the chief merchant of the Rogue Biafra franchise, the unthinking and dishonest Igbo cheerleaders of Nnamdi Kanu's lunacy will become sober and honest enough to proclaim very loudly to the hearing of both the global community and non-caliphate alliance partners in Nigeria that Nnamdi Kanu is the cause of the great calamity that has befallen Igbo land. Until then, let us continue in our dishonesty and folly of clapping and cheering for the bloodthirsty lunatics setting the Igbo roof on fire in the name of a totally meaningless Biafra restoration. No one is rejoicing about Nigeria's current genocidal onslaught in Igbo land and consequences will attach for the crimes against humanity now being committed in the East by the illicit federal government of Nigeria. But while all steps are being taken to get that, to get halt the official and unofficial bloodletting and military operations in Igbo land, we must also find the courage and honesty to proclaim very loudly that Nnamdi Kanu brought this upon Igbo land, and he truly did. Next is the Guardian newspaper advertorial taken up by the World Igbo Congress, whose leader is based in Houston, Texas, U.S., where World Igbo Congress was in total support for the ESN madness that has bettered the clearly foreseeable killings and military operations in Igbo land. Hailing and expressing support for the so-called Eastern Security Network set up by Nnamdi Kanu and his IPOB, which rapidly degenerated to unknown gunmen, which prompted the massive military operation, was unleashed in Igbo land by the federal government of Nigeria as a reaction to what Kanu was doing. This WIC World Igbo Congress advertorial in Guardian newspaper is cited by the federal government of Nigeria as irrefutable evidence that the Igbo elite are in full endorsement of the mass murder Nnamdi Kanu was orchestrating in Igbo land, both against the Igbo who opposed his methods and against law enforcement, police and military. This unfortunately was what informed the indiscriminate killing by federal troops, by Nigerian military and police in Igbo land, because in the sight of the federal government and its military, IPOB was Igbo. We heard when the Inspector General of Police openly asked the Middle Mobile police forces deployed as part of the military operation in the southeast to kill instead of arresting anyone suspected to be involved with IPOB. More like kill them all order, reminiscent of the 1966 pogroms when they were killing whoever that is considered to be non-northerner and easterner. Just because the WIC at the Victoria turned all Igbo to IPOB ESN in the eyes of the Nigerian federal government. It was against the backdrop of the WIC at Victoria tragedy that the widely circulated AVID's avid letter, the U.S. Department of Defense citing Nnamdi Kanu as the only hope of the Igbo, simply reinforced the aforementioned Igbo conspiracy view of the federal government of Nigeria for the killing of troops and policemen in Igbo land, compounding therefore an existing tragedy. Below is another video and a commentary.
Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberty. The voice of the peoples in the Lower Niger Territory. Today, we look into some current affairs. As we all know that Nigeria, as currently constituted, is supposed to be a secular state. But in practice, it is very far away from the reality. The 1999 imposed constitution is a master slave document, and that makes it a monster. And it has become toxic to the indigenous peoples. And the peoples in the Alliance territory are saying that 1999 constitution must be decommissioned. Christians are relegated to the back seat as infidels and slaves. So, we want to roll out some facts that most of the strategic positions and appointments are controlled by the Northern Fulani Muslims. And the examples abound. Number 1. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Senate President is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Speaker of the House is a Muslim, but from the south. The Deputy Speaker of the House is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Secretary to the Government of Federation is a Northern man. The INEC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief Justice of Nigeria is a Sharia lawyer, a Fulani Northern Muslim. The President, Court of Appeal, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. EFCC Chairman is a Fulani Northern Muslim. President, Federal High Court, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. National Security Advisor is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Army Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Air Staff is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Chief of Staff is a Northern Muslim. The Comptroller General of Customs is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Defense Minister is a Fulani Northern Muslim. Managing Director, Nigerian Post Authority, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Managing Director, NDIC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller General Immigration, Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Nigerian Correctional Center, Prisons, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Controller, Fire Service, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. The Director General, NYSC, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. In addition to the above, the highest looters are found in the north, mostly Fulani Muslims. The richest in Africa, Aliko Dangote, is a Fulani Northern Muslim. 85% of petroleum marketers is another Muslim, maybe dominated by the Fulanis. 80% of oil block owners are Fulani northern Muslims. 99% of Almajiris are in the north, mostly the Fulanis. Highest rate of girl-child marriage are in the north and practiced mostly by the Fulani Muslims. The fourth world most deadliest terror group is the Fulani herdsmen, Fulani jihadists in the north. Boko Haram is a terrorist group controlled by the Fulani northern Muslim. They are killing Christians and moderate Muslims in the north. Fulani herdsmen and Fulani militia are terrorizing farmers and Christians, mainly in the north and in the middle belt and south. 90% of Nigeria's past presidents and heads of states are Fulani northern Muslim. Nigerian membership of OIC was arranged by the Fulani northern Muslim. The poorest states and the educationally backward areas are in the north, controlled by Fulani northern Muslim. Fulani are culturally nomads. 2023 general elections is another game they plan to play against the South and Middle Belt regions of Nigeria, otherwise known as NINAS, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination. They urge you to obtain PVC plastic cards while they hold all the money and AK-47 and AK-49 to control your lives, assets, and sovereignties once you vote them in. So, why should you allow yourselves in the South and Middle Belt regions to keep empowering the Fulani Caliphate domination by participating in the general elections that renew the life of the same Caliphate imposed 1999 fraudulent constitution? This is a big problem that needs an urgent solution. So, the Nigeria Indigenous Nationalities Alliance for Self-Determination, NINAS, has offered a legitimate non-violent strategy, and it is a movement of the owners of the land. You in the Middle Belt, you in the Southwest, and you in the Lower Niger territories are urged to join NINA's movement today and exercise your inalienable right to self-determination. Power belongs to the people. Power belongs to the people. Join the movement today and say no to 2023 general election. Say no to 2023 general elections. For more information, visit the websites www.ninasvoice.org and www.lowernigercongress.org. Thank you for listening, and tune in always and listen to Lower Niger Radio, your voice of liberation from enslavement. Apparently, it is your voice of liberty.
Time when incited mobs threw stones into the windows of innocent shop owners, and women and children were cruelly humiliated in the open, Dietrich Bonhoeffer, a young pastor, began to speak publicly against the atrocities that the regime had produced.
Christians of Lower Niger Territory, Middle Belt, and Oduduwa nations need to pay attention, especially the pastors, the teachers, the evangelists, the prophets, the seers, the interpreters of the scriptures, the prayer warriors, the dreamers, the visioners. They need to pay attention to the story of Bonhoeffer and how he stood up with his people in their period of persecution. He did not preach then that all government was ordained by God and of God, and so people must be submissive to them. God bless you as you listen to all these things and act on them, because a lot is riding on all this. A lot is riding on them. It's not for nothing.
Muslim extremists are
It's
accused
not
of
for nothing.
waging a campaign of ethnic cleansing.
After years of trying to change people's minds, Dietrich Bonhoeffer came home one evening and his own father had to tell him that two men were waiting in his room to take him away. In prison, Bonhoeffer began to reflect on how his country of poets and thinkers had turned into a collective of cowards, crooks, and criminals. Eventually, he concluded that the root of the problem was not malice, but stupidity. In his famous Letters from Prison, Bonhoeffer argued that stupidity is a more dangerous enemy of the good than malice, because while one may protest against evil, it can be exposed and prevented by the use of force. Against stupidity, we are defenseless. Neither protests nor the use of force accomplish anything here. Reasons fall on deaf ears.
If you allow
Facts
yourself
that
to be
contradict
brainwashed,
a
you become
stupid person's
stupid.
prejudgment simply need not be believed, and when they are irrefutable, they are just pushed aside as inconsequential, as incidental. In all this, the stupid person is self-satisfied and, being easily irritated, becomes dangerous by going on the attack.
That's the
For
act
that
of the
reason,
brainwash.
greater caution is called for when dealing with a stupid person than with a malicious one. If we want to know how to get the better of stupidity, we must seek to understand its nature. This much is certain. Stupidity is, in essence, not an intellectual defect, but a moral one. There are human beings who are remarkably agile intellectually, yet stupid, and others who are intellectually dull, yet anything but stupid. The impression one gains is not so much that stupidity is a congenital defect, but that, under certain circumstances, people are made stupid, or rather, they allow this to happen to them. People who live in solitude manifest this defect less frequently than individuals in groups, and so it would seem that stupidity is perhaps less a psychological than a sociological problem. It becomes apparent that every strong upsurge of power, be it of a political or religious nature, infects a large part of humankind with stupidity, almost as if this is a sociological, psychological law, where the power of the one needs the stupidity of the other. The process at work here is not that particular human capacities, such as intellect, suddenly fail. Instead, it seems that under the overwhelming impact of a rising power, humans are deprived of their inner independence and, more or less consciously, give up an autonomous position. The fact that the stupid person is often stubborn must not blind us from the fact that he is not independent. In conversation with him, one virtually feels that one is dealing not at all with him as a person, but with slogans, catchwords, and the like that have taken possession of him. He is under a spell, blinded, misused, and is abused in his very being. Having thus become a mindless tool, the stupid person will also be capable of any evil, incapable of seeing that it is evil. Only an act of liberation, not instruction, can overcome stupidity. Here, we must come to terms with the fact that in most cases, a genuine internal liberation becomes possible only when external liberation has preceded it. Until then, we must abandon all attempts to convince the stupid person. Bonhoeffer died due to his involvement in a plot against Adolf Hitler at dawn on the 9th of April 1945 at Flossenburg concentration camp, just 2 weeks before soldiers from the United States liberated the camp. Action springs not from thought, but from a readiness for responsibility. The ultimate test of a moral society is the kind of world that it leaves to its children, Bonhoeffer once said. Check the description below to read Bonhoeffer's original text, After 10 Years. For more information about Bonhoeffer or to download this video without background music, go to sproutschools.com.
The Bible in Romans chapter 6 verse 16 says, "Don't you know that when you offer yourself to someone as obedient slaves, you are slaves of that one you obey? Whether you are slaves to sin, which leads to death, or to obedience, which leads to righteousness. That's up to you." So we are fully responsible for how we submit ourselves to others, to obey them and to follow them, even when it's clear that you are being lied to. You still follow that direction. You are getting lost deliberately. You are responsible. You're on your own, essentially.
Waging an insurgency to try to overthrow the government and rid the country of Christians. Now human rights groups are asking the White House to stop the carnage.